Question 47, Part 1 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Prudence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Prudence, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 47. Of Prudence, considered in itself, in 16 Articles. Part 1, Articles 1 through 5. After treating of the theological virtues, we must in due sequence consider the cardinal virtues. In the first place, we shall consider prudence in itself. Secondly, its parts. Thirdly, the corresponding gift. Fourthly, the contrary vices. Fifthly, the precepts concerning prudence. Under the first head, there are 16 points of inquiry. First, whether prudence is in the will or in the reason. Second, if in the reason, whether it is only in the practical or also in the speculative reason. Third, whether it takes cognizance of singulars. Fourth, whether it is virtue. Fifth, whether it is a special virtue. Sixth, whether it appoints the end to the moral virtues. Seventh, whether it fixes the mean in the moral virtues. Eighth, whether its proper act is command. Ninth, whether solicitude or watchfulness belongs to prudence. 10th, whether prudence extends to the governing of many. 11th, whether the prudence which regards private good is the same in species as that which regards the common good. 12th, whether prudence is in subjects or only in their rulers. 13th, whether prudence is in the wicked. 14th, whether prudence is in all good men. 15th, whether prudence is in us naturally. 16th, whether prudence is lost by forgetfulness. First article, whether prudence is in the cognitive or in the appetitive faculty. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence is not in the cognitive, but in the appetitive faculty. For Augustine says, on the Morals of the Catholic Church, 15, "Prudence is love choosing wisely between the things that help and those that hinder." Now love is not in the cognitive, but in the appetitive faculty. Therefore prudence is in the appetitive faculty. Objection 2. Further, as appears from the foregoing definition, it belongs to prudence to choose wisely. But choice is an act of the appetitive faculty, as stated above, Pars Prima Secundae, question 13, Article 1. Therefore prudence is not in the cognitive, but in the appetitive faculty. Objection 3. Further, the Philosopher says in Ethics 6:5 that "in art it is better to err voluntarily than involuntarily, whereas in the case of prudence, as of the virtues, it is worse." Now the moral virtues, of which he is treating there, are in the appetitive faculty, whereas art is in the reason. Therefore prudence is in the appetitive rather than in the rational faculty. On the contrary, Augustine says, in his 83 Questions, question 61, "Prudence is the knowledge of what to seek and what to avoid." I answer that, as Isidore says, in his Etymologies, 10, "A prudent man is one who sees as it were from afar, for his sight is keen, and he foresees the event of uncertainties." Now sight belongs not to the appetitive, but to the cognitive faculty. Wherefore it is manifest that prudence belongs directly to the cognitive, and not to the sensitive faculty, because by the latter we know nothing but what is within reach, and offers itself to the senses, while to obtain knowledge of the future from knowledge of the present or past, which pertains to prudence, belongs properly to the reason, because this is done by a process of comparison. It follows therefore that prudence, properly speaking, is in the reason. Reply to Obj. 1. As stated above, in Pars Prima, question 82, Article 4, the will moves all the faculties to their acts. Now the first act of the appetitive faculty is love, as stated above, Pars Prima Secundae, question 25, Articles 1 and 2. Accordingly, prudence is said to be love, not indeed essentially, but insofar as love moves to the act of prudence. Wherefore Augustine goes on to say that prudence is love discerning aright that which helps from that which hinders us in tending to God. Now love is said to discern because it moves the reason to discern. Reply to Obj. 2. The prudent man considers things afar off, insofar as they tend to be a help or a hindrance to that which has to be done at the present time. Hence it is clear that those things which prudence considers stand in relation to this other, as in relation to the end. Now of those things that are directed to the end, there is counsel in the reason, and choice in the appetite, of which two, counsel belongs more properly to prudence, since the Philosopher states in Ethic. 6, 5, 7, and 9, that a prudent man takes good counsel. But as choice presupposes counsel, since it is the desire for what has been already counselled, Ethic. 3, 2, it follows that choice can also be ascribed to prudence indirectly, insofar, to wit, as prudence directs the choice by means of counsel. Reply to Obj. 3. The worth of prudence consists not in thought merely, but in its application to action, which is the end of the practical reason. Wherefore, if any defect occur in this, it is most contrary to prudence, since, the end being of most import in everything, it follows that a defect which touches the end is the worst of all. Hence the Philosopher goes on to say, in Ethic. 6, 5, that prudence is something more than a merely rational habit, such as art is, since, as stated above, in Pars Prima Secundae, question 57, Article 4, it includes application to action, which application is an act of the will. Second article. Whether prudence belongs to the practical reason alone, or also to the speculative reason. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence belongs not only to the practical, but also to the speculative reason. For it is written in Proverbs 10:23, "Wisdom is prudence to a man." Now wisdom consists chiefly in contemplation. Therefore prudence does also. Objection 2. Further, Ambrose says, on the Duties of the Clergy, 124, "Prudence is concerned with the quest of truth, and fills us with a desire of fuller knowledge." Now this belongs to the speculative reason. Therefore prudence resides also in the speculative reason. Objection 3. Further, the Philosopher assigns art and prudence to the same part of the soul, Ethic. 6, 1. Now art may be not only practical, but also speculative, as in the case of the liberal arts. Therefore prudence also is both practical and speculative. On the contrary, The Philosopher says in Ethic 6:5 that prudence is right reason applied to action. Now this belongs to none but the practical reason. Therefore prudence is in the practical reason only. I answer that, according to the Philosopher in Ethic 6:5, a prudent man is one who is capable of taking good counsel. Now counsel is about things that we have to do in relation to some end. And the reason that deals with things to be done for an end is the practical reason. Hence it is evident that prudence resides only in the practical reason. Reply to Obj. 1. As stated above, in question 45, Articles 1 and 3, wisdom considers the absolutely highest cause, so that the consideration of the highest cause in any particular genus belongs to wisdom in that genus. Now in the genus of human acts, the highest cause is the common end of all life, and it is this end that prudence intends. For the Philosopher says, in Ethic 6:5, that just as he who reasons well for the realization of a particular end, such as victory, is said to be prudent, not absolutely, but in a particular genus, namely warfare, so that he reasons well with regard to right conduct as a whole, is said to be prudent absolutely. Wherefore it is clear that prudence is wisdom about human affairs, but not wisdom absolutely, because it is not about the absolutely highest cause, for it is about human good, and this is not the best thing of all. And so it is stated significantly that prudence is wisdom for man, but not wisdom absolutely. Reply to Obj. 2. Ambrose, and Tully also, in Rhetorics 253, take the word prudence in a broad sense for any human knowledge, whether speculative or practical. And yet it may also be replied that the act itself of the speculative reason, in so far as it is voluntary, is a matter of choice and counsel as to its exercise, and consequently comes under the direction of prudence. On the other hand, as regards its specification in relation to its object, which is the necessary true, it comes under neither counsel nor prudence. Reply to Obj. 3. Every application of right reason in the work of production belongs to art, but to prudence belongs only the application of right reason in matters of counsel, which are those wherein there is no fixed way of obtaining the end, as stated in Ethics 3:3. Since, then, the speculative reason makes things such as syllogisms, propositions, and the like, wherein the process follows certain and fixed rules, consequently, in respect of such things, it is possible to have the essentials of art, but not of prudence. And so we find such a thing as speculative art, but not a speculative prudence. Third article: whether prudence takes cognizance of singulars. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence does not take cognizance of singulars. For prudence is in the reason, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2. But reason deals with universals, according to Physics 1:5. Therefore, prudence does not take cognizance except of universals. Objection 2. Further, singulars are infinite in number. But the reason cannot comprehend an infinite number of things. Therefore prudence, which is right reason, is not about singulars. Objection 3. Further, particulars are known by the senses. But prudence is not a sense, for many persons who have keen outward senses are devoid of prudence. Therefore prudence does not take cognizance of singulars. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 6:7 that prudence does not deal with universals only, but needs to take cognizance of singulars also. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1, third reply, to prudence belongs not only the consideration of the reason, but also the application to action, which is the end of the practical reason. But no man can conveniently apply one thing to another, unless he knows both the thing to be applied and the thing to which it has to be applied. Now actions are in singular matters, and so it is necessary for the prudent man to know both the universal principles of reason and the singulars about which actions are concerned. Reply to Obj. 1. Reason first and chiefly is concerned with universals, and yet it is able to apply universal rules to particular cases. Hence the conclusions of syllogisms are not only universal, but also particular, because the intellect, by a kind of reflection, extends to matter, as stated in De Anima No. 3. Reply to Obj. 2. It is because the infinite number of singulars cannot be comprehended by human reason that "our counsels are uncertain" (Wisdom 9:14). Nevertheless, experience reduces the infinity of singulars to a certain finite number, which occur as a general rule, and the knowledge of these suffices for human prudence. Reply to Obj. 3. As the Philosopher says in Ethic. 6:8, prudence does not reside in the external senses whereby we know sensible objects, but in the interior sense, which is perfected by memory and experience, so as to judge promptly of particular cases. This does not mean, however, that prudence is in the interior sense as in its principal subject, for it is chiefly in the reason, yet by a kind of application it extends to this sense. Fourth article. Whether prudence is a virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence is not a virtue. For Augustine says, on the free choice of the will, 1:13, that "prudence is the science of what to desire and what to avoid." Now science is condivided with virtue, as appears in the Categories 6. Therefore prudence is not a virtue. Objection 2. Further, there is no virtue of a virtue, but there is a virtue of art, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. 6:5. Wherefore art is not a virtue. Now there is prudence in art, for it is written in 2 Chronicles 2:14 concerning Hiram that he knew "to grave all sort of graving, and to devise ingeniously (prudenter) all that there may be need of in the work." Therefore prudence is not a virtue. Obj. 3. Further, no virtue can be immoderate. But prudence is immoderate, else it would be useless to say, as in Proverbs 23:4, "Set bounds to thy prudence." Therefore prudence is not a virtue. On the contrary, Gregory states on the Morals of Job 2:49 that prudence, temperance, fortitude, and justice are 4 virtues. I answer that, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 55, article 3, and question 56, article 1, when we were treating of virtues in general, virtue is that which makes its possessor good, and his work good likewise. Now good may be understood in a twofold sense. First, materially, for the thing that is good. Secondly, formally, under the aspect of good. Good, under the aspect of good, is the object of the appetitive power. Hence, if any habits rectify the consideration of reason, without regarding the rectitude of the appetite, they have less of the nature of a virtue, since they direct man to good materially, that is to say, to the thing which is good, but without considering it under the aspect of good. On the other hand, those virtues which regard the rectitude of the appetite have more of the nature of virtue, because they consider the good not only materially, but also formally. In other words, they consider that which is good under the aspect of good. Now it belongs to prudence, as stated above in Articles 1, Third Reply, Article 3, to apply right reason to action, and this is not done without a right appetite. Hence prudence has the nature of virtue not only as the other intellectual virtues have it, but also as the moral virtues have it, among which virtues it is enumerated. Reply to Obj. 1. Augustine there takes science in the broad sense for any kind of right reason. Reply to Obj. 2. The philosopher says that there is a virtue of art, because art does not require rectitude of the appetite. Wherefore, in order that a man may make right use of his art, he needs to have a virtue which will rectify his appetite. Prudence, however, has nothing to do with the matter of art, because art is both directed to a particular end, and has fixed means of obtaining that end. And yet, by a kind of comparison, a man may be said to act prudently in matters of art. Moreover, in certain arts, on account of the uncertainty of the means for obtaining the end, there is need for counsel, as for instance in the arts of medicine and navigation, as stated in Ethics 3:3. Reply to Obj. 3. This saying of the wise man does not mean that prudence itself should be moderate, but that moderation must be imposed on other things according to prudence. Fifth article. Whether prudence is a special virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence is not a special virtue. For no special virtue is included in the definition of virtue in general, since virtue is defined in Ethics 2:6, an elective habit that follows a mean appointed by reason in relation to ourselves, even as a wise man decides. Now right reason is reason in accordance with prudence, as stated in Ethics 6:13. Therefore prudence is not a special virtue. Objection 2. Further, the philosopher says in Ethics 6:13 that the effect of moral virtue is right action as regards the end, and that of prudence, right action as regards the means. Now in every virtue certain things have to be done as a means to the end. Therefore prudence is in every virtue, and consequently it is not a special virtue. Objection 3. Further, a special virtue has a special object. But prudence has not a special object, for it is right reason applied to action, as stated in Ethics 6:5. And all works of virtue are actions. Therefore prudence is not a special virtue. On the contrary, it is distinct from and numbered among the other virtues. For it is written in Wisdom 8:7, "She teacheth temperance and prudence, justice and fortitude." I answer that, since acts and habits take their species from their objects, as shown above (Pars Prima Secundae, Question 1, Article 3; Question 18, Article 2; Question 54, Article 2), any habit that has a corresponding special object distinct from other objects, must needs be a special habit, and if it be a good habit, it must be a special virtue. Now an object is called special, not merely according to the consideration of its matter, but rather according to its formal aspect, as explained above. Pars Prima Secundae, question 54, Article 2, first reply. Because one and the same thing is the subject matter of the acts of different habits, and also of different powers, according to its different formal aspects. Now a yet greater difference of object is requisite for a difference of powers than for a difference of habits, since several habits are found in the same power, as stated above. Pars Prima Secundae, question 54, Article 1. Consequently, any difference in the aspect of an object that requires a difference of powers will, a fortiori, require a difference of habits. Accordingly, we must say that since prudence is in the reason, as stated above, Article 2, it is differentiated from the other intellectual virtues by a material difference of objects. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding are about necessary things, whereas art and prudence are about contingent things, art being concerned with things made, that is, with things produced in external matter, such as a house, a knife, and so forth, and prudence being concerned with things done, that is, with things that have their being in the doer himself, as stated above, Pars Prima Secundae, question 57, Article 4. On the other hand, prudence is differentiated from the moral virtues according to a formal aspect distinctive of powers, that is, the intellective power, wherein is prudence, and the appetitive power, wherein is moral virtue. Hence it is evident that prudence is a special virtue, distinct from all other virtues. Reply to Obj. 1. This is not a definition of virtue in general, but of moral virtue, the definition of which fittingly includes an intellectual virtue, notably prudence, which has the same matter in common with moral virtue. Because, just as the subject of moral virtue is something that partakes of reason, so moral virtue has the aspect of virtue insofar as it partakes of intellectual virtue. Reply to Obj. 2. This argument proves that prudence helps all the virtues, and works in all of them. But this does not suffice to prove that it is not a special virtue. For nothing prevents a certain genus from containing a species which is operative in every other species of that same genus, even as the sun has an influence over all bodies. Reply to Obj. 3. Things done are indeed the matter of prudence, insofar as they are the object of reason, that is, considered as true. But they are the matter of the moral virtues, insofar as they are the object of the appetitive power, that is, considered as good. End of question 47, Part 1. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 47, Part 2, of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Prudence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Prudence, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 47, of Prudence, considered in itself, in 16 Articles, Part 2, Articles 6 through 10. Sixth Article. Whether prudence appoints the end to moral virtues? Objection 1. It would seem that prudence appoints the end to moral virtues. Since prudence is in the reason, while moral virtue is in the appetite, it seems that prudence stands in relation to moral virtue, as reason to the appetite. Now reason appoints the end to the appetitive power. Therefore prudence appoints the end to the moral virtues. Objection 2. Further, man surpasses irrational beings by his reason, but he has other things in common with them. Accordingly, the other parts of man are in relation to his reason, what man is in relation to irrational creatures. Now man is the end of irrational creatures according to Politics 1:3. Therefore, all the other parts of man are directed to reason as to their end. But prudence is right reason applied to action, as stated above in Article 2. Therefore all actions are directed to prudence as their end. Therefore prudence appoints the end to all moral virtues. Objection 3. Further, it belongs to the virtue, art, or power that is concerned about the end, to command the virtues or arts that are concerned about the means. Now prudence disposes of the other moral virtues and commands them. Therefore, it appoints their end to them. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 6:12 that moral virtue ensures the rectitude of the intention of the end, while prudence ensures the rectitude of the means. Therefore, it does not belong to prudence to appoint the end to moral virtues, but only to regulate the means. I answer that the end of moral virtues is human good. Now the good of the human soul is to be in accord with reason, as Dionysius declares on the Divine Names 4. Wherefore the ends of moral virtue must of necessity pre-exist in the reason. Now, just as, in the speculative reason, there are certain things naturally known, about which is understanding, and certain things of which we obtain knowledge through them, notably conclusions, about which is science. So in the practical reason, certain things pre-exist, as naturally known principles, and such are the ends of the moral virtues. Since the end is in practical matters, what principles are in speculative matters, as stated above. Question 23, Article 7, second reply. Pars prima secundae, question 13, Article 3. While certain things are in the practical reason by way of conclusions, and such are the means which we gather from the ends themselves. About these is prudence, which applies universal principles to the particular conclusions of practical matters. Consequently, it does not belong to prudence to appoint the end to moral virtues, but only to regulate the means. Reply to Obj. 1. Natural reason, known by the name of synderesis, appoints the end to moral virtues, as stated above. Pars prima, question 79, Article 12. But prudence does not do this for the reason given above. This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply to Obj. 3. The end concerns the moral virtues, not as though they appointed the end, but because they tend to the end which is appointed by natural reason. In this they are helped by prudence, which prepares the way for them by disposing the means. Hence it follows that prudence is more excellent than the moral virtues, and moves them. Yet synderesis moves prudence, just as the understanding of principles moves science. Seventh article. Whether it belongs to prudence to find the mean in moral virtues. Objection 1. It would seem that it does not belong to prudence to find the mean in moral virtues. For the achievement of the mean is the end of moral virtues. But prudence does not appoint the end to moral virtues as shown above in Article 6. Therefore, it does not find the mean in them. Objection 2. Further, that which of itself has being would seem to have no cause, but its very being is its cause, since a thing is said to have being by reason of its cause. Now, to follow the mean belongs to moral virtue by reason of itself, as part of its definition as shown above, Article 5, Objection 1. Therefore prudence does not cause the mean in moral virtues. Objection 3. Further, prudence works after the manner of reason. But moral virtue tends to the mean after the manner of nature, because, as Tully states in Rhetorics 253, virtue is a habit like a second nature, in accord with reason. Therefore, prudence does not appoint the mean to moral virtues. On the contrary, in the foregoing definition of moral virtue, Article 5, Objection 1, it is stated that it follows a mean appointed by reason, even as a wise man decides. I answer that the proper end of each moral virtue consists precisely in conformity with right reason. For temperance intends that man should not stray from reason for the sake of his concupiscences. Fortitude, that he should not stray from right judgment of reason through fear or daring. Moreover, this end is appointed to man according to natural reason, since natural reason dictates to each one that he should act according to reason. But it belongs to the ruling of prudence to decide in what manner and by what means man shall obtain the mean of reason in his deeds. For though the attainment of the mean is the end of a moral virtue, yet this mean is found by the right disposition of these things that are directed to the end. This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to Objection 2. Just as a natural agent makes form to be in matter, yet does not make that which is essential to the form to belong to it, so too prudence appoints the mean in passions and operations, and yet does not make the searching of the mean to belong to virtue. Reply to Objection 3. Moral virtue, after the manner of nature, intends to attain the mean. Since, however, the mean as such is not found in all matters after the same manner, it follows that the inclination of nature which ever works in the same manner does not suffice for this purpose, and so the ruling of prudence is required. Eighth article. Whether command is the chief act of prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that command is not the chief act of prudence. For command regards the good to be ensued. Now Augustine, in On the Trinity, 14:9, states that it is an act of prudence to avoid ambushes. Therefore command is not the chief act of prudence. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says in Ethics 6:5 that the prudent man takes good counsel. Now, to take counsel and to command seem to be different acts, as appears from what has been said above, Pars Prima Secundae, question 57, Article 6. Therefore command is not the chief act of prudence. Obj. 3: Further, it seems to belong to the will to command and to rule, since the will has the end for its object, and moves the other powers of the soul. Now prudence is not in the will but in the reason. Therefore command is not an act of prudence. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. vi, 10 that prudence commands. I answer that prudence is right reason applied to action, as stated above in Article 2. Hence, that which is the chief act of reason in regard to action must needs be the chief act of prudence. Now there are three such acts. The first is to take counsel, which belongs to discovery, for counsel is an act of inquiry, as stated above, Pars Prima Secundae, question 14, Article 1. The second act is to judge of what one has discovered, and this is an act of the speculative reason. But the practical reason, which is directed to action, goes further, and its third act is to command, which act consists in applying to action the things counselled and judged. And since this act approaches nearer to the end of the practical reason, it follows that it is the chief act of the practical reason, and consequently of prudence. In confirmation of this, we find that the perfection of art consists in judging and not in commanding. Wherefore he who sins voluntarily against his craft is reputed a better craftsman than he who does so involuntarily, because the former seems to do so from right judgment, and the latter from a defective judgment. On the other hand, it is the reverse in prudence, as stated in Ethic. vi, 5. For it is more imprudent to sin voluntarily, since this is to be lacking in the chief act of prudence, notably, command, than to sin involuntarily. Reply to Obj. 1. The act of command extends both to the ensuing of good and to the avoidance of evil. Nevertheless, Augustine ascribes the avoidance of ambushes to prudence, not as its chief act, but as an act of prudence that does not continue in heaven. Reply to Obj. 2. Good counsel is required in order that the good things discovered may be applied to action. Wherefore, command belongs to prudence, which takes good counsel. Reply to Obj. 3. Simply to move belongs to the will, but command denotes motion together with a kind of ordering, wherefore it is an act of the reason, as stated above. Pars Prima Secundae, question 17, Article 1. Ninth Article. Whether solicitude belongs to prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that solicitude does not belong to prudence. For solicitude implies disquiet. Wherefore Isidore says in his Etymologies 10 that a solicitous man is a restless man. Now motion belongs chiefly to the appetitive power, wherefore solicitude does also. But prudence is not in the appetitive power, but in the reason, as stated above in Article 1. Therefore, solicitude does not belong to prudence. Objection 2. Further, the certainty of truth seems opposed to solicitude. Wherefore it is related in 1 Kings 9:20 that Samuel said to Saul, "As for the asses which were lost 3 days ago, be not solicitous, because they are found." Now the certainty of truth belongs to prudence, since it is an intellectual virtue. Therefore, solicitude is in opposition to prudence, rather than belonging to it. Obj. 3. Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 4:3 that The magnanimous man is slow and leisurely. Now slowness is contrary to solicitude. Since then prudence is not opposed to magnanimity, for good is not opposed to good, as stated in the Categories, number 8, it would seem that solicitude does not belong to prudence. On the contrary, it is written in 1 Peter 4:7, "Be prudent and watch in prayers." But watchfulness is the same as solicitude. Therefore solicitude belongs to prudence. I answer that, according to Isidore (Etym. 10), a man is said to be solicitous through being shrewd (solers) and alert (citus), insofar as a man through a certain shrewdness of mind is on the alert to do whatever has to be done. Now this belongs to prudence, whose chief act is a command about what has been already counselled and judged in matters of action. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. 6:9) that "one should be quick in carrying out the counsel taken, but slow in taking counsel." Hence it is that solicitude belongs properly to prudence, and for this reason Augustine says (De Morals of the Catholic Church, 24) that "prudence keeps most careful watch and ward, lest by degrees we be deceived unawares by evil counsel." Reply Obj. 1: Movement belongs to the appetitive power as to the principle of movement, in accordance, however, with the direction and command of reason, wherein solicitude consists. Reply Obj. 2: According to the Philosopher in Ethic. 1:3, equal certainty should not be sought in all things, but in each matter according to its proper mode. And since the matter of prudence is the contingent singulars about which are human actions, the certainty of prudence cannot be so great as to be devoid of all solicitude. Reply Obj. 3: The magnanimous man is said to be slow and leisurely, not because he is solicitous about nothing, but because he is not over-solicitous about many things, and is trustful in matters where he ought to have trust, and is not over-solicitous about them. For overmuch fear and distrust are the cause of over-solicitude, since fear makes us take counsel, as stated above (Pars Prima Secundae, Question 44, Article 2), when we were treating of the passion of fear. 10th Article. Whether prudence extends to the governing of many? Objection 1: It would seem that prudence does not extend to the governing of many, but only to the government of oneself. For the Philosopher says (Ethic. 5:1) that virtue directed to the common good is justice. But prudence differs from justice. Therefore prudence is not directed to the common good. Obj. 2: Further, he seems to be prudent who seeks and does good for himself. Now those who seek the common good often neglect their own. Therefore they are not prudent. Obj. 3: Further, prudence is specifically distinct from temperance and fortitude. But temperance and fortitude seem to be related only to a man's own good. Therefore the same applies to prudence. On the contrary, Our Lord said (Matt. 24:45), "Who, thinkest thou, is a faithful and prudent servant whom his Lord hath appointed over his family?" Note, the Douay Bible translates prudent as wise. I answer that, according to the Philosopher in Ethic. 6:8, some have held that prudence does not extend to the common good, but only to the good of the individual, and this because they thought that man is not bound to seek other than his own good. But this opinion is opposed to charity, which seeketh not her own, 1 Corinthians 13:5. Wherefore the Apostle says of himself in 1 Corinthians 10:33, "Not seeking that which is profitable to myself, but to many, that they may be saved." Moreover, it is contrary to right reason, which judges the common good to be better than the good of the individual. Accordingly, since it belongs to prudence rightly to counsel, judge, and command concerning the means of obtaining a due end, it is evident that prudence regards not only the private good of the individual, but also the common good of the multitude. Reply to Obj. 1. The Philosopher is speaking there of moral virtue. Now just as every moral virtue that is directed to the common good is called legal justice, so the prudence that is directed to the common good is called political prudence, for the latter stands in the same relation to legal justice as prudence simply so called to moral virtue. Reply to Obj. 2. He that seeks the good of the many, seeks in consequence his own good, for two reasons. First, because the individual good is impossible without the common good of the family, state, or kingdom. Hence Valerius Maximus says, in his 9 books of memorable deeds and sayings, 4:6, of the ancient Romans that "they would rather be poor in a rich empire than rich in a poor empire." Secondly, because, since man is a part of the home and state, he must needs consider what is good for him by being prudent about the good of the many. For the good disposition of parts depends on their relation to the whole. Thus Augustine says, in his Confessions 3:8, that "any part which does not harmonize with its whole is offensive." Reply to Obj. 3. Even temperance and fortitude can be directed to the common good. Hence there are precepts of law concerning them as stated in Ethics 5:1. More so, however, prudence and justice, since these belong to the rational faculty which directly regards the universal, just as the sensitive part regards singulars. End of question 47, part 2. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 47, part 3, of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of prudence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the virtue of prudence, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 47, of prudence considered in itself, in 16 articles, part 3, articles 11 through 16. 11th article. Whether prudence about one's own good is specifically the same as that which extends to the common good. Objection 1. It seems that prudence about one's own good is the same specifically as that which extends to the common good. For the Philosopher says in Ethics 6:8 that "political prudence and prudence are the same habit, yet their essence is not the same." Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher says in Politics 3:2 that "virtue is the same in a good man and in a good ruler." Now political prudence is chiefly in the ruler, in whom it is architectonic, as it were. Since then prudence is a virtue of a good man, it seems that prudence and political prudence are the same habit. Objection 3. Further, a habit is not diversified in species or essence by things which are subordinate to one another. But the particular good, which belongs to prudence simply so called, is subordinate to the common good, which belongs to political prudence. Therefore, prudence and political prudence differ neither specifically nor essentially. On the contrary, political prudence, which is directed to the common good of the state, domestic economy, which is of such things as relate to the common good of the household or family, and monastic economy, which is concerned with things affecting the good of one person, are all distinct sciences. Therefore, in like manner, there are three kinds of prudence, corresponding to the above differences of matter. I answer that, as stated above in Article 5, as well in Question 54, Article 2, First Reply, the species of habits differ according to the difference of object considered in its formal aspect. Now the formal aspect of all things directed to the end is taken from the end itself, as shown above, Pars Prima Secundae Prologue, as well as Question 102, Article 1. Wherefore the species of habits differ by their relation to different ends. Again, the individual good, the good of the family, and the good of the city and kingdom are different ends. Wherefore there must needs be different species of prudence corresponding to these different ends, so that one is prudence, simply so called, which is directed to one's own good, another domestic prudence, which is directed to the common good of the home, and a third, political prudence, which is directed to the common good of the state or kingdom. Reply to Objection 1. The Philosopher means not that political prudence is substantially the same habit as any kind of prudence, but that it is the same as the prudence which is directed to the common good. This is called prudence in respect of the common notion of prudence, that is, as being right reason applied to action, while it is called political as being directed to the common good. Reply to Objection 2. As the Philosopher declares in Politics 3:2, it belongs to a good man to be able to rule well and to obey well. Wherefore the virtue of a good man includes also that of a good ruler. Yet the virtue of the ruler and of the subject differs specifically, even as the virtue of a man and of a woman, as stated by the same authority. Politics 3:2. Reply to Objection 3. Even different ends, one of which is subordinate to the other, diversify the species of a habit. Thus, for instance, habits directed to riding, soldiering, and civic life differ specifically, although their ends are subordinate to one another. In like manner, though the good of the individual is subordinate to the good of the many, that does not prevent this difference from making the habits differ specifically. But it follows that the habit which is directed to the last end is above the other habits and commands them. 12th Article. Whether prudence is in subjects or only in their rulers. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence is not in subjects, but only in their rulers. For the Philosopher says in Politics 3:2 that prudence alone is the virtue proper to a ruler, while other virtues are common to subjects and rulers, and the prudence of the subject is not a virtue but a true opinion. Objection 2. Further, it is stated in Politics 1:5 that a slave is not competent to take counsel.
but prudence makes a man take good counsel. Ethic. 6:5. Therefore prudence is not befitting slaves or subjects. Obj. 3: Further, prudence exercises command, as stated above (A. 8). But command is not in the competency of slaves or subjects, but only of rulers. Therefore prudence is not in subjects, but only in rulers. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. 6:8) that there are two kinds of political prudence, one of which is legislative and belongs to rulers, while the other retains the common name political, and is about individual actions. Now it belongs also to subjects to perform these individual actions. Therefore prudence is not only in rulers, but also in subjects. I answer that prudence is in the reason. Now ruling and governing belong properly to the reason, and therefore it is proper to a man to reason and be prudent, in so far as he has a share in ruling and governing. But it is evident that the subject as subject, and the slave as slave, are not competent to rule and govern, but rather to be ruled and governed. Therefore prudence is not in the virtue of a slave as slave, nor of a subject as subject. Since, however, every man, forasmuch as he is rational, has a share in ruling according to the judgment of reason, he is proportionately competent to have prudence. Wherefore it is manifest that prudence is in the ruler, after the manner of a mastercraft, Ethic. 6:8, but in the subjects, after the manner of a handicraft. Reply to Obj. 1: The saying of the Philosopher is to be understood strictly, namely, that prudence is not the virtue of a subject as such. Reply to Obj. 2: A slave is not capable of taking counsel in so far as he is a slave, for thus he is the instrument of his master, but he does take counsel in so far as he is a rational animal. Reply to Obj. 3: By prudence a man commands not only others, but also himself, in so far as the reason is said to command the lower powers. 13th Article. Whether prudence can be in sinners? Objection 1: It would seem that there can be prudence in sinners. For our Lord said in Luke 16:8, "The children of this world are more prudent in their generation than the children of light." Note, the Douay translation translates prudent as wiser. Now the children of this world are sinners. Therefore there be prudence in sinners. Objection 2: Further, faith is a more excellent virtue than prudence. But there can be faith in sinners. Therefore there can be prudence also. Objection 3: Further, according to Ethic. 6:7, we say that to be of good counsel is the work of prudent men especially. Now many sinners can take good counsel. Therefore sinners can have prudence. On the contrary, the Philosopher declares (Ethic. 6:12) that it is impossible for a man to be prudent unless he be good. Now no sinner is a good man. Therefore no sinner is prudent. I answer that prudence is threefold. There is a false prudence, which takes its name from its likeness to true prudence. For since a prudent man is one who disposes well of the things that have to be done for a good end, whoever disposes well of such things as are fitting for an evil end has false prudence, in so far as that which he takes for an end is good, not in truth, but in appearance. Thus man is called a good robber, and in this way we may speak of a prudent robber by way of similarity, because he devises fitting ways of committing robbery. This is the prudence of which the Apostle says in Romans 8:6, "The prudence of the flesh is death." Note, the Dewey translation translates prudence as wisdom. Because, to wit, it places its ultimate end in the pleasures of the flesh. The second prudence is indeed true prudence, because it devises fitting ways of obtaining a good end, and yet it is imperfect from a twofold source. First, because the good which it takes for an end is not the common end of all human life, but of some particular affair. Thus, when a man devises fitting ways of conducting business or of sailing a ship, he is called a prudent businessman or a prudent sailor. Secondly, because he fails in the chief act of prudence, as when a man takes counsel aright and forms a good judgment, even about things concerning life as a whole, but fails to make an effective command. The third prudence is both true and perfect, for it takes counsel, judges, and commands aright in respect of the good end of man's whole life, and this alone is prudence simply so called, and cannot be in sinners, whereas the first prudence is in sinners alone, while imperfect prudence is common to good and wicked men, especially that which is imperfect through being directed to a particular end, since that which is imperfect on account of a failing in the chief act is only in the wicked. Reply to Obj. 1. This saying of our Lord is to be understood of the first prudence, wherefore it is not said that they are prudent absolutely, but that they are prudent in their generation. Reply to Obj. 2. The nature of faith consists not in conformity with the appetite for certain right actions, but in knowledge alone. On the other hand, prudence implies a relation to a right appetite. First, because its principles are the ends in matters of action, and of such ends one forms a right estimate through the habits of moral virtue, which rectify the appetite. Wherefore, without the moral virtues there is no prudence, as shown above, Pars Prima Secundae, question 58, Article 5. Secondly, because prudence commands right actions, which does not happen unless the appetite be right. Wherefore, through faith on account of its object is more excellent than prudence, yet prudence, by its very nature, is more opposed to sin, which arises from a disorder of the appetite. Reply to Obj. 3. Sinners can take good counsel for an evil end, or for some particular good, but they do not perfectly take good counsel for the end of their whole life, since they do not carry that counsel into effect. Hence they lack prudence, which is directed to the good only, and yet in them, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. 6:12), there is cleverness, de inotike, that is, natural diligence, which may be directed to both good and evil, or cunning, panurgia, which is directed only to evil, and which we have stated above to be false prudence or prudence of the flesh. 14th Article. Whether prudence is in all who have grace? Objection 1. It would seem that prudence is not in all who have grace. Prudence requires diligence, that one may foresee aright what has to be done. But many who have grace have not this diligence. Therefore, not all who have grace have prudence. Objection 2. Further, a prudent man is one who takes good counsel, as stated above in Article 8, Objection 2, and in Article 13, Objection 3. Yet many have grace who do not take good counsel, and need to be guided by the counsel of others. Therefore, not all who have grace have prudence. Objection 3. Further, the Philosopher states in the Topics 3:2 that young people are not obviously prudent. Yet many young people have grace. Therefore, prudence is not to be found in all who have grace. On the contrary, no man has grace unless he be virtuous. Now no man can be virtuous without prudence. For Gregory says, on the Morals of Job 2:46, that the other virtues cannot be virtues at all, unless they effect prudently what they desire to accomplish. Therefore, all who have grace have prudence. I answer that the virtues must needs be connected together, so that whoever has one has all, as stated above, Pars Prima Secundae, question 65, Article 1. Now, whoever has grace has charity, so that he must needs have all the other virtues, and hence, since prudence is a virtue, as shown above in Article 4, he must of necessity have prudence also. Reply to Objection 1. Diligence is twofold. One is merely sufficient with regard to things necessary for salvation, and such diligence is given to all who have grace, whom His unction teacheth of all things. 1 John 2:27. There is also another diligence which is more than sufficient, whereby a man is able to make provision both for himself and for others, not only in matters necessary for salvation, but also in all things relating to human life. And such diligence as this is not in all who have grace. Reply to Objection 2. Those who require to be guided by the counsel of others are able, if they have grace, to take counsel for themselves in this point at least, that they require the counsel of others, and can discern good from evil counsel. Reply to Objection 3. Acquired prudence is caused by the exercise of acts, wherefore its acquisition demands experience and time. Ethics 2:1. Hence it cannot be in the young, neither in habit nor in act. On the other hand, gratuitous prudence is caused by divine infusion. Wherefore, in children who have been baptized, but have not come to the use of reason, there is prudence as to habit, but not as to act, even as in idiots. Whereas in those who have come to the use of reason, it is also as to act, with regard to things necessary for salvation. This, by practice, merits increase, until it becomes perfect, even as the other virtues. Hence the Apostle says in Hebrews 5:14 that strong meat is for the perfect, for them who by custom have their senses exercised to the discerning of good and evil. 15th Article. Whether prudence is in us by nature. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence is in us by nature. The Philosopher says that things connected with prudence seem to be natural, namely, synesis, gnome. Note: synesis and gnome confer Pars Prima Secundae, question 57, Article 6, and the like, but not those which are connected with speculative wisdom. Now things belonging to the same genus have the same kind of origin. Therefore, prudence also is in us from nature. Objection 2. Further, the changes of age are according to nature. Now prudence results from age, according to Job 12:12, In the ancient is wisdom, and in length of days prudence. Therefore prudence is natural. Obj. 3: Further, prudence is more consistent with human nature than with that of dumb animals. Now there are instances of a certain natural prudence in dumb animals, according to the Philosopher (On his Histories of Animals, 8:1). Therefore prudence is natural. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 1 that intellectual virtue is both originated and fostered by teaching. It therefore demands experience and time. Now prudence is an intellectual virtue, as stated above (A. 4). Therefore prudence is in us, not by nature, but by teaching and experience. I answer that, as shown above (A. 3), prudence includes knowledge both of universals and of the singular matters of action to which prudence applies the universal principles. Accordingly, as regards the knowledge of universals, the same is to be said of prudence as of speculative science, because the primary universal principles of either are known naturally, as shown above (A. 6). Except that the common principles of prudence are more connatural to man. For as the Philosopher remarks in Ethic. x, 7, the life which is according to the speculative reason is better than that which is according to man. Whereas the secondary universal principles, whether of the speculative or of the practical reason, are not inherited from nature, but are acquired by discovery through experience or through teaching. On the other hand, as regards the knowledge of particulars, which are the matter of action, we must make a further distinction, because this matter of action is either an end or the means to an end. Now the right ends of human life are fixed, wherefore there can be a natural inclination in respect of these ends. Thus it has been stated above (I Prima Secundae, question 51, Article 1, and question 63, Article 1), that some, from a natural inclination, have certain virtues whereby they are inclined to right ends, and consequently they also have naturally a right judgment about such like ends. But the means to the end, in human concerns, far from being fixed, are of manifold variety according to the variety of persons and affairs. Wherefore, since the inclination of nature is ever to something fixed, the knowledge of those means cannot be in man naturally, although, by reason of his natural disposition, one man has a greater aptitude than another in discerning them, just as it happens with regard to the conclusions of speculative sciences. Since then prudence is not about the ends, but about the means, as stated above (A. 6, and also Pars Prima Secundae, question 57, Article 5), it follows that prudence is not from nature. Reply to Obj. 1: The Philosopher is speaking there of things relating to prudence, in so far as they are directed to ends. Wherefore he had said before (Ethic. vi, 5, 11) that they are the principles of the eugenica, note literally, for the sake of which are the means, namely the end. And so he does not mention oibulia among them, because it takes counsel about the means. Reply to Obj. 2: Prudence is rather in the old, not only because their natural disposition calms the movement of the sensitive passions, but also because of their long experience. Reply to Obj. 3: Even in dumb animals there are fixed ways of obtaining an end. Wherefore we observe that all the animals of a same species act in like manner. But this is impossible in man, on account of his reason, which takes cognizance of universals, and consequently extends to an infinity of singulars. 16th Article. Whether prudence can be lost through forgetfulness? Objection 1. It would seem that prudence can be lost through forgetfulness. For since science is about necessary things, it is more certain than prudence, which is about contingent matters of action. But science is lost by forgetfulness. Much more, therefore, is prudence. Objection 2. Further, as the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 3, "The same things, but by a contrary process, engender and corrupt virtue." Now, the engendering of prudence requires experience, which is made up of many memories, as he states at the beginning of his Metaphysics, 1:1. Therefore, since forgetfulness is contrary to memory, it seems that prudence can be lost through forgetfulness. Objection 3. Further, there is no prudence without knowledge of universals. But knowledge of universals can be lost through forgetfulness. Therefore, prudence can also. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. 6:5 that "forgetfulness is possible to art, but not to prudence." I answer that, forgetfulness regards knowledge only. Wherefore one can forget art and science, so as to lose them altogether, because they belong to the reason. But prudence consists not in knowledge alone, but also in an act of the appetite, because, as stated above in Article 8, its principal act is one of command, whereby a man applies the knowledge he has to the purpose of appetition and operation. Hence prudence is not taken away directly by forgetfulness, but rather is corrupted by the passions. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. 6:5 that "pleasure and sorrow pervert the estimate of prudence." Wherefore it is written in Daniel 13:56, "Beauty hath deceived thee, and lust hath subverted thy heart." And in Exodus 23:8, "Neither shalt thou take bribes which blind even the prudent." Note, the Douay translation has "prudent" stated as "wise." Nevertheless, forgetfulness may hinder prudence, insofar as the latter's command depends on knowledge which may be forgotten. Reply to Obj. 1. Science is in the reason only. Hence the comparison fails, as stated above. Cf. Pars Prima Secundae, question 53, Article 1. Reply to Obj. 2. The experience required by prudence results not from memory alone, but also from the practice of commanding aright. Reply to Obj. 3. Prudence consists chiefly, not in the knowledge of universals, but in applying them to action, as stated above in Article 3. Wherefore forgetting the knowledge of universals does not destroy the principal part of prudence, but hinders it somewhat, as stated above. End of question 47, Part 3. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 48 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of prudence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of prudence.
by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 48. Of the parts of prudence, in one article. We must now consider the parts of prudence, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. 1. Which are the parts of prudence? 2. Of its integral parts. 3. Of its subjective parts. 4. Of its potential parts. Article. Whether 3 parts of prudence are fittingly assigned. Objection 1. It would seem that the parts of prudence are assigned unfittingly. Tully, in his Rhetorics 253, assigns 3 parts of prudence, namely, memory, understanding, and foresight. Macrobius, following the opinion of Plotinus, ascribes to prudence 6 parts, namely, reasoning, understanding, circumspection, foresight, docility, and caution. Aristotle says, in Ethics 6, 9, 10, and 11, that good counsel, synesis, and gnome belong to prudence. Again, under the head of prudence he mentions conjecture, shrewdness, sense, and understanding. And another Greek philosopher, note Andronicus, confer question 80, objection 4, says that 10 things are connected with prudence, namely, good counsel, shrewdness, foresight, regnative, note regnativa, military, political, and domestic prudence, dialectics, rhetoric, and physics. Therefore, it seems that one or the other enumeration is either excessive or deficient. Objection 2. Further, prudence is specifically distinct from science. But politics, economics, logic, rhetoric, physics are sciences. Therefore, they are not parts of prudence. Objection 3. Further, the parts do not exceed the whole. Now, the intellective memory or intelligence, reason, sense, and docility belong not only to prudence, but also to all the cognitive habits. Therefore, they should not be set down as parts of prudence. Objection 4. Further, just as counseling, judging, and commanding are acts of the practical reason, so also is using, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 16, Article 1. Therefore, just as oibulia, which refers to counsel, is connected with prudence, and synesis and gnome, which refer to judgment, so also ought something to have been assigned corresponding to use. Objection 5. Further, solicitude pertains to prudence, as stated above in question 47, Article 9. Therefore, solicitude also should have been mentioned among the parts of prudence. I answer that parts are of 3 kinds, namely, integral, as wall, roof, and foundations are parts of a house; subjective, as ox and lion are parts of animal; and potential, as the nutritive and sensitive powers are parts of the soul. Accordingly, parts can be assigned to a virtue in 3 ways. First, in likeness to integral parts, so that the things which need to concur for the perfect act of a virtue are called the parts of that virtue. In this way, out of all the things mentioned above, 8 may be taken as parts of prudence, namely, the 6 assigned by Macrobius, with the addition of a 7th, notably memory, mentioned by Tully, and eustochia or shrewdness, mentioned by Aristotle. For the
sense of prudence is also called understanding. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethic. 6:11, "Of such things one needs to have the sense, and this is understanding." Of these 8, 5 belong to prudence as a cognitive virtue, namely, memory, reasoning, understanding, docility, and shrewdness; while the 3 others belong thereto as commanding and applying knowledge to action, namely, foresight, circumspection, and caution. The reason of their difference is seen from the fact that 3 things may be observed in reference to knowledge. In the first place, knowledge itself, which, if it be of the past, is called memory; if of the present, whether contingent or necessary, is called understanding or intelligence. Secondly, the acquiring of knowledge which is caused either by teaching, to which pertains docility, or by discovery, and this belongs to eustochia, that is, a happy conjecture, of which shrewdness is a part, which is quick conjecture of the middle term, as stated in Posterior Analytics 1:9. Thirdly, the use of knowledge, inasmuch as we proceed from things known to knowledge or judgment of other things, and this belongs to reasoning. And the reason, in order to command aright, requires to have 3 conditions. First, to order that which is befitting the end, and this belongs to foresight. Secondly, to attend to the circumstances of the matter in hand, and this belongs to circumspection. Thirdly, to avoid obstacles, and this belongs to caution. The subjective parts of a virtue are its various species. In this way, the parts of prudence, if we take them properly, are the prudence whereby a man rules himself, and the prudence whereby a man governs a multitude, which differ specifically as stated above, Q. 47, Article 11. Again, the prudence whereby a multitude is governed is divided into various species according to the various kinds of multitude. There is the multitude which is united together for some particular purpose. Thus an army is gathered together to fight, and the prudence that governs this is called military. There is also the multitude that is united together for the whole of life. Such is the multitude of a home or family, and this is ruled by domestic prudence. And such again is the multitude of a city or kingdom, the ruling principle of which is regnative prudence in the ruler, and political prudence, simply so called, in the subjects. If, however, prudence be taken in a wide sense, as including also speculative knowledge as stated above, in Q. 47, Article 2, Second Reply, then its parts include dialectics, rhetoric, and physics, according to 3 methods of prudence in the sciences. The first of these is the attaining of science by demonstration, which belongs to physics, if physics be understood to comprise all demonstrative sciences. The second method is to arrive at an opinion through probable premises, and this belongs to dialectics. The third method is to employ conjectures in order to induce a certain suspicion, or to persuade somewhat, and this belongs to rhetoric. It may be said, however, that these 3 belong also to prudence properly so called, since it argues sometimes from necessary premises, sometimes from probabilities, and sometimes from conjectures. The potential parts of a virtue
are the virtues connected with it, which are directed to certain secondary acts or matters, not having, as it were, the whole power of the principal virtue. In this way the parts of prudence are good counsel, which concerns counsel; synesis, which concerns judgment in matters of ordinary occurrence; and gnome, which concerns judgment in matters of exception to the law; while prudence is about the chief act, notably that of commanding. Reply to Obj. 1: The various enumerations differ, either because different kinds of parts are assigned, or because that which is mentioned in one enumeration includes several mentioned in another enumeration. Thus Tully includes caution and circumspection under foresight, and reasoning, docility, and shrewdness under understanding. Reply to Obj. 2: Here domestic and civic prudence are not to be taken as sciences, but as kinds of prudence. As to the other three, the reply may be gathered from what has been said. Reply to Obj. 3: All these things are reckoned parts of prudence, not by taking them all together, but in so far as they are connected with things pertaining to prudence. Reply to Obj. 4: Right command and right use always go together, because the reason's command is followed by obedience on the part of the lower powers, which pertain to use. Reply to Obj. 5: Solicitude is included under foresight. End of question 48. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 49 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the cardinal virtues. The virtue of prudence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the cardinal virtues. The virtue of prudence. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 49. Of each quasi-integral part of prudence, in 8 articles. We must now consider each quasi-integral part of prudence, and under this head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, memory. Second, understanding or intelligence. Third, docility. Fourth, shrewdness. Fifth, reason. Sixth, foresight. Seventh, circumspection. Eighth, caution. First article: whether memory is a part of prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that memory is not a part of prudence. For memory, as the Philosopher proves in On Memory and Reminiscence, Part 1, is in the sensitive part of the soul, whereas prudence is in the rational part. Cf. Ethics 6:5. Therefore, memory is not a part of prudence. Objection 2. Further, prudence is acquired and perfected by experience, whereas memory is in us from nature. Therefore memory is not a part of prudence. Objection 3. Further, memory regards the past, whereas prudence regards future matters of action, about which counsel is concerned, as stated in Ethics 6:2, 7. Therefore memory is not a part of prudence. On the contrary, Tully, as he states in his Rhetorics 2:53, places memory among the parts of prudence? I answer that prudence regards contingent matters of action, as stated above, question 47, Article 5. Now in such like matters, a man can be directed, not by those things that are simply and necessarily true, but by those which occur in the majority of cases. Because principles must be proportionate to their conclusions, and like must be concluded from like. Ethics 6. Also Posterior Analytics 132. But we need experience to discover what is true in the majority of cases. Wherefore the philosopher says in Ethics 2:1 that intellectual virtue is engendered and fostered by experience and time. Now experience is the result of many memories, as stated in Metaphysics 1:1, and therefore prudence requires the memory of many things. Hence memory is fittingly accounted as a part of prudence. Reply to Obj. 1. As stated above, in question 47, Articles 3 and 6, prudence applies universal knowledge to particulars, which are objects of sense. Hence many things belonging to the sensitive faculties are requisite for prudence, and memory is one of them. Reply to Obj. 2. Just as aptitude for prudence is in our nature, while its perfection comes through practice or grace, so too, as Tully says in his Rhetoric, number 3, 16, and 24, memory not only arises from nature, but is also aided by art and diligence. There are 4 things whereby a man perfects his memory. First, when a man wishes to remember a thing, he should take some suitable, yet somewhat unwanted illustration of it, since the unwanted strikes us more, and so makes a greater and stronger impression on the mind. The mind, and this explains why we remember better what we saw when we were children. Now the reason for the necessity of finding these illustrations or images is that simple and spiritual impressions easily slip from the mind, unless they be tied, as it were, to some corporeal image, because human knowledge has a greater hold on sensible objects. For this reason, memory is assigned to the sensitive part of the soul. Secondly, whatever a man wishes to retain in his memory, he must carefully consider and set in order, so that he may pass easily from one memory to another. Hence the philosopher says, in On Memory and Reminiscence 2, sometimes a place brings memories back to us, the reason being that we pass quickly from the one to the other. Thirdly, we must be anxious and earnest about the things we wish to remember, because the more a thing is impressed on the mind, the less it is liable to slip out of it. Wherefore Tully says in his Rhetoric, on the Art of Rhetoric, number 3, that anxiety preserves the figures of images entire. Fourthly, we should often reflect on the things we wish to remember. Hence the philosopher says, on Memory number 1, that reflection preserves memories, because, as he remarks, on Memory number 2, custom is a second nature. Wherefore, when we reflect on a thing frequently, we quickly call it to mind, through passing from one thing to another by a kind of natural order. Reply to Obj. 3. It behooves us to argue, as it were, about the future from the past, wherefore memory of the past is necessary in order to take good counsel for the future. Second article: whether understanding is a part of prudence. Note: understanding may also be translated as intuition, because Aristotle employs the word nous. Objection 1. It would seem that understanding is not a part of prudence. When two things are members of a division, one is not part of the other. But intellectual virtue is divided into understanding and prudence, according to Ethics 6:3. Therefore understanding should not be reckoned a part of prudence. Objection 2. Further, understanding is numbered among the gifts of the Holy Ghost, and corresponds to faith, as stated above, in Question 8, Articles 1 and 8. But prudence is a virtue other than faith, as is clear what has been said above, in Question 4, Article 8, and in Pars Prima Secundae, Question 62, Article 2. Therefore, understanding does not pertain to prudence. Objection 3. Further, prudence is about singular matters of action. See Ethics 6:7. Whereas understanding takes cognizance of universal and immaterial objects. On the Anima 3:4. Therefore, understanding is not a part of prudence. On the contrary, Tully, in his Rhetorics 2:53, accounts intelligence a part of prudence, and Macrobius, on his commentary from Cicero on the dream of Scipio 1:8, mentions understanding, which comes to the same. I answer that, understanding denotes here not the intellectual power, but the right estimate about some final principle which is taken as self-evident. Thus we are said to understand the first principles of demonstrations. Now every deduction of reason proceeds from certain statements which are taken as primary. Wherefore, every process of reasoning must needs proceed from some understanding. Therefore, since prudence is right reason applied to action, the whole process of prudence must needs have its source in understanding. Hence it is that understanding is reckoned a part of prudence. Reply to Objection 1. The reasoning of prudence terminates, as in a conclusion, in the particular matter of action, to which, as stated above in Question 47, Articles 3 and 6, it applies the knowledge of some universal principle. Now a singular conclusion is argued from a universal and singular proposition. Wherefore the reasoning of prudence must proceed from a twofold understanding. The one is cognizant of universals, and this belongs to the understanding which is an intellectual virtue, whereby we know naturally not only speculative principles, but also practical universal principles, such as one should do evil to no man, as shown above in Question 47, Article 6. The other understanding, as stated in Ethics 6:11, is cognizant of an extreme, that is, of some primary singular and contingent practical matter, notably the minor premise, which must needs be singular in the syllogism of prudence, as stated above in Question 47, Articles 3 and 6. Now this primary singular is some singular end, as stated in the same place. Wherefore the understanding which is a part of prudence is a right estimate of some particular end. Reply to Objection 2. The understanding which is a gift of the Holy Ghost is a quick insight into divine things, as shown above. Question 8, Articles 1 and 2. It is, in another sense, that it is accounted a part of prudence, as stated above. Reply to Objection 3. The right estimate about a particular end is called both understanding, insofar as its object is a principle, and sense, insofar as its object is a particular. This is what the Philosopher means when he says in Ethics 5:11, "Of such things we need to have the sense, and this is understanding." But this is to be understood as referring not in the particular sense whereby we know proper sensibles, but to the interior sense, whereby we judge of a particular. Third article: whether docility should be accounted a part of prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that docility should not be accounted a part of prudence. For that which is a necessary condition of every intellectual virtue should not be appropriated to one of them. But docility is requisite for every intellectual virtue. Therefore, it should not be accounted a part of prudence. Objection 2. Further, that which pertains to a human virtue is in our power, since it is for things that are in our power that we are praised or blamed. Now, it is not in our power to be docile, for this is befitting to some through their natural disposition. Therefore, it is not a part of prudence. Objection 3. Further, docility is in the disciple, whereas prudence, since it makes precepts, seems rather to belong to teachers, who are also called preceptors. Therefore, docility is not a part of prudence. On the contrary, Macrobius, in his commentary from Cicero on the Dream of Scipio 1:8, following the opinion of Plotinus, places docility among the parts of prudence. I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, the first reply, and in Question 47, Article 3, prudence is concerned with particular matters of action, and since such matters are of infinite variety, no one man can consider all of them sufficiently. Nor can this be done quickly, for it requires length of time. Hence, in matters of prudence, man stands in very great need of being taught by others, especially by old folk who have acquired a sane understanding of the ends in practical matters. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethics 6:11, "It is right to pay no less attention to the undemonstrated assertions and opinions of such persons as are experienced, older than we are, and prudent, than to their demonstrations, for their experience gives them an insight into principles." Thus it is written in Proverbs 3:5, "Lean not on thy own prudence," and in Ecclesiasticus 6:35, "Stand in the multitude of the ancients," that is, the old men, "that are wise, and join thyself from thy heart to their wisdom." Now, it is a mark of docility to be ready to be taught, and consequently, docility is fittingly reckoned a part of prudence. Reply to Obj. 1. Although docility is useful for every intellectual virtue, yet it belongs to prudence chiefly, for the reason given above. Reply to Obj. 2. Man has a natural aptitude for docility, even as for other things connected with prudence. Yet his own efforts count for much towards the attainment of perfect docility. And he must carefully, frequently, and reverently apply his mind to the teachings of the learned, neither neglecting them through laziness, nor despising them through pride. Reply to Obj. 3. By prudence, man makes precepts not only for others, but also for himself, as stated above, Question 47, Article 12, third reply. Hence, as stated in Ethics 6:11, even in subjects there is place for prudence, to which docility pertains. And yet even the learned should be docile in some respects, since no man is altogether self-sufficient in matters of prudence, as stated above. Fourth article: whether shrewdness is part of prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that shrewdness is not a part of prudence. For shrewdness consists in easily finding the middle term for demonstrations, as stated in Posterior Analytics 134. Now the reasoning of prudence is not a demonstration, since it deals with contingencies. Therefore, shrewdness does not pertain to prudence. Objection 2. Further, good counsel pertains to prudence according to Ethics 6, 5, 7, and 9. Now there is no place in good counsel for shrewdness. See Ethics 6:9 and Posterior Analytics 134, which is a kind of eustochia, that is, a happy conjecture. For the latter is unreasoning and rapid, whereas counsel needs to be slow, as stated in Ethics 6:9. Therefore shrewdness should not be accounted a part of prudence. Objection 3. Further, shrewdness, as stated above in question 48, is a happy conjecture. Now it belongs to rhetoricians to make use of conjectures. Therefore shrewdness belongs to rhetoric rather than to prudence. On the contrary, Isidore says in his Etymologies 10, "A solicitous man is one who is shrewd and alert, solers citus." But solicitude belongs to prudence, as stated above, question 47, Article 9. Therefore, shrewdness does also. I answer that prudence consists in a right estimate about matters of action. Now a right estimate, or opinion, is acquired in two ways, both in practical and in speculative matters. First, by discovering it oneself; secondly, by learning it from others. Now just as docility consists in a man being well disposed to acquire a right opinion from another man, so shrewdness is an apt disposition to acquire a right estimate by oneself, yet so that shrewdness be taken for eustochia, of which it is a part. For eustochia is a happy conjecture about any matter, while shrewdness is an easy and rapid conjecture in finding the middle term. Posterior Analytics 134. Nevertheless, the philosopher who calls shrewdness a part of prudence, note, this refers to Andronicus, confer question 48, objection 1, takes it for eustochia in general. Hence he says, "Shrewdness is a habit whereby congruities are discovered rapidly." Reply to objection 1. Shrewdness is concerned with the discovery of the middle term, not only in demonstrative, but also in practical syllogisms. As, for instance, when two men are seen to be friends, they are reckoned to be enemies of a third one, as the philosopher says in Posterior Analytics 134. In this way, shrewdness belongs to prudence. Reply to objection 2. The philosopher adduces the true reason, Ethics 6:9, to prove that eubulia, that is, good counsel, is not eustochia, which is commended for grasping quickly what should be done. Now a man may take good counsel, though he be long and slow in so doing, and yet this does not discount the utility of happy conjecture in taking good counsel. Indeed, it is sometimes a necessity, when, for instance, something has to be done without warning. It is for this reason that shrewdness is fittingly reckoned a part of prudence.
Reply to Obj. 3. Rhetoric also reasons about practical matters, wherefore nothing hinders the same thing belonging both to rhetoric and prudence. Nevertheless, conjecture is taken here not only in the sense in which it is employed by rhetoricians, but also as applicable to all matters whatsoever wherein a man is said to conjecture the truth. Fifth article. Whether reason should be reckoned a part of prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that reason should not be reckoned a part of prudence. For the subject of an accident is not a part thereof. But prudence is in the reason as its subject. Ethic. 6:5. Therefore, reason should not be reckoned a part of prudence. Objection 2. Further, that which is common to many should not be reckoned a part of any one of them. Or if it be so reckoned, it should be reckoned a part of that one to which it chiefly belongs. Now reason is necessary in all the intellectual virtues, and chiefly in wisdom and science, which employ a demonstrative reason. Therefore reason should not be reckoned a part of prudence. Objection 3. Further, reason as a power does not differ essentially from the intelligence, as stated above. Pars Prima, question 79, Article 8. If therefore intelligence be reckoned a part of prudence, it is superfluous to add reason. On the contrary, Macrobius, in his commentary from Cicero on the Dream of Scipio 1, following the opinion of Plotinus, numbers reason among the parts of prudence. I answer that the work of prudence is to take good counsel, as stated in Ethics 6:7. Now counsel is a research proceeding from certain things to others. But this is the work of reason. Wherefore it is requisite for prudence that man should be an apt reasoner. And since the things required for the perfection of prudence are called requisite or quasi-integral parts of prudence, it follows that reason should be numbered among these parts. Reply to Objection 1. Reason denotes here not the power of reason, but its good use. Reply to Objection 2. The certitude of reason comes from the intellect. Yet the need of reason is from a defect in the intellect, since those things in which the intellective power is in full vigor have no need for reason, for they comprehend the truth by their simple insight, as do God and the angels. On the other hand, particular matters of action, wherein prudence guides, are very far from the condition of things intelligible, and so much the farther as they are less certain and fixed. Thus matters of art, though they are singular, are nevertheless more fixed and certain, wherefore in many of them there is no room for counsel on account of their certitude, as stated in Ethics 3:3. Hence, although in certain other intellectual virtues reason is more certain than in prudence, yet prudence above all requires that a man be an apt reasoner, so that he may rightly apply universals to particulars, which latter are various and uncertain. Reply to Objection 3. Although intelligence and reason are not different powers, yet they are named after different acts. For intelligence takes its name from being an intimate penetration of the truth. Confer Pars Secunda Secundae, question 8, Article 1. While reason is so called from being inquisitive and discursive. Hence each is accounted a part of reason as explained above, in Article 2, as well in question 47, Articles 2 and 3. Sixth article. Whether foresight should be accounted a part of prudence. Note: foresight is translated from the Latin word providentia, which may be translated either providence or foresight. Objection 1. It would seem that foresight should not be accounted a part of prudence. For nothing is part of itself. Now foresight seems to be the same as prudence, because according to Isidore, in his Etymologies No. 10, a prudent man is one who sees from afar, porro videns. And this is also the derivation of providentia, foresight, according to Boethius, in On the Consolation of Philosophy 5. Therefore, foresight is not a part of prudence. Objection 2. Further, prudence is only practical, whereas foresight may be also speculative, because seeing, whence we have the word to foresee, has more to do with speculation than operation. Therefore foresight is not a part of prudence. Objection 3. Further, the chief act of prudence is to command, while its secondary act is to judge and to take counsel. But none of these seems to be properly implied by foresight. Therefore foresight is not a part of prudence. On the contrary stands the authority of Tully and Macrobius, who number foresight among the parts of prudence, as stated above, in question 48. I answer that, as stated above, in question 47, Article 1, second reply, as well as in Articles 6 and 13, prudence is properly about the means to an end, and its proper work is to set them in due order to the end. And although certain things are necessary for an end, which are subject to divine providence, yet nothing is subject to human providence except the contingent matters of action, which can be done by man for an end. Now the past has become a kind of necessity, since what has been done cannot be undone. In like manner, the present, as such, has a kind of necessity, since it is necessary that Socrates sit so long as he sits. Consequently, future contingents, insofar as they can be directed by man to the end of human life, are the matter of prudence. And each of these things is implied in the word foresight, for it implies the notion of something distant, to which that which occurs in the present has to be directed. Therefore foresight is part of prudence. Reply to Objection 1. Whenever many things are requisite for a unity, one of them must needs be the principle to which all the others are subordinate. Hence, in every whole, one part must be formal and predominant, whence the whole has unity. Accordingly, foresight is the principle of all the parts of prudence, since whatever else is required for prudence is necessary precisely that some particular thing may be rightly directed to its end. Hence it is that the very name of prudence is taken from foresight, providentia, as from its principal part. Reply to Objection 2. Speculation is about universal and necessary things, which in themselves are not distant, since they are everywhere and always, though they are distant from us, in so far as we fail to know them. Hence foresight does not apply properly to speculative, but only to practical matters. Reply to Objection 3. Right order to an end, which is included in the notion of foresight, contains rectitude of counsel, judgment, and command, without which no right order to the end is possible. Seventh Article. Whether circumspection can be a part of prudence? Objection 1.
It would seem that circumspection cannot be a part of prudence. For circumspection seems to signify looking at one's surroundings. But these are of infinite number, and cannot be considered by the reason wherein is prudence. Therefore, circumspection should not be reckoned a part of prudence. Obj. 2: Further, circumstances seem to be the concern of moral virtues rather than of prudence. But circumspection seems to denote nothing but attention to circumstances. Therefore, circumspection apparently belongs to the moral virtues rather than to prudence. Obj. 3: Further, whoever can see things afar off can much more see things that are near. Now foresight enables a man to look on distant things. Therefore, there is no need to account circumspection a part of prudence in addition to foresight. On the contrary stands the authority of Macrobius quoted above in question 48. I answer that, as stated above in Article 6, it belongs to prudence chiefly to direct something aright to an end, and this is not done aright unless both the end be good, and the means good and suitable. Since, however, prudence, as stated above in question 47, Article 3, is about singular matters of action, which contain many combinations of circumstances, it happens that a thing is good in itself and suitable to the end, and nevertheless becomes evil or unsuitable to the end by reason of some combination of circumstances. Thus, to show signs of love to someone seems, considered in itself, to be a fitting way to arouse love in his heart. Yet if pride or suspicion of flattery arise in his heart, it will no longer be a means suitable to the end. Hence the need of circumspection in prudence, notably, of comparing the means with the circumstances. Reply to Obj. 1. Though the number of possible circumstances be infinite, the number of actual circumstances is not, and the judgment of reason in matters of action is influenced by things which are few in number. Reply to Obj. 2. Circumstances are the concern of prudence, because prudence has to fix them. On the other hand, they are the concern of moral virtues, insofar as moral virtues are perfected by fixing of circumstances. Reply to Obj. 3. Just as it belongs to foresight to look on that which is by its nature suitable to an end, so it belongs to circumspection to consider whether it be suitable to the end in view of the circumstances. Now each of these presents a difficulty of its own, and therefore each is reckoned a distinct part of prudence. Eighth Article. Whether caution should be reckoned a part of prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that caution should not be reckoned a part of prudence. For when no evil is possible, no caution is required. Now no man makes evil use of virtue, as Augustine declares (De Lib. Arb. 2:19). Therefore, caution does not belong to prudence which directs the virtues. Obj. 2. Further, to foresee good and to avoid evil belong to the same faculty, just as the same art gives health and cures ill health. Now it belongs to foresight to foresee good, and consequently also to avoid evil. Therefore caution should not be accounted a part of prudence, distinct from foresight. Obj. 3. Further, no prudent man strives for the impossible. But no man can take precautions against all possible evils. Therefore caution does not belong to prudence. On the contrary, the Apostle says in Ephesians 5:15, "See how you walk cautiously." Note, the Dewey version translates cautiously as circumspectly. I answer that, the things with which prudence is concerned are contingent matters of action, wherein, even as false is found with true, so is evil mingled with good, on account of the great variety of these matters of action, wherein good is often hindered by evil, and evil has the appearance of good. Wherefore prudence needs caution, so that we may have such a grasp of good as to avoid evil. Reply to Obj. 1. Caution is required in moral acts, that we may be on our guard, not against acts of virtue, but against the hindrance of acts of virtue. Reply to Obj. 2. It is the same in idea, to ensue good and to avoid the opposite evil. But the avoidance of outward hindrances is different in idea. Hence caution differs from foresight, although they both belong to the one virtue of prudence. Reply to Obj. 3. Of the evils which man has to avoid, some are of frequent occurrence. The like can be grasped by reason, and against them caution is directed, either that they may be avoided altogether, or that they may do less harm. Others there are that occur rarely and by chance, and these, since they are infinite in number, cannot be grasped by reason, nor is man able to take precautions against them, although by exercising prudence he is able to prepare against all the surprises of chance, so as to suffer less harm thereby. End of question 49. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 50 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Prudence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Prudence. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 50. Of the subjective parts of prudence, in 4 articles. We must, in due sequence, consider the subjective parts of prudence. And since we have already spoken of the prudence with which a man rules himself, in question 47 and following, it remains for us to discuss the species of prudence whereby a multitude is governed. Under this head, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether a species of prudence is regnative. Second, whether political and, third, domestic economy are species of prudence. Fourth, whether military prudence should be reckoned a part of prudence. First article. Whether a species of prudence is regnative. Objection 1. It would seem that regnative should not be reckoned a species of prudence. For regnative prudence is directed to the preservation of justice, since according to Ethics 5:6, the prince is the guardian of justice. Therefore, regnative prudence belongs to justice rather than to prudence. Objection 2. Further, according to the Philosopher, in Politics 3:5, a kingdom, regnum, is one of 6 species of government. But no species of prudence is ascribed to the 5 forms of government, which are aristocracy, polity, also called democracy, cf. Ethics 8:10, tyranny, oligarchy, and democracy. Therefore, neither should a regnative species be ascribed to a kingdom. Obj. 3: Further, law-giving belongs not only to kings, but also to certain others placed in authority, and even to the people, according to Isidore in Etymologies 5. Now the Philosopher, in Ethics 6:8, reckons a part of prudence to be legislative. Therefore, it is not becoming to substitute regnative prudence in its place. On the contrary, the Philosopher says, in Politics 3:11, that prudence is a virtue which is proper to the prince. Therefore, a special kind of prudence is regnative. I answer that, as stated above, in question 47, Articles 8 and 10, it belongs to prudence to govern and to command, so that wherever in human acts we find a special kind of governance and command, there must be a special kind of prudence. Now it is evident that there is a special and perfect kind of governance in one who has to govern not only himself, but also the perfect community of a city or kingdom. Because a government is the more perfect according as it is more universal, extends to more matters, and attains a higher end. Hence prudence, in its special and most perfect sense, belongs to a king who is charged with the government of a city or kingdom, for which reason a species of prudence is reckoned to be regnative. Reply to Obj. 1: All matters connected with moral virtue belong to prudence as their guide, wherefore right reason in accord with prudence is included in the definition of moral virtue, as stated above, question 47, Article 5, first reply. Also, Pars Prima Secundae, question 58, Article 2, fourth reply. For this reason also, the execution of justice, insofar as it is directed to the common good, which is part of the kingly office, needs the guidance of prudence. Hence these two virtues, prudence and justice, belong most properly to a king, according to Jeremiah 23:5. A king shall reign and shall be wise, and shall execute justice and judgment in the earth. Since, however, direction belongs rather to the king, and execution to his subjects, regnative prudence is reckoned a species of prudence which is directive, rather than to justice which is executive. Reply to Obj. 2: A kingdom is the best of all governments, as stated in Ethics 8:10. Wherefore the species of prudence should be denominated rather from a kingdom, yet so as to comprehend under regnative all other rightful forms of government, but not perverse forms which are opposed to virtue, and which, accordingly, do not pertain to prudence. Reply to Obj. 3: The Philosopher names regnative prudence after the principal act of a king, which is to make laws, and although this applies to the other forms of government, this is only insofar as they have a share of kingly government. Second article: Whether political prudence is fittingly accounted a part of prudence. Objection 1: It would seem that political prudence is not fittingly accounted a part of prudence. For regnative
is a part of political prudence, as stated above in Article 1. But a part should not be reckoned a species with the whole. Therefore, political prudence should not be reckoned a part of prudence. Obj. 2: Further, the species of habits are distinguished by their various objects. Now, what the ruler has to command is the same as what the subject has to execute. Therefore, political prudence, as regards the subjects, should not be reckoned a species of prudence distinct from regnative prudence. Obj. 3: Further, each subject is an individual person. Now, each individual person can direct himself sufficiently by prudence commonly so called. Therefore, there is no need of a special kind of prudence called political. On the contrary, the Philosopher says (Ethic. vi, 8) that "of the prudence which is concerned with the state, one kind is a master prudence, and is called legislative. Another kind bears the common name political, and deals with individuals." I answer that, a slave is moved by his master, and a subject by his ruler, by command, but otherwise than as irrational and inanimate beings are set in motion by their movers. For irrational and inanimate beings are moved only by others and do not put themselves in motion, since they have no free will whereby to be masters of their own actions, wherefore the rectitude of their government is not in their power, but in the power of their movers. On the other hand, men who are slaves or subjects in any sense are moved by the commands of others in such a way that they move themselves by their free will. Wherefore, some kind of rectitude of government is required in them, so that they may direct themselves in obeying their superiors. And to this belongs that species of prudence which is called political. Reply to Obj. 1: As stated above, regnative is the most perfect species of prudence, wherefore the prudence of subjects, which falls short of regnative prudence, retains the common name of political prudence, even as in logic a convertible term which does not denote the essence of a thing retains the name of proper. Reply to Obj. 2: A different aspect of the object diversifies the species of a habit, as stated above (Q. 47, A. 5). Now the same actions are considered by the king, but under a more general aspect, as by his subjects who obey, since many obey one king in various departments. Hence regnative prudence is compared to this political prudence of which we are speaking, as mastercraft to handicraft. Reply to Obj. 3: Man directs himself by prudence commonly so called, in relation to his own good, but by political prudence, of which we speak, he directs himself in relation to the common good. Third article: Whether a part of prudence should be reckoned to be domestic. Objection 1: It would seem that domestic should not be reckoned a part of prudence. For according to the Philosopher (Ethic. vi, 5), "prudence is directed to a good life in general," whereas domestic prudence is directed to a particular end, notably wealth, according to Ethic. i, 1. Therefore a species of prudence is not domestic. Obj. 2: Further, as stated above (Q. 47, A. 13), prudence is only in good people. But domestic prudence may be also in wicked people, since many sinners are provident in governing their household. Therefore, domestic prudence should not be reckoned a species of prudence. Obj. 3: Further, just as in a kingdom there is a ruler and subject, so also is there in a household. If therefore domestic, like political, is a species of prudence, there should be a paternal corresponding to regnative prudence. Now there is no such prudence. Therefore, neither should domestic prudence be accounted a species of prudence. On the contrary, the Philosopher states (Ethic. vi, 8) that there are various kinds of prudence in the government of a multitude, one of which is domestic, another legislative, and another political. I answer that, different aspects of an object, in respect of universality and particularity, or of totality and partiality, diversify arts and virtues. And in respect of such diversity, one act of virtue is principal as compared with another. Now it is evident that a household is a mean between the individual and the city or kingdom, since just as the individual is part of the household, so is the household part of the city or kingdom. And therefore, just as prudence, commonly so called, which governs the individual, is distinct from political prudence, so must domestic prudence be distinct from both. Reply to Obj. 1: Riches are compared to domestic prudence, not as its last end, but as its instrument, as stated in Polit. I, 3. On the other hand, the end of political prudence is a good life in general, as regards the conduct of the household. In Ethic. I, 1, the Philosopher speaks of riches as the end of political prudence, by way of example and in accordance with the opinion of many. Reply to Obj. 2: Some sinners may be provident in certain matters of detail concerning the disposition of their household, but not in regard to a good life in general, as regards the conduct of the household, for which above all a virtuous life is required. Reply to Obj. 3: The father has in his household an authority like that of a king, as stated in Ethic. 8:10. But he has not the full power of a king, wherefore paternal government is not reckoned a distinct species of prudence, like regnative prudence. Fourth article: Whether military prudence should be reckoned a part of prudence. Objection 1: It would seem that military prudence should not be reckoned a part of prudence. For prudence is distinct from art, according to Ethic. 6:3. Now military prudence seems to be the art of warfare, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. 3:8). Therefore, military prudence should not be accounted a species of prudence. Objection 2: Further, just as military business is contained under political affairs, so too are many other matters, such as those of tradesmen, craftsmen, and so forth. But there are no species of prudence corresponding to other affairs in the state. Neither, therefore, should any be assigned to military business. Obj. 3: Further, the soldier's bravery counts for a great deal in warfare. Therefore, military prudence pertains to fortitude rather than to prudence. On the contrary, it is written (Proverbs 24:6): War is managed by due ordering, and there shall be safety where there are many counsels. Now it belongs to prudence to take counsel. Therefore there is great need in warfare for that species of prudence which is called military. I answer that, whatever things are done according to art or reason should be made to conform to those which are in accordance with nature, and are established by the divine reason. Now nature has a twofold tendency. First, to govern each thing in itself. Secondly, to withstand outward assailants and corruptives. And for this reason she has provided animals not only with the concupiscible faculty, whereby they are moved to that which is conducive to their well-being, but also with the irascible power, whereby the animal withstands an assailant. Therefore, in those things also, which are in accordance with reason, there should not only be political prudence, which disposes in a suitable manner such things as belong to the common good, but also a military prudence, whereby hostile attacks are repelled. Reply to Obj. 1. Military prudence may be an art, in so far as it has certain rules for the right use of certain external things, such as arms and horses. But in so far as it is directed to the common good, it belongs rather to prudence. Reply to Obj. 2. Other matters in the state are directed to the profit of individuals, whereas the business of soldiering is directed to the service belongs to fortitude. But the direction, protection of the entire common good. Reply to Obj. 3. The execution of military service belongs to fortitude, but the direction, especially in so far as it concerns the commander-in-chief, belongs to prudence.
End of question 50. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 51 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the cardinal virtues. The virtue of prudence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the cardinal virtues. The virtue of prudence. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 51. Of the virtues which are connected with prudence, in 4 articles. In due sequence, we must consider the virtues that are connected with prudence, and which are its quasi-potential parts. Under this head, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether eubulia is a virtue. Second, whether it is a special virtue distinct from prudence. Third, whether synesis is a special virtue. Fourth, whether gnome is a special virtue. Note, these 3 Greek words may be rendered as the faculties of deliberating well, eubulia, of judging well according to common law, synesis, and of judging well according to general law, gnome, respectively. First article. Whether eubulia is a virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that eubulia is not a virtue. For, according to Augustine, on the Free Choice of the Will 2:18 and 19, no man makes evil use of virtue. Now some make evil use of eubulia, or good counsel,
either through devising crafty counsels in order to achieve evil ends, or through committing sin in order that they may achieve good ends, as those who rob that they may give alms. Therefore, eubulia is not a virtue. Obj. 2: Further, virtue is a perfection, according to Phys. 7. But eubulia is concerned with counsel, which implies doubt and research, and these are marks of imperfection. Therefore, eubulia is not a virtue. Obj. 3: Further, virtues are connected with one another, as stated above (Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 65). Now eubulia is not connected with the other virtues, since many sinners take good counsel, and many godly men are slow in taking counsel. Therefore, eubulia is not a virtue. On the contrary, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. vi, 9), eubulia is a right counselling. Now the perfection of virtue consists in right reason. Therefore, eubulia is a virtue. I answer that, as stated above in Q. 47, A. 4, the nature of a human virtue consists in making a human act good. Now among the acts of men, it is proper to him to take counsel, since this denotes a research of the reason about the actions he has to perform, and whereof human life consists. For the speculative life is above man, as stated in Ethic. 10. But eubulia signifies goodness of counsel, for it is derived from the eu, good, and boule, counsel, being a good counsel, or rather, a disposition to take good counsel. Hence it is evident that eubulia is a human virtue. Reply to Obj. 1: There is no good counsel either in deliberating for an evil end, or in discovering evil means for attaining a good end. Even as in speculative matters, there is no good reasoning, either in coming to a false conclusion, or in coming to a true conclusion from false premises, through employing an unsuitable middle term. Hence both the aforesaid processes are contrary to eubulia, as the Philosopher declares in Ethic. vi, 9. Reply to Obj. 2: Although virtue is essentially a perfection, it does not follow that whatever is the matter of a virtue implies perfection. For man needs to be perfected by virtues in all his parts, and this not only as regards the acts of reason, of which counsel is one, but also as regards the passions of the sensitive appetite, which are still more imperfect. It may also be replied that human virtue is a perfection according to the mode of man, who is unable by simple insight to comprehend with certainty the truth of things, especially in matters of action which are contingent. Reply to Obj. 3: In no sinner as such is eubulia to be found, since all sin is contrary to taking good counsel. For good counsel requires not only the discovery or devising a fit means for the end, but also other circumstances. Such are suitable time, so that one be neither too slow nor too quick in taking counsel, and the mode of taking counsel, so that one be firm in the counsel taken, and other like due circumstances, which sinners fail to observe when they sin. On the other hand, every virtuous man takes good counsel in those things which are directed to the end of virtue, although perhaps he does not take good counsel in other particular matters, for instance in matters of trade, or warfare, and the like. Second article: whether eubulia is a special virtue distinct from prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that eubulia is not a distinct virtue from prudence. For according to the Philosopher, in Ethics 6:5, the prudent man is, seemingly, one who takes good counsel. Now this belongs to eubulia, as stated above. Therefore, eubulia is not distinct from prudence. Objection 2. Further, human acts, to which human virtues are directed, are specified chiefly by their end, as stated above, Pars Prima Secundae, Question 1, Article 3, and Question 18, Articles 4 and 6. Now, eubulia and prudence are directed to the same end, as stated in Ethics 6:9, not indeed to some particular end, but to the common end of all life. Therefore, eubulia is not a distinct virtue from prudence. Objection 3. Further, in speculative sciences, research and decision belong to the same science. Therefore, in like manner, these belong to the same virtue in practical matters. Now research belongs to eubulia, while decision belongs to prudence. There, eubulia is not a distinct virtue from prudence. On the contrary, prudence is preceptive, according to Ethics 6:10. But this does not apply to eubulia. Therefore, eubulia is a distinct virtue from prudence. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, virtue is properly directed to an act which it renders good, and consequently, virtues must differ according to different acts, especially when there is a different kind of goodness in the acts. For, if various acts contained the same kind of goodness, they would belong to the same virtue. Thus, the goodness of love, desire, and joy depends on the same, wherefore all these belong to the same virtue of charity. Now acts of the reason that are ordained to action are diverse, nor have they the same kind of goodness. Since it is owing to different causes that a man acquires good counsel, good judgment, or good command, inasmuch as these are sometimes separated from one another. Consequently, eubulia, which makes man take good counsel, must needs be a distinct virtue from prudence, which makes man command well. And since counsel is directed to command as to that which is principal, so eubulia is directed to prudence as to a principal virtue, without which would be no virtue at all, even as neither are the moral virtues without prudence, nor the other virtues without charity. Reply to Obj. 1. It belongs to prudence to take good counsel by commanding it, to eubulia by eliciting it. Reply to Obj. 2. Different acts are directed in different degrees to the one end, which is a good life in general. Cf. Ethics 6:5. For counsel comes first, judgment follows, and command comes last. The last named has an immediate relation to the last end, whereas the other two acts are related thereto remotely. Nevertheless, these have certain proximate ends of their own, the end of counsel being the discovery of what has to be done, and the end of judgment, certainty. Hence this proves not that eubulia is not a distinct virtue from prudence,
but that it is subordinate thereto, as a secondary to a principal virtue. Reply to Obj. 3. Even in speculative matters, the rational science of dialectics, which is directed to research and discovery, is distinct from demonstrative science, which decides the truth. Third article: whether synesis is a virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that synesis is not a virtue. Virtues are not in us by nature, according to Ethics 2:1. But synesis is natural to some, as the Philosopher states, Ethics 6:11. Therefore, synesis is not a virtue. Objection 2. Further, as stated in the same book, Ethics 6:10, synesis is nothing but a faculty of judging. But judgment without command can be even in the wicked. Since, then, virtue is only in the good, it seems that synesis is not a virtue. Objection 3. Further, there is never a defective command unless there be a defective judgment, at least in a particular matter of action. For it is in this that every wicked man errs. If, therefore, synesis be reckoned a virtue directed to good judgment, it seems that there is no need for any other virtue directed to good command, and consequently prudence would be superfluous, which is not reasonable. Therefore, synesis is not a virtue. On the contrary, judgment is more perfect than counsel. But eubulia, or good counsel, is a virtue. Much more, therefore, is synesis a virtue, as being good judgment. I answer that synesis signifies a right judgment, not indeed about speculative matters, but about particular practical matters, about which also is prudence. Hence in Greek some, in respect of synesis, are said to be synetoi, that is, persons of sense, or eusynetoi, that is, men of good sense. Just as, on the other hand, those who lack this virtue are called asynetoi, that is, senseless. Now different acts, which cannot be ascribed to the same cause, must correspond to different virtues. And it is evident that goodness of counsel and goodness of judgment are not reducible to the same cause. For many can take good counsel without having good sense so as to judge well. Even so, in speculative matters, some are good at research, through the reason being quick at arguing from one thing to another, which seems to be due to a disposition of their power of imagination, which has a facility in forming phantasms. And yet such persons sometimes lack good judgment, and this is due to a defect in the intellect arising chiefly from a defective disposition of the common sense, which fails to judge aright. Hence there is need, besides eubulia, for another virtue, which judges well, and this is called synesis. Reply to Obj. 1. Right judgment consists in the cognitive power apprehending a thing just as it is in reality, and this is due to the right disposition of the apprehensive power. Thus, if a mirror be well disposed, the forms of bodies are reflected in it just as they are, whereas if it be ill disposed, the images therein appear distorted and mishappen. Now, that the cognitive power be well disposed to receive things just as they are in reality is radically due to nature, but, as to its consummation, is due to practice, or to a gift of grace,
and this in two ways. First, directly, on the part of the cognitive power itself, for instance, because it is imbued, not with distorted, but with true and correct ideas. This belongs to synesis, which in this respect is a special virtue. Secondly, indirectly, through the good disposition of the appetitive power, the result being that one judges well of the objects of appetite. And thus a good judgment of virtue results from the habits of moral virtue. But this judgment is about the ends, whereas synesis is rather about the means. Reply to Obj. 2. In wicked men, there may be right judgment of a universal principle, but their judgment is always corrupt in the particular matter of action, as stated above. Question 47, Article 13. Reply to Obj. 3. Sometimes after judging aright, we delay to execute, or execute negligently or inordinately. Hence, after the virtue which judges aright, there is a further need of a final and principal virtue which commands aright, and this is prudence. Fourth article. Whether gnome is a special virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that gnome is not a special virtue distinct from synesis. For a man is said, in respect of synesis, to have good judgment. Now no man can be said to have good judgment unless he judge aright in all things. Therefore synesis extends to all matters of judgment, and consequently there is no other virtue of good judgment called gnome. Objection 2. Further, judgment is midway between counsel and precept. Now there is only one virtue of counsel, notably eubulia, and only one virtue of command, notably prudence. Therefore there is only one virtue of good judgment, notably synesis. Objection 3. Further, rare occurrences wherein there is need to depart from the common law seem for the most part to happen by chance, and with such things reason is not concerned, as stated in Phys. 2:5. Now all the intellectual virtues depend on right reason. Therefore there is no intellectual virtue about such matters. On the contrary, the Philosopher concludes, in Ethic. 6:11, that gnome is a special virtue. I answer that cognitive habits differ according to higher and lower principles. Thus in speculative matters, wisdom considers higher principles than science does, and consequently is distinguished from it. And so must it be also in practical matters. Now it is evident that what is beside the order of a lower principle or cause is sometimes reducible to the order of a higher principle. Thus monstrous births of animals are beside the order of the active seminal force, and yet they come under the order of a higher principle, namely of a heavenly body, or higher still, of divine providence. Hence by considering the active seminal force, one could not pronounce a sure judgment on such monstrosities, and yet this is possible if we consider divine providence. Now it happens sometimes that something has to be done which is not covered by the common rules of actions, for instance, in the case of the enemy of one's country, when it would be wrong to give him back his deposit, or in such similar cases. Hence it is necessary to judge of such matters according to higher principles than the common laws, according to which synesis judges, and corresponding to such higher principles it is necessary to have a higher virtue of judgment, which is called gnome, and which denotes a certain discrimination in judgment. Reply to Obj. 1. Synesis judges rightly about all actions that are covered by the common rules. But certain things have to be judged besides these common rules, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 2. Judgment about a thing should be formed from the proper principles thereof, whereas research is made by employing also common principles. Wherefore also in speculative matters, dialectics, which aims at research, proceeds from common principles, while demonstration, which tends to judgment, proceeds from proper principles. Hence eubulia, to which the research of counsel belongs, is one for all, but not so synesis, whose act is judicial. Command considers in all matters the one aspect of good, wherefore prudence also is only one. Reply to Obj. 3. It belongs to divine providence alone to consider all things that may happen beside the common course. On the other hand, among men, he who is most discerning can judge a greater number of such things by his reason. This belongs to gnome, which denotes a certain discrimination in judgment.
End of question 51. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 52 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Prudence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Prudence. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 52 of the Gift of Counsel, in 4 articles. We must now consider the gift of counsel, which corresponds to prudence. Under this head, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether counsel should be reckoned among the 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost. Second, whether the gift of counsel corresponds to prudence. Third, whether the gift of counsel remains in heaven. Fourth, whether the 5th beatitude, "Blessed are the merciful," etc., corresponds to the gift of counsel. First article, whether counsel should be reckoned among the gifts of the Holy Ghost. Objection 1. It would seem that counsel should not be reckoned among the gifts of the Holy Ghost. The gifts of the Holy Ghost are given as a help to the virtues according to Gregory, on the Morals of Job 2:49. Now for the purpose of taking counsel, man is sufficiently perfected by the virtue of prudence, or even of eubulia, as is evident from what has been said. Question 47, Article 1, second reply, and Question 51, Articles 1 and 2. Therefore, counsel should not be reckoned among the gifts of the Holy Ghost. Objection 2. Further, the difference between the 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost and the gratuitous graces seems to be that the latter are not given to all, but are divided among various people, whereas the gifts of the Holy Ghost are given to all who have the Holy Ghost. But counsel seems to be one of those things which are given by the Holy Ghost specially to certain persons, according to 1 Maccabees 2:65. "Behold, your brother Simon is a man of counsel." Therefore, counsel should be numbered among the gratuitous graces
rather than among the 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost. Obj. 3: Further, it is written in Romans 8:14, "Whosoever are led by the Spirit of God, they are the sons of God." But counseling is not consistent with being led by another. Since then the gifts of the Holy Ghost are most befitting the children of God, who "have received the Spirit of adoption of sons," it would seem that counsel should not be numbered among the gifts of the Holy Ghost. On the contrary, it is written in Isaiah 11:2, "The Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of counsel and of fortitude." I answer that, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 68, Article 1, the gifts of the Holy Ghost are dispositions whereby the soul is rendered amenable to the motion of the Holy Ghost. Now God moves everything according to the mode of the thing moved. Thus He moves the corporeal creature through time and place, and the spiritual creature through time, but not through place, as Augustine declares On the Literal Meaning of Genesis 8:20, 22. Again, it is proper to the rational creature to be moved through the research of reason to perform any particular action, and this research is called counsel. Hence the Holy Ghost is said to move the rational creature by way of counsel, wherefore counsel is reckoned among the gifts of the Holy Ghost. Reply to Obj. 1: Prudence, or eubulia, whether acquired or infused, directs man in the research of counsel, according to principles that the reason can grasp. Hence prudence, or eubulia, makes man take good counsel either for himself or for another. Since, however, human reason is unable to grasp the singular and contingent things which may occur, the result is that "the thoughts of mortal men are fearful, and our counsels uncertain" (Wisdom 9:14). Hence, in the research of counsel, man requires to be directed by God who comprehends all things, and this is done through the gift of counsel, whereby man is directed as though counselled by God, just as, in human affairs, those who are unable to take counsel for themselves seek counsel from those who are wiser. Reply to Obj. 2: That a man be of such good counsel as to counsel others may be due to a gratuitous grace, but that a man be counselled by God as to what he ought to do in matters necessary for salvation is common to all holy persons. Reply to Obj. 3: The children of God are moved by the Holy Ghost according to their mode, without prejudice to their free will, which is "the faculty of will and reason." Cf. Commentary on the Sentences of Peter Lombard 3:24. Accordingly, the gift of counsel is befitting the children of God in so far as the reason is instructed by the Holy Ghost about what we have to do. Second article: Whether the gift of counsel corresponds to the virtue of prudence. Objection 1: It would seem that the gift of counsel does not fittingly correspond to the virtue of prudence. For "the highest point of that which is underneath touches that which is above," as Dionysius observes (Div. Nom. vii), even as a man comes into contact with the angel in respect of his intellect. Now cardinal virtues are inferior to the gifts, as stated above (Pars Prima Secundae, question 68, Article 8). Since, then, counsel is the first and lowest act of prudence, while command is its highest act, and judgment comes between, it seems that the gift corresponding to prudence is not counsel, but rather a gift of judgment or command. Obj. 2: Further, one gift suffices to help one virtue, since the higher a thing is, the more one it is, as proved in On the Causes. Now prudence is helped by the gift of knowledge, which is not only speculative but also practical, as shown above (Q. 9, A. 3). Therefore the gift of counsel does not correspond to the virtue of prudence. Obj. 3: Further, it belongs properly to prudence to direct, as stated above (Q. 47, A. 8). But it belongs to the gift of counsel that man should be directed by God, as stated above (A. 1). Therefore the gift of counsel does not correspond to the virtue of prudence. On the contrary, the gift of counsel is about what has to be done for the sake of an end. Now prudence is about the same matter. Therefore they correspond to one another. I answer that, a lower principle of movement is helped chiefly, and is perfected through being moved by a higher principle of movement, as a body through being moved by a spirit. Now it is evident that the rectitude of human reason is compared to the divine reason, as a lower motive principle to a higher. For the eternal reason is the supreme rule of all human rectitude. Consequently prudence, which denotes rectitude of reason, is chiefly perfected and helped through being ruled and moved by the Holy Ghost, and this belongs to the gift of counsel, as stated above in A. 1. Therefore the gift of counsel corresponds to prudence, as helping and perfecting it. Reply to Obj. 1: To judge and command belongs not to the thing moved, but to the mover. Wherefore, since in the gifts of the Holy Ghost the position of the human mind is of one moved rather than of a mover, as stated above (A. 1; also Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 68, A. 1), it follows that it would be unfitting to call the gift corresponding to prudence by the name of command or judgment, rather than of counsel, whereby it is possible to signify that the counselled mind is moved by another counselling it. Reply to Obj. 2: The gift of knowledge does not directly correspond to prudence, since it deals with speculative matters, yet by a kind of extension it helps it. On the other hand, the gift of counsel corresponds to prudence directly, because it is concerned about the same things. Reply to Obj. 3: The mover that is moved, moves through being moved. Hence the human mind, from the very fact that it is directed by the Holy Ghost, is enabled to direct itself and others. Third article: Whether the gift of counsel remains in heaven. Objection 1: It would seem that the gift of counsel does not remain in heaven. For counsel is about what has to be done for the sake of an end. But in heaven nothing will have to be done for the sake of an end, since there man possesses the last end. Therefore the gift of counsel is not in heaven. Obj. 2: Further, counsel implies doubt, for it is absurd to take counsel in matters that are evident, as the Philosopher observes (Ethic. iii, 3). Now all doubt will cease in heaven. Therefore there is no counsel in heaven. Obj. 3: Further, the saints in heaven are most conformed to God, according to 1 John 3:2. "When he shall appear, we shall be like to him." But counsel is not becoming to God, according to Rom. 11:34. Who hath been his counselor?" Therefore neither to the saints in heaven is the gift of counsel becoming. On the contrary, Gregory says (De Moral. Job 17:12): "When either the guilt or the righteousness of each nation is brought into the debate of the heavenly court, the guardian of that nation is said to have won in the conflict, or not to have won." I answer that, as stated above (A. 2; also in Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 68, A. 1), the gifts of the Holy Ghost are connected with the motion of the rational creature by God. Now we must observe 2 points concerning the motion of the human mind by God. First, that the disposition of that which is moved differs while it is being moved from its disposition when it is in the term of movement. Indeed, if the mover is the principle of the movement alone, when the movement ceases, the action of the mover ceases as regards the thing moved, since it has already reached the term of movement, even as a house, after it is built, ceases being built by the builder. On the other hand, when the mover is cause not only of the movement, but also of the form to which the movement tends, then the action of the mover does not cease even after the form has been attained. Thus the sun lightens the air even after it is lightened. In this way, then, God causes in us virtue and knowledge, not only when we first acquire them, but also as long as we persevere in them. And it is thus that God causes in the blessed a knowledge of what is to be done, not as though they were ignorant, but by continuing that knowledge in them. Nevertheless, there are things which the blessed, whether angels or men, do not know. Such things are not essential to blessedness, but concern the government of things according to divine providence. As regards these, we must make a further observation, namely, that God moves the mind of the blessed in one way, and the mind of the wayfarer in another. For God moves the mind of the wayfarer in matters of action, by soothing the pre-existing anxiety of doubt, whereas there is simple nescience in the mind of the blessed as regards the things they do not know. From this nescience the angel's mind is cleansed, according to Dionysius (Div. Hier. vii). Nor does there proceed in them any research of doubt, for they simply turn to God. And this is to take counsel of God, for as Augustine says (Gen. ad lit. Genesis 5:19), "The angels take counsel of God about things beneath them." Wherefore the instruction which they receive from God in such matters is called counsel. Accordingly, the gift of counsel is in the blessed, in so far as God preserves in them the knowledge that they have, and enlightens them in their nescience of what has to be done. Reply Obj. 1: Even in the blessed there are acts directed to an end, or resulting, as it were, from the attainment of the end, such as the acts of praising God, or of helping on others to the end which they themselves have attained, for example, the ministrations of the angels, and the prayers of the saints. In this respect, the gift of counsel finds a place in them. Reply Obj. 2: Doubt belongs to counsel according to the present state of life, but not to that counsel which takes place in heaven. Even so, neither have the theological virtues quite the same acts in heaven as on the way thither. Reply Obj. 3: Counsel is in God not as receiving, but as giving it. And the saints in heaven are conformed to God as receivers to the source whence they receive. Fourth article: whether the fifth beatitude, which is that of mercy, corresponds to the gift of counsel. Objection 1. It would seem that the fifth beatitude, which is that of mercy, does not correspond to the gift of counsel. For all the beatitudes are acts of virtue, as stated above, Pars Prima Secundae, question 69, Article 1. Now we are directed by counsel in all acts of virtue. Therefore, the fifth beatitude does not correspond more than any other to counsel. Objection 2. Further, precepts are given about matters necessary for salvation, while counsel is given about matters which are not necessary for salvation. Now mercy is necessary for salvation, according to James 2:13. Judgment without mercy to him that hath not done mercy. On the other hand, poverty is not necessary for salvation, but belongs to the life of perfection, according to Matthew 19:21. Therefore, the beatitude of poverty corresponds to the gift of counsel rather than to the beatitude of mercy. Objection 3. Further, the fruits result from the beatitudes, for they denote a certain spiritual delight resulting from the perfect acts of virtue. Now, none of the fruits correspond to the gift of counsel, as appears from Galatians 5:22 and 23. Therefore, neither does the beatitude of mercy correspond to the gift of counsel. On the contrary, Augustine says, On the Sermon of the Mount 4, "Counsel is befitting the merciful, because the one remedy is to be delivered from evil so great, to pardon and to give." I answer that, counsel is properly about things useful for an end. Hence, such things as are of most use for an end should, above all, correspond to the gift of counsel. Now such is mercy, according to 1 Timothy 4:8. Godliness, note pietas, which are English word pity, which is the same as mercy. See note on Pars Secunda Secundae, question 30, Article 1. Is profitable to all things. Therefore, the beatitude of mercy specially corresponds to the gift of counsel, not as eliciting, but as directing mercy. Reply to Objection 1. Although counsel directs in all the acts of virtue, it does so in a special way in works of mercy, for the reason given above. Reply to Objection 2. Counsel, considered as a gift of the Holy Ghost, guides us in all matters that are directed to the end of eternal life, whether they be necessary for salvation or not. And yet, not every work of mercy is necessary for salvation. Reply to Objection 3. Fruit denotes something ultimate. Now the ultimate, in practical matters, consists not in knowledge, but in an action which is the end. Hence nothing pertaining to practical knowledge is numbered among the fruits, but only such things as pertain to action, in which practical knowledge is the guide. Among these we find goodness and benignity, which correspond to mercy.
End of question 52. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 53 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Prudence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Prudence, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 53, of Imprudence, in 6 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to prudence. For Augustine says in Against Julian 4:3, "There are vices opposed to every virtue, not only vices that are in manifest opposition to virtue, as temerity is opposed to prudence, but also vices which have a kind of kinship, and not a true, but spurious likeness to virtue. Thus in opposition to prudence we have craftiness." Accordingly, we must consider first of all those vices which are in evident opposition to prudence, those namely which are due to a defect either of prudence, or of those things which are requisite for prudence; and secondly, those vices which have a false resemblance to prudence, those namely which are due to abuse of the things required for prudence. And since solicitude pertains to prudence, the first of these considerations will be twofold: 1. Of imprudence; 2. Of negligence which is opposed to solicitude. Under the first head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, concerning imprudence, whether it is a sin. Second, whether it is a special sin. Third, of precipitation or temerity. Fourth, of thoughtlessness. Fifth, of inconstancy. Sixth, concerning the origin of these vices. First article, whether imprudence is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that imprudence is not a sin. For every sin is voluntary, according to Augustine, on True Religion 14. Whereas imprudence is not voluntary, since no man wishes to be imprudent. Therefore, imprudence is not a sin. Objection 2. Further, none but original sin comes to man with his birth. But imprudence comes to man with his birth, wherefore the young are imprudent. And yet it is not original sin which is opposed to original justice. Therefore imprudence is not a sin. Objection 3. Further, every sin is taken away by repentance. But imprudence is not taken away by repentance. Therefore imprudence is not a sin. On the contrary, the spiritual treasure of grace is not taken away save by sin. But it is taken away by imprudence, according to Proverbs 21:20. "There is a treasure to be desired, and oil in the dwelling of the just, and the imprudent man shall spend it." Therefore imprudence is a sin. I answer that, imprudence may be taken in 2 ways: first, as a privation; secondly, as a contrary. Properly speaking, it is not taken as a negation, so as merely to signify the absence of prudence, for this can be without any sin. Taken as a privation, imprudence denotes lack of that prudence which a man can and ought to have, and in this sense imprudence is a sin by reason of a man's negligence in striving to have prudence. Imprudence is taken as a contrary, insofar as the movement or act of reason is in opposition to prudence. For instance, whereas the right reason of prudence acts by taking counsel, the imprudent man despises counsel, and the same applies to the other conditions which require consideration in the act of prudence. In this way, imprudence is a sin in respect of prudence considered under its proper aspect, since it is not possible for a man to act against prudence, except by infringing the rules on which the right reason of prudence depends. Wherefore, if this should happen through aversion from the divine law, it will be a mortal sin, as when a man acts precipitously through contempt and rejection of the divine teaching. Whereas if he act beside the law and without contempt, and without detriment to things necessary for salvation, it will be a venial sin. Reply to Obj. 1. No man desires the deformity of imprudence, but the rash man wills the act of imprudence, because he wishes to act precipitately. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. vi, 5) that he who sins willingly against prudence is less to be commended. Reply to Obj. 2. This argument takes imprudence in the negative sense. It must be observed, however, that lack of prudence or of any other virtue is included in the lack of original justice which perfected the entire soul. Accordingly, all such lack of virtue may be ascribed to original sin. Reply to Obj. 3. Repentance restores infused prudence, and thus the lack of this prudence ceases. But acquired prudence is not restored as to the habit, although the contrary act is taken away, wherein, properly speaking, the sin of imprudence consists. Second article: Whether imprudence is a special sin. Objection 1. It would seem that imprudence is not a special sin. For whoever sins acts against right reason, that is, against prudence. But imprudence consists in acting against prudence, as stated above in Article 1. Therefore imprudence is not a special sin. Objection 2. Further, prudence is more akin to moral action than knowledge is. But ignorance, which is opposed to knowledge, is reckoned one of the general causes of sin. Much more therefore should imprudence be reckoned among those causes. Obj. 3. Further, sin consists in the corruption of the circumstances of virtue, wherefore Dionysius says (On the Divine Names iv) that evil results from each single defect. Now many things are requisite for prudence, for instance, reason, intelligence, docility, and so on, as stated above in questions 48 and 49. Therefore there are many species of imprudence, so that it is not a special sin. On the contrary, imprudence is opposed to prudence, as stated above in Article 1. Now prudence is a special virtue. Therefore imprudence too is one special vice. I answer that a vice or sin may be styled general in two ways. First, absolutely, because, to wit, it is general in respect of all sins. Secondly, because it is general in respect of certain vices, which are its species. In the first way, a vice may be said to be general on two accounts. First, essentially, because it is predicated of all sins, and in this way imprudence is not a general sin, as neither is prudence a general virtue, since it is concerned with special acts, namely the very acts of reason. Secondly, by participation, and in this way imprudence is a general sin. For just as all the virtues have a share of prudence, in so far as it directs them, so have all vices and sins a share of imprudence, because no sin can occur without some defect in an act of the directing reason, which defect belongs to imprudence. If, on the other hand, a sin be called general, not simply, but in some particular genus, that is, as containing several species of sin, then imprudence is a general sin. For it contains various species in three ways. First, by opposition to the various subjective parts of prudence. For just as we distinguish the prudence that guides the individual from other kinds that govern communities, as stated above, questions 48, question 50, article 7, so also we distinguish various kinds of imprudence. Secondly, in respect of the quasi-potential parts of prudence, which are virtues connected with it, and correspond to the several acts of reason. Thus, by defect of counsel, to which eubulia corresponds, precipitation or temerity is a species of imprudence. By defect of judgment, to which synesis, judging well according to common law, and gnome, judging well according to general law, refer, there is thoughtlessness, while inconstancy and negligence correspond to the command, which is the proper act of prudence. Thirdly, this may be taken by opposition to those things which are requisite for prudence, which are the quasi-integral parts of prudence. Since, however, all these things are intended for the direction of the aforesaid three acts of reason, it follows that all the opposite defects are reducible to the four parts mentioned above. Thus incautiousness and incircumspection are included in thoughtlessness. Lack of docility, memory, or reason is referable to precipitation. Improvidence, lack of intelligence and of shrewdness belong to negligence and inconstancy. Reply to Obj. 1. This argument considers generality by participation. Reply to Obj. 2. Since knowledge is further removed from morality than prudence is, according to the respective proper natures, it follows that ignorance has the nature of mortal sin, not of itself, but on account either of a preceding negligence or of the consequent result, and for this reason it is reckoned one of the general causes of sin. On the other hand, imprudence, by its very nature, denotes a moral vice, and for this reason it can be called a special sin. Reply to Obj. 3. When various circumstances are corrupted for the same motive, the species of sin is not multiplied. Thus it is the same species of sin to take what is not one's own, where one ought not, and when one ought not. If, however, there be various motives, there are various species. For instance, if one man were to take another's property from where he ought not, so as to wrong a sacred place, this would constitute the species called sacrilege. While if another were to take another's property when he ought not, merely through the lust of possession, this would be a case of simple avarice. Hence, the lack of those things which are requisite for prudence does not constitute a diversity of species, except insofar as they are directed to different acts of reason, as stated above. Third article: whether precipitation is a sin included in imprudence. Objection 1. It would seem that precipitation is not a sin included in imprudence. Imprudence is opposed to the virtue of prudence, whereas precipitation is opposed to the gift of counsel, according to Gregory, who says On the Morals of Job 2:49 that the gift of counsel is given as a remedy to precipitation. Therefore, precipitation is not a sin contained under imprudence. Objection 2. Further, precipitation seemingly pertains to rashness. Now rashness implies presumption, which pertains to pride. Therefore, precipitation is not a vice contained under imprudence. Obj. 3: Further, precipitation seems to denote inordinate haste. Now sin happens in counseling not only through being over hasty, but also through being over slow, so that the opportunity for action passes by, and through corruption of other circumstances, as stated in Ethic. 6:9. Therefore there is no reason for reckoning precipitation as a sin contained under imprudence, rather than slowness, or something else of the kind pertaining to inordinate counsel. On the contrary, it is written in Proverbs 4:19, "The way of the wicked is darksome, they know not where they fall." Now the darksome ways of ungodliness belong to imprudence. Therefore imprudence leads a man to fall, or to be precipitate. I answer that, precipitation is ascribed metaphorically to acts of the soul, by way of similitude to bodily movement. Now a thing is said to be precipitated, as regards bodily movement, when it is brought down from above by the impulse either of its own movement or of another's, and not in orderly fashion by degrees. Now the summit of the soul is the reason, and the base is reached in the action performed by the body; while the steps that intervene, by which one ought to descend in orderly fashion, are memory of the past, intelligence of the present, shrewdness in considering the future outcome, reasoning which compares one thing with another, docility in accepting the opinions of others. He that takes counsel descends by these steps in due order, whereas if a man is rushed into action by the impulse of his will or of a passion, without taking these steps, it will be a case of precipitation. Since then inordinate counsel pertains to imprudence, it is evident that the vice of precipitation is contained under imprudence. Reply to Obj. 1. Rectitude of counsel belongs to the gift of counsel and to the virtue of prudence, albeit in different ways as stated above (Q. 52, A. 2), and consequently precipitation is opposed to both. Reply to Obj. 2. Things are said to be done rashly when they are not directed by reason, and this may happen in two ways: first, through the impulse of the will or of a passion; secondly, through contempt of the directing rule, and this is what is meant by rashness properly speaking, wherefore it appears to proceed from that root of pride which refuses to submit to another's ruling. But precipitation refers to both, so that rashness is contained under precipitation, although precipitation refers rather to the first. Reply to Obj. 3. Many things have to be considered in the research of reason. Hence the Philosopher declares (Ethic. 6:9) that "one should be slow in taking counsel." Hence precipitation is more directly opposed to rectitude of counsel than over-slowness is, for the latter bears a certain likeness to right counsel. Fourth article: Whether thoughtlessness is a special sin included in imprudence? Objection 1. It would seem that thoughtlessness is not a special sin included in imprudence. For the divine law does not incite us to any sin, according to Psalm 18:18. "The law of the Lord is unspotted." And yet it incites us to be thoughtless, according to Matthew 10:19. "Take no thought how or what to speak." Therefore thoughtlessness is not a sin. Obj. 2. Further, whoever takes counsel must needs give thought to many things. Now precipitation is due to a defect of counsel, and therefore to a defect of thought. Therefore precipitation is contained under thoughtlessness,
and consequently thoughtlessness is not a special sin. Obj. 3: Further, prudence consists in acts of the practical reason, notably counsel, judgment about what has been counselled, and command. Cf. Q. 47, A. 8. Now thought precedes all these acts, since it belongs also to the speculative intellect. Therefore thoughtlessness is not a special sin contained under imprudence. On the contrary, it is written in Proverbs 4:25, "Let thy eyes look straight on, and let thine eyelids go before thy steps." Now this pertains to prudence, while the contrary pertains to thoughtlessness. Therefore thoughtlessness is a special sin contained under imprudence. I answer that, thought signifies the act of the intellect in considering the truth about something. Now just as research belongs to the reason, so judgment belongs to the intellect. Wherefore in speculative matters a demonstrative science is said to exercise judgment, in so far as it judges the truth of the results of research by tracing those results back to the first indemonstrable principles. Hence thought pertains chiefly to judgment, and consequently the lack of right judgment belongs to the vice of thoughtlessness, in so far, to wit, as one fails to judge rightly through contempt or neglect of those things on which a right judgment depends. It is therefore evident that thoughtlessness is a sin. Reply to Obj. 1: Our Lord did not forbid us to take thought, when we have the opportunity, about what we ought to do or say, but, in the words quoted, He encourages His disciples, so that when they had no opportunity of taking thought, either through lack of knowledge or through a sudden call, they should trust in the guidance of God alone, because "as we know not what to do, we can only turn our eyes to God," according to 2 Chronicles 20:12. Else if man, instead of doing what he can, were to be content with awaiting God's assistance, he would seem to tempt God. Reply to Obj. 2: All thought about those things of which counsel takes cognizance is directed to the formation of a right judgment, wherefore this thought is perfected in judgment. Consequently, thoughtlessness is above all opposed to the rectitude of judgment. Reply to Obj. 3: Thoughtlessness is to be taken here in relation to a determinate matter, namely that of human action, wherein more things have to be thought about for the purpose of right judgment than in speculative matters, because actions are about singulars. Fifth article: Whether inconstancy is a vice contained under imprudence? Objection 1: It would seem that inconstancy is not a vice contained under imprudence. For inconstancy consists seemingly in a lack of perseverance in matters of difficulty. But perseverance in difficult matters belongs to fortitude. Therefore inconstancy is opposed to fortitude rather than to prudence. Obj. 2: Further, it is written in James 3:16, "Where jealousy and contention are, there are inconstancy and every evil work." But jealousy pertains to envy. Therefore inconstancy pertains not to imprudence but to envy. Obj. 3: Further, a man would seem to be inconstant who fails to persevere in what he has proposed to do. Now this is a mark of incontinency in pleasurable matters, and of effeminacy or squeamishness in unpleasant matters, according to Ethic. 7:1. Therefore
inconstancy does not pertain to imprudence. On the contrary, it belongs to prudence to prefer the greater good to the lesser. Therefore to forsake the greater good belongs to imprudence. Now this is inconstancy. Therefore inconstancy belongs to imprudence. I answer that inconstancy denotes withdrawal from a definite good purpose. Now the origin of this withdrawal is in the appetite, for a man does not withdraw from a previous good purpose, except on account of something being inordinately pleasing to him. Nor is this withdrawal completed except through a defect of reason, which is deceived in rejecting what before it had rightly accepted. And since it can resist the impulse of the passions, if it fail to do this, it is due to its own weakness in not standing to the good purpose it has conceived. Hence inconstancy, as to its completion, is due to a defect in the reason. Now just as all rectitude of the practical reason belongs in some degree to prudence, so all lack of that rectitude belongs to imprudence. Consequently, inconstancy, as to its completion, belongs to imprudence. And just as precipitation is due to a defect in the act of counsel, and thoughtlessness to a defect in the act of judgment, so inconstancy arises from a defect in the act of command. For a man is stated to be inconstant because his reason fails in commanding what has been counselled and judged. Reply to Obj. 1. The good of prudence is shared by all the moral virtues, and accordingly perseverance in good belongs to all moral virtues, chiefly, however, to fortitude, which suffers a greater impulse to the contrary. Reply to Obj. 2. Envy and anger, which are the source of contention, cause inconstancy on the part of the appetite, to which power the origin of inconstancy is due, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3. Continency and perseverance seem to be not in the appetitive power, but in the reason. For the continent man suffers evil concupiscences, and the persevering man suffers grievous sorrows, which points to a defect in the appetitive power. But reason stands firm, in the continent man, against concupiscence, and in the persevering man, against sorrow. Hence, continency and perseverance seem to be species of constancy which pertains to reason, and to this power inconstancy pertains also. Sixth article. Whether the aforesaid vices arise from lust? Objection 1. It would seem that the aforesaid vices do not arise from lust. For inconstancy arises from envy, as stated above, Article 5, second reply. But envy is a distinct vice from lust. Objection 2. Further, it is written in James 1:8, "A double-minded man is inconstant in all his ways." Now, duplicity does not seem to pertain to lust, but rather to deceitfulness, which is a daughter of covetousness, according to Gregory, on the Morals of Job 31:45. Therefore, the aforesaid vices do not arise from lust. Obj. 3. Further, the aforesaid vices are connected with some defect of reason. Now spiritual vices are more akin to the reason than carnal vices. Therefore the aforesaid vices arise from spiritual vices rather than from carnal vices. On the contrary, Gregory declares, on the Morals of Job 31:45, that the aforesaid vices arise from lust.
I answer that, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. 6:5, pleasure above all corrupts the estimate of prudence, and chiefly sexual pleasure, which absorbs the mind, and draws it to sensible delight. Now the perfection of prudence and of every intellectual virtue consists in abstraction from sensible objects. Wherefore, since the aforesaid vices involve a defect of prudence and of the practical reason, as stated above (Articles 2 and 5), it follows that they arise chiefly from lust. Reply Obj. 1: Envy and anger cause inconstancy by drawing away the reason to something else, whereas lust causes inconstancy by destroying the judgment of reason entirely. Hence the Philosopher says (Ethic. 7:6) that "the man who is incontinent through anger listens to reason, yet not perfectly, whereas he who is incontinent through lust does not listen to it at all." Reply Obj. 2: Duplicity is also something resulting from lust, just as inconstancy is, if by duplicity we understand fluctuation of the mind from one thing to another. Hence Terence says in the comedy The Eunuch, Act 1, Scene 1, that "love leads to war, and likewise to peace and truce." Reply Obj. 3: Carnal vices destroy the judgment of reason so much the more as they lead us away from reason. End of question 53. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 54 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of prudence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of prudence. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 54 of negligence, in 3 articles. We must now consider negligence, under which head there are 3 points of inquiry. First, whether negligence is a special sin. Second, to which virtue is it opposed? Third, whether negligence is a mortal sin. First article: whether negligence is a special sin. Objection 1. It would seem that negligence is not a special sin. For negligence is opposed to diligence. But diligence is required in every virtue. Therefore, negligence is not a special sin. Objection 2. Further, that which is common to every sin is not a special sin. Now negligence is common to every sin, because he who sins neglects that which withdraws him from sin, and he who perseveres in sin neglects to be contrite for his sin. Therefore, negligence is not a special sin. Objection 3. Further, every special sin has a determinate matter. But negligence seems to have no determinate matter, since it is neither about evil or indifferent things, for no man is accused of negligence if he omit them, nor about good things, for if these be done negligently, they are no longer good. Therefore, it seems that negligence is not a special vice. On the contrary, sins committed through negligence are distinguished from those which are committed through contempt. I answer that, Negligence denotes lack of due solicitude. Now every lack of a due act is sinful, wherefore it is evident that negligence is a sin, and that it must needs have the character of a special sin, according as solicitude is the act of a special virtue. For certain sins are special through being about a special matter, as lust is about sexual matters, while some vices are special on account of their having a special kind of act, which extends to all kinds of matter, and such are all the vices affecting an act of reason, since every act of reason extends to any kind of moral matter. Since, then, solicitude is a special act of reason, as stated above, Q. 47, Art. 9, it follows that negligence, which denotes lack of solicitude, is a special sin. Reply to Obj. 1. Diligence seems to be the same as solicitude, because the more we love, diligimus, a thing, the more solicitous we are about it. Hence diligence, no less than solicitude, is required for every virtue, insofar as due acts of reason are requisite for every virtue. Reply to Obj. 2. In every sin there must needs be a defect affecting an act of reason, for instance, a defect in counsel or the like. Hence, just as precipitation is a special sin on account of a special act of reason which is omitted, namely counsel, although it may be found in any kind of sin, so negligence is a special sin on account of the lack of a special act of reason, namely solicitude, although it is found more or less in all sins. Reply to Obj. 3. Properly speaking, the matter of negligence is a good that one ought to do, not that it is a good when it is done negligently, but because on account of negligence it incurs a lack of goodness, whether a due act be entirely omitted through a lack of solicitude, or some due circumstance be omitted. Second article. Whether negligence is opposed to prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that negligence is not opposed to prudence. For negligence seems to be the same as idleness or laziness, which belongs to sloth, according to Gregory, on the Morals of Job 31:45. Now sloth is not opposed to prudence, but to charity, as stated above, Q. 35, Art. 3. Therefore, negligence is not opposed to prudence. Objection 2. Further, every sin of omission seems to be due to negligence. But sins of omission are not opposed to prudence, but to the executive moral virtues. Therefore, negligence is not opposed to prudence. Objection 3. Further, imprudence relates to some act of reason. But negligence does not imply a defect of counsel, for that is precipitation, nor a defect of judgment, because that is thoughtlessness, nor a defect of command, because that is inconstancy. Therefore, negligence does not pertain to imprudence. Objection 4. Further, it is written in Ecclesiastes 7:19, "He that feareth God neglecteth nothing." But every sin is excluded by the opposite virtue. Therefore, negligence is opposed to fear rather than to prudence. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 20:7, "A babbler and a fool, imprudens, will regard no time." Now this is due to negligence. Therefore negligence is opposed to prudence.
I answer that, negligence is directly opposed to solicitude. Now solicitude pertains to the reason, and rectitude of solicitude to prudence. Hence, on the other hand, negligence pertains to imprudence. This appears from its very name, because, as Isidore observes in Etymologies 10, "A negligent man is one who fails to choose, nec eligens." And the right choice of the means belongs to prudence. Therefore negligence pertains to imprudence. Reply to Obj. 1. Negligence is a defect in the internal act, to which choice also belongs, whereas idleness and laziness denote slowness of execution, yet so that idleness denotes slowness in setting about the execution, while laziness denotes remissness in the execution itself. Hence it is becoming that laziness should arise from sloth, which is an oppressive sorrow, that is, hindering the mind from action. Confer question 35, Article 1, as well as Pars Prima Secundae, question 35, Article 8. Reply to Obj. 2. Omission regards the external act, for it consists in failing to perform an act which is due. Hence it is opposed to justice, and is an effect of negligence, even as the execution of a just deed is the effect of right reason. Reply to Obj. 3. Negligence regards the act of command, which solicitude also regards. Yet the negligent man fails in regard to this act otherwise than the inconstant man. For the inconstant man fails in commanding, being hindered as it were by something, whereas the negligent man fails through a lack of prompt will. Reply to Obj. 4. The fear of God helps us to avoid all sins, because according to Proverbs 15:27, "By the fear of the Lord every one declineth from evil." Hence fear makes us avoid negligence, yet not as though negligence were directly opposed to fear, but because fear incites man to acts of reason. Wherefore also it has been stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 44, Article 2, when we were treating of the passions, that fear makes us take counsel. Third article: whether negligence can be a mortal sin. Objection 1. It would seem that negligence cannot be a mortal sin. For a gloss of Gregory on the Morals of Job 9:34, on Job 9:28, "I feared all my works," etc., says that "too little love of God aggravates the former, notably negligence. But wherever there is mortal sin, the love of God is done away with altogether." Therefore negligence is not a mortal sin. Obj. 2. Further, a gloss on Ecclesiasticus 7:34, "For thy negligences purify thyself with a few," says, "Though the offering be small, it cleanses the negligences of many sins." Now this would not be if negligence were a mortal sin. Therefore negligence is not a mortal sin. Obj. 3. Further, under the law, certain sacrifices were prescribed for mortal sins, as appears from the book of Leviticus. Yet no sacrifice was prescribed for negligence. Therefore negligence is not a mortal sin. On the contrary, it is written in Proverbs 19:16, "He that neglecteth his own life shall die." Translator's note:
The Vulgate translates life as way. I answer that, as stated above (Article 2, 3rd Reply), negligence arises out of a certain remissness of the will, the result being a lack of solicitude on the part of the reason in commanding what it should command, or as it should command. Accordingly, negligence may happen to be a mortal sin in two ways. First, on the part of that which is omitted through negligence. If this be either an act or a circumstance necessary for salvation, it will be a mortal sin. Secondly, on the part of the cause. For if the will be so remiss about divine things as to fall away altogether from the charity of God, such negligence is a mortal sin, and this is the case chiefly when negligence is due to contempt. But if negligence consists in the omission of an act or circumstance that is not necessary for salvation, it is not a mortal but a venial sin, provided the negligence arise not from contempt, but from some lack of fervor, to which venial sin is an occasional obstacle. Reply to Obj. 1. Man may be said to love God less in two ways. First, through lack of the fervor of charity, and this causes the negligence that is a venial sin. Secondly, through lack of charity itself, in which sense we say that a man loves God less when he loves Him with a merely natural love, and this causes the negligence that is a mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 2. According to the same authority, the gloss, a small offering made with a humble mind and out of pure love cleanses man not only from venial, but also from mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 3. When negligence consists in the omission of that which is necessary for salvation, it is drawn to the other more manifest genus of sin. Because those sins that consist of inward actions are more hidden, wherefore no special sacrifices were prescribed for them in the law, since the offering of sacrifices was a kind of public confession of sin, whereas hidden sins should not be confessed in public.
End of question 54. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 55 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of prudence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of prudence. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 55. Of vices opposed to prudence by way of resemblance, in 8 articles. We must now consider those vices opposed to prudence, which have a resemblance thereto. Under this head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether prudence of the flesh is a sin. Second, whether it is a mortal sin. Third, whether craftiness is a special sin. Fourth, of guile. Fifth, of fraud. Sixth, of solicitude about temporal things. Seventh, of solicitude about the future. Eighth, of the origin of these vices. First article. Whether prudence of the flesh is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence of the flesh is not a sin. For prudence is more excellent than the other moral virtues, since it governs them all. but no justice or temperance is sinful. Neither, therefore, is any prudence a sin. Obj. 2: Further, it is not a sin to act prudently for an end which it is lawful to love. But it is lawful to love the flesh. For no man ever hated his flesh, according to Ephesians 5:29. Therefore, prudence of the flesh is not a sin. Obj. 3: Further, just as man is tempted by the flesh, so too is he tempted by the world and the devil. But no prudence of the world or of the devil is accounted a sin. Therefore, neither should any prudence of the flesh be accounted among sins. On the contrary, no man is an enemy to God save for wickedness, according to Wisdom 14:9. To God the wicked and his wickedness are hateful alike. Now it is written in Romans 8:7, "The prudence of the flesh is an enemy to God." Therefore, prudence of the flesh is a sin. I answer that, as stated above in Q. 47, A. 13, prudence regards things which are directed to the end of life as a whole. Hence, prudence of the flesh signifies properly the prudence of a man who looks upon carnal goods as the last end of his life. Now it is evident that this is a sin, because it involves a disorder in man with respect to his last end, which does not consist in the goods of the body, as stated above, in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 2, A. 5. Therefore, prudence of the flesh is a sin. Reply to Obj. 1: Justice and temperance include in their very nature that which ranks them among the virtues, notably, equality and the curbing of concupiscence. Hence they are never taken in a bad sense. On the other hand, prudence is so called from foreseeing, providendo, as stated above, in Q. 47, A. 1, and Q. 49, A. 6, which can extend to evil things also. Therefore, although prudence is taken simply, in a good sense, yet if something be added, it may be taken in a bad sense, and it is thus that prudence of the flesh is said to be a sin. Reply to Obj. 2: The flesh is on account of the soul, as matter is on account of the form, and the instrument on account of the principal agent. Hence the flesh is loved lawfully if it be directed to the good of the soul as its end. If, however, a man place his last end in a good of the flesh, his love will be inordinate and unlawful, and it is thus that the prudence of the flesh is directed to the love of the flesh. Reply to Obj. 3: The devil tempts us, not through the good of the appetible object, but by way of suggestion. Wherefore, since prudence implies direction to some appetible end, we do not speak of prudence of the devil as of a prudence directed to some evil end, which is the aspect under which the world and the flesh tempt us, in so far as worldly or carnal goods are proposed to our appetite. Hence we speak of carnal, and again of worldly prudence, according to Luke 16:8. "The children of this world are more prudent in their generation," etc. The Apostle includes all in the prudence of the flesh, because we covet the external things of the world on account of the flesh. We may also reply that since prudence is in a sense called wisdom, as stated above in Q. 47, A. 2, first reply, we may distinguish a threefold prudence corresponding to the three kinds of temptation. Hence it is written in James 3:15 that there is a wisdom which is earthly, sensual, and devilish, as explained above in question 45, Article 1, first reply, when we were treating of wisdom. Second article: whether prudence of the flesh is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It would seem that prudence of the flesh is a mortal sin. For it is a mortal sin to rebel against the divine law, since this implies contempt of God. Now, the prudence of the flesh is not subject to the law of God, according to Romans 8:7. Therefore, prudence of the flesh is a mortal sin. Objection 2. Further, every sin against the Holy Ghost is a mortal sin. Now, prudence of the flesh seems to be a sin against the Holy Ghost, for it cannot be subject to the law of God, according to Romans 8:7. And so it seems to be an unpardonable sin, which is proper to the sin against the Holy Ghost. Therefore, prudence of the flesh is a mortal sin. Objection 3. Further, the greatest evil is opposed to the greatest good, as stated in Ethics 8:10. Now, prudence of the flesh is opposed to that prudence which is the chief of the moral virtues. Therefore, prudence of the flesh is chief among mortal sins, so that it is itself a mortal sin. On the contrary, that which diminishes a sin has not of itself the nature of a mortal sin. Now, the thoughtful quest of things pertaining to the care of the flesh, which seems to pertain to carnal prudence, diminishes sin. Cf. Proverbs 6:30. Therefore, prudence of the flesh has not of itself the nature of a mortal sin. I answer that, as stated above in question 47, Article 2, first reply, and question 47, Article 13, a man is said to be prudent in two ways. First, simply, that is, in relation to the end of life as a whole. Secondly, relatively, that is, in relation to some particular end. Thus a man is said to be prudent in business or something else of the kind. Accordingly, if prudence of the flesh be taken as corresponding to prudence in its absolute signification, so that a man place the last end of his whole life in the care of the flesh, it is a mortal sin, because he turns away from God by so doing, since he cannot have several last ends, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 1, Article 5. If, on the other hand, prudence of the flesh be taken as corresponding to particular prudence, it is a venial sin. For it happens sometimes that a man has an inordinate affection for some pleasure of the flesh, without turning away from God by a mortal sin, in which case he does not place the end of his whole life in carnal pleasure. To apply oneself to obtain this pleasure is a venial sin, and pertains to prudence of the flesh. But if a man actually refers the care of the flesh to a good end, as when one is careful about one's food in order to sustain one's body, this is no longer prudence of the flesh, because then one uses the care of the flesh as a means to an end. Reply to Obj. 1. The Apostle is speaking of that carnal prudence whereby a man places the end of his whole life in the goods of the flesh, and this is a mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 2. Prudence of the flesh does not imply a sin against the Holy Ghost. For when it is stated that it cannot be subject to the law of God, this does not mean that he who has prudence of the flesh cannot be converted and submit to the law of God, but that carnal prudence itself cannot be subject to God's law, even as neither can injustice be just, nor heat cold, although that which is hot may become cold. Reply to Obj. 3. Every sin is opposed to prudence, just as prudence is shared by every virtue. But it does not follow that every sin opposed to prudence is most grave, but only when it is opposed to prudence in some very grave matter. Third article: whether craftiness is a special sin. Objection 1. It would seem that craftiness is not a special sin. For the words of Holy Writ do not induce anyone to sin, and yet they induce us to be crafty, according to Proverbs 1:4, "to give craftiness to little ones." Therefore, craftiness is not a sin. Objection 2. Further, it is written Proverbs 13:16, "The crafty man doth all things with counsel." Therefore, he does so either for a good or for an evil end. If for a good end, there is no sin seemingly, and if for an evil end, it would seem to pertain to carnal or worldly prudence. Therefore, craftiness is not a special sin distinct from prudence of the flesh. Objection 3. Further, Gregory, expounding the words of Job 12, "The simplicity of the just man is laughed to scorn," says (Morals of Job 10:29), "The wisdom of this world is to hide one's thoughts by artifice, to conceal one's meaning by words, to represent error as truth, to make out the truth to be false." And further on he adds, "This prudence is acquired by the young, it is learnt at a price by children." Now the above things seem to belong to craftiness. Therefore, craftiness is not distinct from carnal or worldly prudence, and consequently it seems not to be a special sin. On the contrary, the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 4:2, "We renounce the hidden things of dishonesty, not walking in craftiness, nor adulterating the word of God." Therefore, craftiness is a sin. I answer that prudence is right reason applied to action, just as science is right reason applied to knowledge. In speculative matters, one may sin against rectitude of knowledge in two ways. In one way, when the reason is led to a false conclusion that appears to be true. In another way, when the reason proceeds from false premises that appear to be true, either to a true or to a false conclusion. Even so, a sin may be against prudence through having some resemblance thereto, in two ways. First, when the purpose of the reason is directed to an end which is good not in truth but in appearance, and this pertains to prudence of the flesh. Secondly, when, in order to obtain a certain end, whether good or evil, a man uses means that are not true but fictitious and counterfeit, and this belongs to the sin of craftiness. This is consequently a sin opposed to prudence, and distinct from prudence of the flesh. Reply to Obj. 1. As Augustine observes in his letter against Julian 4:3, just as prudence is sometimes improperly taken in a bad sense, so craftiness sometimes taken in a good sense, and this on account of their mutual resemblance. Properly speaking, however, craftiness is taken in a bad sense, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. 6:12. Reply to Obj. 2. Craftiness can take counsel both for a good end and for an evil end. Nor should a good end be pursued by means that are false and counterfeit, but by such as are true. Hence craftiness is a sin if it be directed to a good end. Reply to Obj. 3. Under worldly prudence, Gregory included everything that can pertain to false prudence, so that it comprises craftiness also. Fourth article: whether guile is a sin pertaining to craftiness. Objection 1. It would seem that guile is not a sin pertaining to craftiness. For sin, especially mortal, has no place in perfect men. Yet a certain guile is to be found in them, according to 2 Corinthians 12:16. "Being crafty, I caught you by guile." Therefore, guile is not always a sin. Objection 2. Further, guile seems to pertain chiefly to the tongue, according to Psalm 5:11. "They dealt deceitfully with their tongues." Now craftiness, like prudence, is in the very act of reason. Therefore guile does not pertain to craftiness. Obj. 3. Further, it is written in Proverbs 12:20, "Guile is in the heart of them that think evil things." But the thought of evil things does not always pertain to craftiness. Therefore guile does not seem to belong to craftiness. On the contrary, craftiness aims at lying in wait, according to Ephesians 4:14. "By cunning craftiness by which they lie in wait to deceive." And guile aims at this also. Therefore guile pertains to craftiness. I answer that, as stated above in Article 3, it belongs to craftiness to adopt ways that are not true but counterfeit and apparently true, in order to obtain some end, either good or evil. Now the adopting of such ways may be subjected to a twofold consideration. First, as regards the process of thinking them out, and this belongs properly to craftiness, even as thinking out right ways to a due end belongs to prudence. Secondly, the adopting of such like ways may be considered with regard to their actual execution, and in this way it belongs to guile. Hence guile denotes a certain execution of craftiness, and accordingly belongs thereto. Reply to Obj. 1. Just as craftiness is taken properly in a bad sense, and improperly in a good sense, so too is guile, which is the execution of craftiness. Reply to Obj. 2. The execution of craftiness with the purpose of deceiving is effected first and foremost by words, which hold the chief place among those signs whereby a man signifies something to another man, as Augustine states in On Christian Doctrine 2:3. Hence guile is ascribed chiefly to speech. Yet guile may happen also in deeds, according to Psalm 104:25. "And to deal deceitfully with his servants." Guile is also in the heart, according to Ecclesiasticus 19:23. "His interior is full of deceit." But this is to devise deceits, according to Psalm 37:13. "They studied deceits all day long." Reply to Obj. 3. Whoever purposes to do some evil deed, must needs devise certain ways of attaining his purpose, and for the most part he devises deceitful ways, whereby the more easily to obtain his end. Nevertheless, it happens sometimes that evil is done openly and by violence, without craftiness and guile, but as this is more difficult, it is of less frequent occurrence. Fifth article: whether fraud pertains to craftiness. Objection 1. It would seem that fraud does not pertain to craftiness. For a man does not deserve praise if he allows himself to be deceived, which is the object of craftiness. And yet a man deserves praise for allowing himself to be defrauded, according to 1 Corinthians 6:1. Why do you not rather suffer yourselves to be defrauded? Therefore, fraud does not belong to craftiness. Objection 2. Further, fraud seems to consist in unlawfully taking or receiving external things. For it is written in Acts 5:1 that "a certain man named Ananias, with Sapphira his wife, sold a piece of land, and by fraud kept back part of the price of the land." Now it pertains to injustice or illiberality to take possession of or retain external things unjustly. Therefore, fraud does not belong to craftiness, which is opposed to prudence. Objection 3. Further, no man employs craftiness against himself. But the frauds of some are against themselves, for it is written in Proverbs 1:18 concerning some, "that they practice frauds against their own souls." Therefore, fraud does not belong to craftiness. On the contrary, the object of fraud is to deceive, according to Job 13:9. "Shall he be deceived as a man with your fraudulent dealings?" Now craftiness is directed to the same object. Therefore, fraud pertains to craftiness. I answer that, just as guile consists in the execution of craftiness, so also does fraud. But they seem to differ in the fact that guile belongs in general to the execution of craftiness, whether this be effected by words or by deeds, whereas fraud belongs more properly to the execution of craftiness by deeds. Reply Obj. 1. The Apostle does not counsel the faithful to be deceived in their knowledge, but to bear patiently the effect of being deceived, and to endure wrongs inflicted on them by fraud. Reply Obj. 2. The execution of craftiness may be carried out by another vice, just as the execution of prudence by the virtues, and accordingly nothing hinders fraud from pertaining to covetousness or illiberality. Reply Obj. 3. Those who commit frauds do not design anything against themselves or their own souls. It is through God's just judgment that what they plot against others recoils on themselves, according to Psalm 7:16. "He is fallen into the hole he made." Sixth article: whether it is lawful to be solicitous about temporal matters. Objection 1. It would seem lawful to be solicitous about temporal matters, because a superior should be solicitous for his subjects, according to Romans 12:8. "He that ruleth with solicitude." Now according to the divine ordering, man is placed over temporal things, according to Psalm 8:8. "Thou hast subjected all things under his feet," etc. Therefore man should be solicitous about temporal things. Obj. 2: Further, everyone is solicitous about the end for which he works. Now it is lawful for a man to work for the temporal things whereby he sustains life, wherefore the Apostle says in 2 Thessalonians 3:10, "If any man will not work, neither let him eat." Therefore it is lawful to be solicitous about temporal things. Obj. 3: Further, solicitude about works of mercy is praiseworthy, according to 2 Timothy 1:17, "When he was come to Rome, he carefully sought me." Now solicitude about temporal things is sometimes connected with works of mercy. For instance, when a man is solicitous to watch over the interests of orphans and poor persons. Therefore solicitude about temporal things is not unlawful. On the contrary, our Lord said in Matthew 6:31, "Be not solicitous, saying, What shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or wherewith shall we be clothed? And yet such things are very necessary." I answer that, solicitude denotes an earnest endeavor to obtain something. Now it is evident that the endeavor is more earnest when there is fear of failure, so that there is less solicitude when success is assured. Accordingly, solicitude about temporal things may be unlawful in three ways. First, on the part of the object of solicitude, that is, if we seek temporal things as an end. Hence Augustine says in his On the Works of Monks (xxvi), "When our Lord said, 'Be not solicitous,' etc., he intended to forbid them either to make such things their end, or for the sake of these things to do whatever they were commanded to do in preaching the gospel." Secondly, solicitude about temporal things may be unlawful through too much earnestness in endeavoring to obtain temporal things, the result being that a man is drawn away from spiritual things which ought to be the chief object of his search. Wherefore it is written in Matthew 13:22 that "the care of this world chokes up the word." Thirdly, through overmuch fear when, to wit, a man fears to lack necessary things if he do what he ought to do. Now our Lord gives three motives for laying aside this fear. First, on account of the yet greater favors bestowed by God on man, independently of his solicitude, notably his body and soul. Cf. Matthew 6:26. Secondly, on account of the care with which God watches over animals and plants, without the assistance of man, according to the requirements of their nature. Thirdly, because of divine providence, through ignorance of which the Gentiles are solicitous in seeking temporal goods before all others. Consequently, he concludes that we should be solicitous most of all about spiritual goods, hoping that temporal goods also may be granted us according to our needs, if we do what we ought to do. Reply to Obj. 1: Temporal goods are subjected to man that he may use them according to his needs, not that he may place his end in them and be over-solicitous about them. Reply to Obj. 2: The solitude of a man who gains his bread by bodily labor is not superfluous but proportionate. Hence Jerome says on Matthew 6:31, "Be not solicitous, that labor is necessary, but solicitude must be banished," namely, superfluous solicitude which unsettles the mind. Reply to Obj. 3: In the works of mercy, solicitude about temporal things is directed to charity as its end, wherefore it is not unlawful, unless it be superfluous. Seventh article. Whether we should be solicitous about the future. Objection 1. It would seem that we should be solicitous about the future. For it is written in Proverbs 6, verses 6 through 8, "Go to the ant, O sluggard, and consider her ways and learn wisdom, which, although she hath no guide, nor master, provideth her meat for herself in the summer, and gathereth her food in the harvest." Now this is to be solicitous about the future. Therefore, solicitude about the future is praiseworthy. Objection 2. Further, solicitude pertains to prudence. But prudence is chiefly about the future, since its principal part is foresight of future things, as stated above in Question 49, Article 6, First Reply. Therefore, it is virtuous to be solicitous about the future. Objection 3. Further, whoever puts something by that he may keep it for the morrow is solicitous about the future. Now we read in John 12:6 that Christ had a bag for keeping things in, which Judas carried, and in Acts 4:34-37 that the apostles kept the price of the land, which had been laid at their feet. Therefore, it is lawful to be solicitous about the future. On the contrary, our Lord said in Matthew 6:34, "Be not solicitous for tomorrow," where tomorrow stands for the future, as Jerome says in his commentary on this passage. I answer that, no work can be virtuous unless it be vested with its due circumstances, and among these is the due time, according to Ecclesiastes 8:6. "There is a time and opportunity for every business," which applies not only to external deeds, but also to internal solicitude. For every time has its own fitting proper solicitude. Thus solicitude about the crops belongs to the summertime, and solicitude about the vintage to the time of autumn. Accordingly, if a man were solicitous about the vintage during the summer, he would be needlessly forestalling the solicitude belonging to a future time. Hence our Lord forbids such like excessive solicitude by saying, "Be not solicitous for tomorrow," wherefore he adds, "For the morrow will be solicitous for itself," that is to say, the morrow will have its own solicitude, which will be burden enough for the soul. This is what he means by adding, "Sufficient for the day is the evil thereof," namely, the burden of solicitude. Reply to Objection 1. The ant is solicitous at a befitting time, and it is this that is proposed for our example. Reply to Objection 2. Due foresight of the future belongs to prudence, but it would be an inordinate foresight or solicitude about the future if a man were to seek temporal things, to which the terms past and future apply, as ends, or if he were to seek them in excess of the needs of the present life, or if he were to forestall the time for solicitude. Reply to Objection 3. As Augustine says in his commentary on the Sermon of the Mount, 2:17, "When we see a servant of God taking thought lest he lack these needful things, we must not judge him to be solicitous for the morrow, since even our Lord deigned for our example to have a purse, and we read in the Acts of the Apostles that they procured the necessary means of livelihood in view of the future on account of a threatened famine." Hence our Lord does not condemn those who according to human custom provide themselves with such things, but those who oppose themselves to God for the sake of these things. Eighth article. Whether these vices arise from covetousness. Objection 1. It would seem that these vices do not arise from covetousness. As stated above in question 43, Article 6, lust is the chief cause of lack of rectitude in the reason. Now these vices are opposed to right reason, that is, to prudence. Therefore, they arise chiefly from lust, especially since the Philosopher says in Ethics 7:6 that Venus is full of guile, and her girdle is many-colored, and that he who is incontinent in desire acts with cunning. Objection 2. Further, these vices bear a certain resemblance to prudence, as stated above in question 47, Article 13. Now, since prudence is in the reason, the more spiritual vices seem to be more akin thereto, such as pride and vainglory. Therefore, the aforesaid vices seem to arise from pride rather than from covetousness. Objection 3. Further, men make use of stratagems, not only in laying hold of other people's goods, but also in plotting murders, the former of which pertains to covetousness, and the latter to anger. Now the use of stratagems pertains to craftiness, guile, and fraud. Therefore, the aforesaid vices arise not only from covetousness, but also from anger. On the contrary, Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31:45, states that fraud is a daughter of covetousness. I answer that, as stated above in Article 3, as well as in question 47, Article 13, carnal prudence and craftiness, as well as guile and fraud, bear a certain resemblance to prudence in some kind of use of the reason. Now among all the moral virtues it is justice wherein the use of right reason appears chiefly, for justice is in the rational appetite. Hence the undue use of reason appears chiefly in the vices opposed to justice, the chief of which is covetousness. Therefore, the aforesaid vices arise chiefly from covetousness. Reply to Objection 1. On account of the vehemence of pleasure and of concupiscence, lust entirely suppresses the reason from exercising its act, whereas in the aforesaid vices there is some use of reason, albeit inordinate. Hence these vices do not arise directly from lust. When the Philosopher says that Venus is full of guile, he is referring to a certain resemblance in so far as she carries man away suddenly, just as he is moved in deceitful actions, yet not by means of craftiness, but rather by the vehemence of concupiscence and pleasure. Wherefore he adds that Venus doth cozen the wits of the wisest man. Cf. the Iliad, Book 14, paragraphs 214 to 217. Reply to Objection 2. To do anything by stratagem seems to be due to pusillanimity, because a magnanimous man wishes to act openly, as the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:3. Wherefore, as pride resembles or apes magnanimity, it follows that the aforesaid vices which make use of fraud and guile do not arise directly from pride, but rather from covetousness, which seeks its own profit and sets little by excellence. Reply to Objection 3. anger's movement is sudden, hence it acts with precipitation and without counsel, contrary to the use of the aforesaid vices, though these use counsel inordinately. That men use stratagems in plotting murders arises not from anger, but rather from hatred, because the angry man desires to harm manifestly, as the Philosopher states in Rhetoric 2, 2 and 3. Cf. as well Ethics 7, 6. End of question 55. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 56 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of prudence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of prudence. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 56 of the precepts relating to prudence, in 2 articles. We must now consider the precepts relating to prudence, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, the precepts of prudence. Second, the precepts relating to the opposite vices. First article. Whether the precepts of the Decalogue should have included a precept of prudence. Objection 1. It would seem that the precepts of the Decalogue should have included a precept of prudence. For the chief precepts should include a precept of the chief virtue. Now the chief precepts are those of the Decalogue. Since, then, prudence is the chief of the moral virtues, it seems that the precepts of the Decalogue should have included a precept of prudence. Objection 2. Further, the teaching of the Gospel contains the law especially with regard to the precepts of the Decalogue. Now the teaching of the Gospel contains a precept of prudence in Matthew 10:16. Be ye prudent as serpents. Therefore, the precepts of the Decalogue should have included a precept of prudence. Objection 3. Further, the other lessons of the Old Testament are directed to the precepts of the Decalogue. Wherefore it is written in Malachi 4:4, Remember the law of Moses my servant, which I commanded him in Horeb. Now the other lessons of the Old Testament include precepts of prudence. For instance, Proverbs 3:5, Lean not upon thy own prudence. And further on in Proverbs 4:25, Let thine eyelids go before thy steps. Therefore, the law also should have contained a precept of prudence, especially among the precepts of the Decalogue. The contrary, however, appears to anyone who goes through the precepts of the Decalogue. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 100, Article 3, and Article 5, first reply, when we were treating of precepts, the commandments of the Decalogue being given to the whole people are a matter of common knowledge to all, as coming under the purview of natural reason. Now foremost among the things dictated by natural reason are the ends of human life, which are to the practical order what naturally known principles are to the speculative order, as shown above in question 47, Article 6. Now prudence is not about the end, but about the means, as stated above in question 47, Article 6. Hence it was not fitting that the precepts of the Decalogue should include a precept relating directly to prudence. and yet all the precepts of the Decalogue are related to prudence, in so far as it directs all virtuous acts. Reply to Obj. 1: Although prudence is simply foremost among all the moral virtues, yet justice, more than any other virtue, regards its object under the aspect of something due, which is a necessary condition for a precept, as stated above (Q. 44, A. 1, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 99, Articles 1 and 5). Hence it behooved the chief precepts of the law, which are those of the Decalogue, to refer to justice rather than to prudence. Reply to Obj. 2: The teaching of the gospel is the doctrine of perfection. Therefore it needed to instruct man perfectly in all matters relating to right conduct, whether ends or means. Wherefore it behooved the gospel teaching to contain precepts also of prudence. Reply to Obj. 3: Just as the rest of the teaching of the Old Testament is directed to the precepts of the Decalogue as its end, so it behooved man to be instructed by the subsequent lessons of the Old Testament about the act of prudence which is directed to the means. Second article: Whether the prohibitive precepts relating to the vices opposed to prudence are fittingly propounded in the Old Law. Objection 1: It would seem that the prohibitive precepts relating to the vices opposed to prudence are unfittingly propounded in the Old Law. For such vices as imprudence and its parts, which are directly opposed to prudence, are not less opposed thereto than those which bear a certain resemblance to prudence, such as craftiness and vices connected with it. Now the latter vices are forbidden in the law, for it is written in Leviticus 19:13, "Thou shalt not calumniate thy neighbor," and in Deuteronomy 25:13, "Thou shalt not have diverse weights in thy bag, a greater and a less." Therefore there should have also been prohibitive precepts about the vices directly opposed to prudence. Obj. 2: Further, there is room for fraud in other things than in buying and selling. Therefore the law unfittingly forbade fraud solely in buying and selling. Obj. 3: Further, there is the same reason for prescribing an act of virtue as for prohibiting the act of a contrary vice. But acts of prudence are not prescribed in the law. Therefore neither should any contrary vices have been forbidden in the law. The contrary, however, appears from the precepts of the law which are quoted in the first objection. I answer that, as stated above in A. 1, justice, above all, regards the aspect of something due, which is a necessary condition for a precept, because justice tends to render that which is due to another, as we shall state further on (Q. 58, A. 2). Now craftiness, as to its execution, is committed chiefly in matters of justice, as stated above (Q. 55, A. 8). And so it was fitting that the law should contain precepts forbidding the execution of craftiness, in so far as this pertains to injustice, as when a man uses guile and fraud in calumniating another or in stealing his goods. Reply to Obj. 1: Those vices that are manifestly opposed to prudence do not pertain to injustice in the same way as the execution of craftiness, and so they are not forbidden in the law, as fraud and guile are, which latter pertain to injustice. Reply to Obj. 2: All guile and fraud committed in matters of injustice can be understood to be forbidden in the prohibition of calumny. Cf. Leviticus 19:13. Yet fraud and guile are wont to be practiced chiefly in buying and selling, according to Ecclesiasticus 26:28. A huckster shall not be justified from the sins of the lips. And it is for this reason that the law contained a special precept forbidding fraudulent buying and selling. Reply to Obj. 3: All the precepts of the law that relate to acts of justice pertain to the execution of prudence, even as the precepts prohibitive of stealing, calumny, and fraudulent selling pertain to the execution of craftiness. End of question 56 and the questions concerning the virtue of prudence. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 57 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 57. Of right, in 4 articles. After considering prudence, we must in due sequence consider justice, the consideration of which will be fourfold. 1. Of justice. 2. Of its parts. 3. Of the corresponding gift. 4. Of the precepts relating to justice. 4 points will have to be considered about justice. First, right. Second, justice itself. Third, injustice. Fourth, judgment. Under the first head, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether right is the object of justice. Second, whether right is fittingly divided into natural and positive right. Third, whether the right of nations is the same as natural right. Fourth, whether right of dominion and paternal right are distinct species. First article: whether right is the object of justice. Objection 1. It would seem that right is not the object of justice. For the jurist Celsus says, in the Digest, that right is the art of goodness and equality. Now art is not the object of justice, but is by itself an intellectual virtue. Therefore, right is not the object of justice. Objection 2. Further, law, according to Isidore in the Etymologies 5:3, is a kind of right. Now law is the object not of justice, but of prudence, wherefore the Philosopher in Ethics 6:8 reckons legislative as one of the parts of prudence. Therefore, right is not the object of justice. Objection 3. Further, justice, before all, subjects man to God. For Augustine says On the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans 15 that justice is love serving God alone, and consequently governing aright all things subject to man. Now right, use, does not pertain to divine things, but only to human affairs, for Isidore says in his Etymologies 5:2 that fas is the divine law, and use the human law. Therefore, right is not the object of justice. On the contrary, Isidore says in his Etymologies 5:2 that use, right, is so called because it is just. Now the just is the object of justice, for the Philosopher declares in Ethics 5:1 that all are agreed in giving the name of justice to the habit which makes men capable of doing just actions. I answer that it is proper to justice, as compared with the other virtues, to direct man in his relations with others, because it denotes a kind of equality, as its very name implies. Indeed, we are wont to say that things are adjusted when they are made equal, for equality is in reference of one thing to some other. On the other hand, the other virtues perfect man in those matters only which befit him in relation to himself. Accordingly, that which is right in the works of the other virtues, and to which the intention of the virtue tends as to its proper object, depends on its relation to the agent only, whereas the right in a work of justice, besides its relation to the agent, is set up by its relation to others. Because a man's work is said to be just when it is related to some other by way of some kind of equality, for instance, the payment of the wage due for a service rendered. And so a thing is said to be just, as having the rectitude of justice, when it is the term of an act of justice, without taking into account the way in which it is done by the agent. Whereas in the other virtues nothing is declared to be right unless it is done in a certain way by the agent. For this reason, justice has its own special proper object over and above the other virtues, and this object is called the just, which is the same as right. Hence it is evident that right is the object of justice. Reply to Obj. 1. It is usual for words to be distorted from their original significance so as to mean something else. Thus the word medicine was first employed to signify a remedy used for curing a sick person, and then it was drawn to signify the art by which this is done. In like manner, the word use, right, was first of all used to denote the just thing itself, but afterwards it was transferred to designate the art whereby it is known what is just, and further to denote the place where justice is administered. Thus a man is said to appear in iure. Translator's note: in English we speak of a court of law, a barrister at law, etc. And yet further, we say that even a man who has the office of exercising justice administers the use, even if his sentence be unjust. Reply to Obj. 2. Just as there pre-exists in the mind of the craftsman an expression of the things to be made externally by his craft, which expression is called the rule of his craft, so too there pre-exists in the mind an expression of the particular just work which the reason determines, and which is a kind of rule of prudence. If this rule be expressed in writing, it is called a law, which according to Isidore, in his Etymologies 5:1, is a written decree. And so law is not the same as right, but an expression of right. Reply to Obj. 3. Since justice implies equality, and since we cannot offer God an equal return, it follows that we cannot make him a perfectly just repayment. For this reason the divine law is not properly called use, but fas, because, to wit, God is satisfied if we accomplish what we can. Nevertheless, justice tends to make man repay God as much as he can, by subjecting his mind to Him entirely. Second article: whether right is fittingly divided into natural right and positive right. Objection 1. It would seem that right is not fittingly divided into natural right and positive right. For that which is natural is unchangeable, and is the same for all. Now nothing of the kind is to be found in human affairs, since all the rules of human right fail in certain cases, nor do they obtain force everywhere. Therefore there is no such thing as natural right. Objection 2. Further, a thing is called positive when it proceeds from the human will. But a thing is not just simply because it proceeds from the human will, else a man's will could not be unjust. Since then the just and the right are the same, it seems that there is no positive right. Objection 3. Further, divine right is not natural right, since it transcends human nature. In like manner, neither is it positive right, since it is based not on human but on divine authority. Therefore, right is unfittingly divided into natural and positive. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics v, 7 that political justice is partly natural and partly legal, that is, established by law. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, the right, or the just, is a work that is adjusted to another person according to some kind of equality. Now a thing can be adjusted to a man in two ways. First, by its very nature, as when a man gives so much that he may receive equal value in return, and this is called natural right. In another way, a thing is adjusted or commensurated to another person by agreement or by common consent, when, to wit, a man deems himself satisfied if he receive so much. This can be done in two ways. First, by private agreement, as that which is confirmed by an agreement between private individuals. Secondly, by public agreement, as when the whole community agrees that something should be deemed as though it were adjusted and commensurated to another person, or when this is decreed by the prince who is placed over the people and acts in its stead, and this is called positive right. Reply to Obj. 1. That which is natural to one whose nature is unchangeable must needs be such always and everywhere. But man's nature is changeable, wherefore that which is natural to man may sometimes fail. Thus, the restitution of a deposit to the depositor is in accordance with natural equality, and if human nature were always right, this would always have to be observed. But since it happens sometimes that a man's will is unrighteous, there are cases in which a deposit should not be restored, lest a man of unrighteous will make evil use of the thing deposited, as when a madman or an enemy of the common weal demands the return of his weapons. Reply to Obj. 2. The human will can, by common agreement, make a thing to be just, provided it be not, of itself, contrary to natural justice, and it is in such matters that positive right has its place. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethics v, 7 that In the case of the legal just, it does not matter in the first instance whether it takes one form or another. It only matters when once it is laid down. If, however, a thing is, of itself, contrary to natural right, the human will cannot make it just, for instance, by decreeing that it is lawful to steal or to commit adultery. Hence it is written (Isaiah 10:1), "Woe to them that make wicked laws." Reply Obj. 3: The divine right is that which is promulgated by God. Such things are partly those that are naturally just, yet their justice is hidden to man, and partly are made just by God's decree. Hence also divine right may be divided in respect of these two things, even as human right is. For the divine law commands certain things because they are good, and forbids others because they are evil, while others are good because they are prescribed, and others evil because they are forbidden. Third article: Whether the right of nations is the same as the natural right. Objection 1: It would seem that the right of nations is the same as the natural right. For all men do not agree save in that which is natural to them. Now all men agree in the right of nations, since the jurist Ulpian in his digest says, "The right of nations is that which is in use among all nations." Therefore the right of nations is the natural right. Objection 2: Further, slavery among men is natural, for some are naturally slaves, according to the Philosopher (Polit. i, 2). Now slavery belongs to the right of nations, as Isidore states in his Etymologies v, 4. Therefore the right of nations is a natural right. Obj. 3: Further, right, as stated above in A. 2, is divided into natural and positive. Now the right of nations is not a positive right, since all nations never agreed to decree anything by common agreement. Therefore the right of nations is a natural right. On the contrary, Isidore says in his Etymologies v, 4 that right is either natural or civil, or right of nations, and consequently the right of nations is distinct from natural right. I answer that, as stated above in A. 2, the natural right, or just, is that which by its very nature is adjusted to or commensurate with another person. Now this may happen in two ways. First, according as it is considered absolutely. Thus a male by his very nature is commensurate with the female to beget offspring by her, and a parent is commensurate with the offspring to nourish it. Secondly, a thing is naturally commensurate with another person, not according as it is considered absolutely, but according to something resultant from it, for instance, the possession of property. For if a particular piece of land be considered absolutely, it contains no reason why it should belong to one man more than to another. But if it be considered in respect of its adaptability to cultivation, and the unmolested use of the land, it has a certain commensuration to be the property of one and not of another man, as the Philosopher shows in Polit. ii, 2. Now it belongs not only to man but also to other animals to apprehend a thing absolutely. Wherefore the right, which we call natural, is common to us and other animals according to the first kind of commiseration. But the right of nations falls short of natural right in this sense, as the Jurist says, because "the latter is common to all animals, while the former is common to men only." On the other hand, to consider a thing by comparing it with what results from it, it is proper to reason, wherefore this same is natural to man in respect of natural reason which dictates it. Hence the Jurist Gaius says, "Whatever natural reason decrees among all men, is observed by all equally, and is called the right of nations." This suffices for the reply to the first objection. Reply to objection 2: Considered absolutely, the fact that this particular man should be a slave rather than another man is based not on natural reason, but on some resultant utility, in that it is useful to this man to be ruled by a wiser man, and to the latter to be helped by the former, as the Philosopher states in Polit. I, 2. Wherefore slavery, which belongs to the right of nations, is natural in the second way, but not in the first. Reply to Obj. 3: Since natural reason dictates matters which are according to the right of nations, as implying approximate equality, it follows that they need no special institution, for they are instituted by natural reason itself, as stated by the authority quoted above. Fourth article: Whether paternal right and right of dominion should be distinguished as special species. Objection 1: It would seem that paternal right and right of dominion should not be distinguished as special species. For it belongs to justice to render to each one what is his, as Ambrose states (On the Duties of the Clergy, 124). Now right is the object of justice, as stated above (Article 1). Therefore right belongs to each one equally, and we ought not to distinguish the rights of fathers and masters as distinct species. Obj. 2: Further, the law is an expression of what is just, as stated above (Article 1, Second Reply). Now a law looks to the common good of a city or kingdom, as stated above (I II, Secundae, Q. 90, A. 2), but not to the private good of an individual, or even of one household. Therefore there is no need for a special right of dominion or paternal right, since the master and the father pertain to a household, as stated in Polit. I, 2. Obj. 3: Further, there are many other differences of degrees among men. For instance, some are soldiers, some are priests, some are princes. Therefore some special kind of right should be allotted to them. On the contrary, the Philosopher (Ethic. v, 6) distinguishes right of dominion, paternal right, and so on, as species distinct from civil right. I answer that, right or just depends on commensuration with another person. Now another has a twofold signification. First, it may denote something that is other simply, as that which is altogether distinct, as, for example, two men neither of whom is subject to the other, and both of whom are subjects of the ruler of the state. And between these, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. v, 6), there is the just simply. Secondly, a thing is said to be other from something else, not simply, but as belonging in some way to that something else. And in this way, as regards human affairs, a son belongs to his father, since he is part of him somewhat, as stated in Ethics 8:12, and a slave belongs to his master, because he is his instrument, as stated in Politics 1:2. Cf. as well Ethics 8:11. Hence a father is not compared to his son as to another simply, and so between them there is not the just simply, but a kind of just, called paternal. In like manner, neither is there the just simply between master and servant, but that which is called dominative. A wife, though she is something belonging to the husband, since she stands related to him as to her own body, as the Apostle declares in Ephesians 5:28, is nevertheless more distinct from her husband than a son from his father, or a slave from his master. For she is received into a kind of social life, that of matrimony, wherefore according to the Philosopher in Ethics 5:6, there is more scope for justice between husband and wife than between father and son, or master and slave, because, as husband and wife have an immediate relation to the community of the household, as stated in Politics 1, 2, and 5, it follows that between them there is domestic justice rather than civic. Reply Obj. 1: It belongs to justice to render to each one his right, the distinction between individuals being presupposed. For if a man gives himself his due, this is not strictly called just. And since what belongs to the son is his father's, and what belongs to the slave is his master's, it follows that, properly speaking, there is not justice of father to son, or of master to slave. Reply Obj. 2: A son, as such, belongs to his father, and a slave, as such, belongs to his master. Yet each, considered as a man, is something having separate existence and distinct from others. Hence, in so far as each of them is a man, there is justice towards them in a way. And for this reason too, there are certain laws regulating the relations of father to his son, and of a master to his slave. But in so far as each is something belonging to another, the perfect idea of right or just is wanting to them. Reply Obj. 3: All other differences between one person and another in a state have an immediate relation to the community of the state and to its ruler, wherefore there is just towards them in the perfect sense of justice. This just, however, is distinguished according to various offices. Hence, when we speak of military, or magisterial, or priestly right, it is not as though such rights fell short of the simple right, as when we speak of paternal right, or right of dominion, but for the reason that something proper is due to each class of person in respect of his particular office. End of question 57. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 58, Part 1 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 58 of Justice in 12 Articles. Part 1, Articles 1 through 6. We must now consider justice. Under this head there are 12 points of inquiry. First, what is justice? Second, whether justice is always towards another. Third, whether it is a virtue. Fourth, whether it is in the will as its subject. Fifth, whether it is a general virtue. Sixth, whether as a general virtue it is essentially the same as every virtue. Seventh, whether there is a particular justice. Eighth, whether particular justice has a matter of its own. Ninth, whether it is about passions or about operations only. Tenth, whether the mean of justice is the real mean. 11th, whether the act of justice is to render to everyone his own. 12th, whether justice is the chief of the moral virtues. First Article. Whether justice is fittingly defined as being the perpetual and constant will to render to each one his right. Objection 1. It would seem that lawyers have unfittingly defined justice as being the perpetual and constant will to render to each one his right. For, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 5:1, justice is a habit which makes a man capable of doing what is just, and of being just in action and in attention. Now, will denotes a power, or also an act. Therefore, justice is unfittingly defined as being a will. Objection 2. Further, rectitude of the will is not the will. Else, if the will were its own rectitude, it would follow that no will is unrighteous. Yet, according to Anselm in On Truth 12, justice is rectitude. Therefore, justice is not the will. Objection 3. Further, no will is perpetual save God's. If therefore justice is a perpetual will, in God alone will there be justice. Objection 4. Further, whatever is perpetual is constant, since it is unchangeable. Therefore, it is needless in defining justice to say that it is both perpetual and constant. Objection 5. Further, it belongs to the sovereign to give each one his own right. Therefore, if justice gives each one his right, it follows that it is in none but the sovereign, which is absurd. Objection 6. Further, Augustine says in On the Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manichaeans 15 that justice is love serving God alone. Therefore, it does not render to each one his right. I answer that the aforesaid definition of justice is fitting if understood aright. For since every virtue is a habit that is the principle of a good act, a virtue must needs be defined by means of the good act bearing on the matter proper to that virtue. Now the proper matter of justice consists of those things that belong to our intercourse with other men, as shall be shown further on in Article 2. Hence the act of justice in relation to its proper matter and object is indicated in the words, rendering to each one his right, since, as Isidore says in his Etymologies 10, a man is said to be just because he respects the rights of others, where rights, in Latin, is jus, the root of justice. Translator's note. Now, in order that an act bearing upon any matter whatever be virtuous, it requires to be voluntary, stable, and firm, because the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 4 that in order for an act to be virtuous, it needs first of all to be done knowingly, secondly to be done by choice, and for a due end, thirdly to be done immovably. Now the first of these is included in the second, since "what is done through ignorance is involuntary," according to Ethic. iii, 1. Hence the definition of justice mentions first the will, in order to show that the act of justice must be voluntary, and mention is made afterwards of its constancy and perpetuity, in order to indicate the firmness of the act. Accordingly, this is a complete definition of justice, save that the act is mentioned instead of the habit, which takes its species from that act, because habit implies relation to act. And if anyone would reduce it to the proper form of a definition, he might say that "justice is a habit whereby a man renders to each one his due by a constant and perpetual will." And this is about the same definition as that given by the Philosopher in Ethic. v, 5, who says that "justice is a habit whereby a man is said to be capable of doing just actions in accordance with his choice." Reply to Obj. 1: Will here denotes the act, not the power, and it is customary among writers to define habits by their acts. Thus Augustine says, in his commentary on the Gospel of John, Tract 40, that "faith is to believe what one sees not." Reply to Obj. 2: Justice is the same as rectitude, not essentially but causally, for it is a habit which rectifies the deed and the will. Reply to Obj. 3: The will may be called perpetual in two ways. First, on the part of the will's act, which endures forever, and thus God's will alone is perpetual. Secondly, on the part of the subject, because, to wit, a man wills to do a certain thing always, and this is a necessary condition of justice. For it does not satisfy the conditions of justice that one wish to observe justice in some particular matter for the time being, because one could scarcely find a man willing to act unjustly in every case, and it is requisite that one should have the will to observe justice at all times and in all cases. Reply to Obj. 4: Since perpetual does not imply perpetuity of the act of the will, it is not superfluous to add constant. For while the perpetual will denotes the purpose of observing justice always, constant signifies a firm perseverance in this purpose. Reply to Obj. 5: A judge renders to each one what belongs to him by way of command and direction, because a judge is the personification of justice, and "the sovereign is its guardian," according to Ethic. v, 4. On the other hand, the subjects render to each one what belongs to him by way of execution. Reply to Obj. 6: Just as love of God includes love of our neighbor, as stated above (Q. 25, A. 1), so too the service of God includes rendering to each one his due. Second article: Whether justice is always towards another. Objection 1: It would seem that justice is not always towards another. For the Apostle says (Rom. 3:22) that "the justice of God is by faith of Jesus Christ." Now faith does not concern the dealings of one man with another. Neither, therefore, does justice. Obj. 2: Further, according to Augustine (De Morals of the Catholic Church and on the Morals of the Manicheans, 15), It belongs to justice that man should direct to the service of God his authority over the things that are subject to him. Now the sensitive appetite is subject to man, according to Genesis 4:7, where it is written, "The lust thereof," notably of sin, "shall be under thee, and thou shalt have dominion over it." Therefore it belongs to justice to have dominion over one's own appetite, so that justice is towards oneself. Obj. 3: Further, the justice of God is eternal. But nothing else is co-eternal with God. Therefore justice is not essentially towards another. Obj. 4: Further, man's dealings with himself need to be rectified no less than his dealings with another. Now man's dealings are rectified by justice, according to Proverbs 11:5. "The justice of the upright shall make his way prosperous." Therefore justice is about our dealings not only with others, but also with ourselves. On the contrary, Tully says (On Duties 1:7) that "the object of justice is to keep men together in society and mutual intercourse." Now this implies relationship of one man to another. Therefore justice is concerned only about our dealings with others. I answer that, as stated above in Q. 57, A. 1, since justice by its name implies equality, it denotes essentially relation to another. For a thing is equal not to itself, but to another. And forasmuch as it belongs to justice to rectify human acts, as stated above in Q. 57, A. 1, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 113, A. 1, this otherness which justice demands must needs be between beings capable of action. Now actions belong to supposits (cf. Pars Prima, Q. 29, A. 2), and wholes, and, properly speaking, not to parts and forms or powers, for we do not say properly that the hand strikes, but a man with his hand, nor that heat makes a thing hot, but fire by heat, although such expressions may be employed metaphorically. Hence justice, properly speaking, demands a distinction of supposits, and consequently is only in one man towards another. Nevertheless, in one and the same man, we may speak metaphorically of his various principles of actions, such as the reason, the irascible, and the concupiscible, as though they were so many agents; so that metaphorically in one and the same man there is said to be justice in so far as the reason commands the irascible and concupiscible, and these obey reason; and in general in so far as to each part of man is ascribed what is becoming to it. Hence the Philosopher (Ethic. v, 11) calls this metaphorical justice. Reply Obj. 1: The justice which faith works in us is that whereby the ungodly is justified. It consists in the due coordination of the parts of the soul, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 113, A. 1, where we were treating of the justification of the ungodly. Now this belongs to metaphorical justice, which may be found even in a man who lives all by himself. This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply Obj. 3: God's justice is from eternity in respect of the eternal will and purpose, and it is chiefly in this that justice consists; although it is not eternal as regards its effect, since nothing is co-eternal with God. Reply Obj. 4: man's dealings with himself are sufficiently rectified by the rectification of the passions by the other moral virtues. But his dealings with others need a special rectification, not only in relation to the agent, but also in relation to the person to whom they are directed. Hence about such dealings there is a special virtue, and this is justice. Third article: Whether justice is a virtue. Objection 1. It would seem that justice is not a virtue. For it is written in Luke 17:10, "When you have done all these things that are commanded you, say, We are unprofitable servants. We have done that which we ought to do." Now, it is not unprofitable to do a virtuous deed. For Ambrose says (On the Duties of the Clergy, 2:6), "We look to a profit that is estimated not by pecuniary gain, but by the acquisition of godliness." Therefore to do what one ought to do is not a virtuous deed, and yet it is an act of justice. Therefore justice is not a virtue. Obj. 2: Further, that which is done of necessity is not meritorious. But to render to a man what belongs to him, as justice requires, is of necessity. Therefore it is not meritorious. Yet it is by virtuous actions that we gain merit. Therefore justice is not a virtue. Obj. 3: Further, every moral virtue is about matters of action. Now those things which are wrought externally are not things concerning behavior, but concerning handicraft, according to the Philosopher (Metaph. ix). Therefore, since it belongs to justice to produce externally a deed that is just in itself, it seems that justice is not a moral virtue. On the contrary, Gregory says in his commentary on Job 2:49 that "the entire structure of good works is built on four virtues, viz. temperance, prudence, fortitude, and justice." I answer that, a human virtue is one "which renders a human act and man himself good," according to Ethic. ii, 6. And this can be applied to justice. For a man's act is made good through attaining the rule of reason, which is the rule whereby human acts are regulated. Hence, since justice regulates human operations, it is evident that it renders man's operations good, and, as Tully declares (On Duties i, 7), good men are so called chiefly from their justice, wherefore, as he says again, "the lustre of virtue appears above all in justice." Reply Obj. 1: When a man does what he ought, he brings no gain to the person to whom he does what he ought, but only abstains from doing him a harm. He does, however, profit himself, in so far as he does what he ought, spontaneously and readily, and this is to act virtuously. Hence it is written (Wisdom 8:7) that Divine wisdom "teacheth temperance, and prudence, and justice, and fortitude, which are such things as men," i.e. virtuous men, "can have nothing more profitable in life." Reply Obj. 2: Necessity is twofold. One arises from constraint, and this removes merit, since it runs counter to the will. The other arises from the obligation of a command, or from the necessity of obtaining an end, when, to wit, a man is unable to achieve the end of virtue without doing some particular thing. The latter necessity does not remove merit, when a man does voluntarily that which is necessary in this way. It does, however, exclude the credit of supererogation, according to 1 Corinthians 9:16. "If I preach the gospel, it is no glory to me, for a necessity lieth upon me." Reply to Obj. 3: Justice is concerned about external things, not by making them, which pertains to art, but by using them in our dealings with other men. Fourth article: Whether justice is in the will as its subject? Objection 1: It would seem that justice is not in the will as its subject. For justice is sometimes called truth. But truth is not in the will, but in the intellect. Therefore justice is not in the will as its subject. Objection 2: Further, justice is about our dealings with others. Now it belongs to the reason to direct one thing in relation to another. Therefore justice is not in the will as its subject, but in the reason. Objection 3: Further, justice is not an intellectual virtue, since it is not directed to knowledge. Wherefore it follows that it is a moral virtue. Now the subject of moral virtue is the faculty which is rational by participation, viz. the irascible and the concupiscible, as the Philosopher declares in Ethic. I, 13. Therefore justice is not in the will as its subject, but in the irascible and concupiscible. On the contrary, Anselm says (De Truth xii) that "justice is rectitude of the will observed for its own sake." I answer that, the subject of a virtue is the power whose act that virtue aims at rectifying. Now justice does not aim at directing an act of the cognitive power, for we are not said to be just through knowing something aright. Hence the subject of justice is not the intellect or reason, which is a cognitive power. But since we are said to be just through doing something aright, and because the proximate principle of action is the appetitive power, justice must needs be in some appetitive power as its subject. Now the appetite is twofold, namely, the will, which is in the reason, and the sensitive appetite which follows on sensitive apprehension, and is divided into the irascible and the concupiscible, as stated in the first part, Q. 81, A. 2. Again, the act of rendering his due to each man cannot proceed from the sensitive appetite, because sensitive apprehension does not go so far as to be able to consider the relation of one thing to another, but this is proper to the reason. Therefore justice cannot be in the irascible or concupiscible as its subject, but only in the will. Hence the Philosopher (Ethic. v, 1) defines justice by an act of the will, as may be seen above (A. 1). Reply to Obj. 1: Since the will is the rational appetite, when the rectitude of the reason, which is called truth, is imprinted on the will on account of its nighness to the reason, this imprint retains the name of truth, and hence it is that justice sometimes goes by the name of truth. Reply to Obj. 2: The will is borne towards its object consequently on the apprehension of reason. Wherefore, since the reason directs one thing in relation to another, the will can will one thing in relation to another, and this belongs to justice. Reply to Obj. 3: Not only the irascible and concupiscible parts are rational by participation, but the entire appetitive faculty as stated in Ethics i, 13, because all appetite is subject to reason. Now the will is contained in the appetitive faculty, wherefore it can be the subject of moral virtue. Fifth article. Whether justice is a general virtue? Objection 1. It would seem that justice is not a general virtue. For justice is specified with the other virtues, according to Wisdom 8:7. She teacheth temperance and prudence, and justice and fortitude. Now the general is not specified or reckoned together with the species contained under the same general. Therefore, justice is not a general virtue. Objection 2. Further, as justice is accounted a cardinal virtue, so are temperance and fortitude. Now neither temperance nor fortitude is reckoned to be a general virtue. Therefore, neither should justice in any way be reckoned a general virtue. Objection 3. Further, justice is always towards others, as stated above in Article 2. But a sin committed against one's neighbor cannot be a general sin, because it is condivided with sin committed against oneself. Therefore, neither is justice a general virtue. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 5:1 that justice is every virtue. I answer that justice, as stated above in Article 2, directs man in his relations with other men. Now this may happen in two ways. First, as regards his relation with individuals. Secondly, as regards his relations with others in general, insofar as a man who serves a community serves all those who are included in that community. Accordingly, justice in its proper acceptation can be directed to another in both these senses. Now it is evident that all who are included in a community stand in relation to that community as parts to a whole, while a part, as such, belongs to a whole, so that whatever is the good of a part can be directed to the good of the whole. It follows, therefore, that the good of any virtue, whether such virtue direct man in relation to himself, or in relation to certain other individual persons, is referable to the common good, to which justice directs. So that all acts of virtue can pertain to justice, in so far as it directs man to the common good. It is in this sense that justice is called a general virtue. And since it belongs to the law to direct the common good, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 90, Article 2, it follows that the justice which is in this way styled general is called legal justice, because thereby man is in harmony with the law which directs the acts of all the virtues to the common good. Reply to Obj. 1. Justice is specified or enumerated with the other virtues, not as a general, but as a special virtue, as we shall state further on in Articles 7 and 12. Reply to Obj. 2. Temperance and fortitude are in the sensitive appetite, notably in the concupiscible and irascible. Now these powers are appetitive of certain particular goods, even as the senses are cognitive of particulars. On the other hand, justice is in the intellective appetite as its subject, which can have the universal good as its object, knowledge whereof belongs to the intellect. Hence justice can be a general virtue rather than temperance or fortitude. Reply to Obj. 3. things referable to oneself are referable to another, especially in regard to the common good. Wherefore legal justice, in so far as it directs to the common good, may be called a general virtue, and in like manner injustice may be called a general sin. Hence it is written in 1 John 3:4 that all sin is iniquity. Sixth article. Whether justice, as a general virtue, is essentially the same as all virtue? Objection 1. It would seem that justice, as a general virtue, is essentially the same as all virtue. For the Philosopher says in Ethics 5:1 that "virtue and legal justice are the same as all virtue, but differ in their mode of being." Now things that differ merely in their mode of being, or logically, do not differ essentially. Therefore justice is essentially the same as every virtue. Objection 2. Further, every virtue that is not essentially the same as all virtue is a part of virtue. Now the aforesaid justice, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 5:1, is not a part but the whole of virtue. Therefore the aforesaid justice is essentially the same as all virtue. Objection 3. Further, the essence of a virtue does not change through that virtue directing its act to some higher end, even as the habit of temperance remains essentially the same, even though its act be directed to a divine good. Now it belongs to legal justice that the acts of all the virtues are directed to a higher end, namely, the common good of the multitude, which transcends the good of one single individual. Therefore it seems that legal justice is essentially all virtue. Objection 4. Further, every good of a part can be directed to the good of the whole, so that if it be not thus directed, it would seem without use or purpose. But that which is in accordance with virtue cannot be so. Therefore it seems that there can be no act of any virtue that does not belong to general justice, which directs to the common good. And so it seems that general justice is essentially the same as all virtue. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 5:1 that "many are able to be virtuous in matters affecting themselves, but are unable to be virtuous in matters relating to others." And in Politics 3:2 that "the virtue of the good man is not strictly the same as the virtue of the good citizen." Now the virtue of a good citizen is general justice, whereby a man is directed to the common good. Therefore general justice is not the same as virtue in general, and it is possible to have one without the other. I answer that a thing is said to be general in two ways. First, by predication. Thus animal is general in relation to man and horse and the like. And in this sense that which is general must needs be essentially the same as the things in relation to which it is general, for the reason that the genus belongs to the essence of the species, and forms part of its definition. Secondly, a thing is said to be general virtually. Thus a universal cause is general in relation to all its effects, the sun, for instance, in relation to all bodies that are illumined or transmuted by its power. And in this sense there is no need for that which is general to be essentially the same as those things in relation to which it is general, since cause and effect are not essentially the same. Now it is in the latter sense that, according to what has been said (A. 5), legal justice is said to be a general virtue, inasmuch, to wit, as it directs the acts of the other virtues to its own end, and this is to move all the other virtues by its command. For just as charity may be called a general virtue in so far as it directs the acts of all the virtues to the divine good, so too is legal justice, in so far as it directs the acts of all the virtues to the common good. Accordingly, just as charity, which regards the divine good as its proper object, is a special virtue in respect of its essence, so too legal justice is a special virtue in respect of its essence, in so far as it regards the common good as its proper object. And thus it is in the sovereign principally and by way of a mastercraft, while it is secondarily and administratively in his subjects. However, the name of legal justice can be given to every virtue, in so far as every virtue is directed to the common good by the aforesaid legal justice, which, though special essentially, is nevertheless virtually general. Speaking in this way, legal justice is essentially the same as all virtue, but differs therefrom logically, and it is in this sense that the Philosopher speaks. Wherefore the replies to the first and second objections are manifest. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument, again, takes legal justice for the virtue commanded by legal justice. Reply to Obj. 4. Every virtue, strictly speaking, directs its act to that virtue's proper end. That it should happen to be directed to a further end, either always or sometimes, does not belong to that virtue considered strictly, for it needs some higher virtue to direct it to that end. Consequently, there must be one supreme virtue essentially distinct from every other virtue, which directs all the virtues to the common good, and this virtue is legal justice. End of question 58, Part 1. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 58, Part 2, of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 58, of Justice, in 12 Articles. Part 2, Articles 7 through 12. Seventh Article. Whether there is a particular besides a general justice. Objection 1. It would seem that there is not a particular besides a general justice. For there is nothing superfluous in the virtues, as neither is there in nature. Now general justice directs man sufficiently in all his relations with other men. Therefore there is no need for a particular justice. Objection 2. Further, the species of a virtue does not vary according to one and many. But legal justice directs one man to another in matters relating to the multitude, as shown above in Articles 5 and 6. Therefore there is not another species of justice directing one man to another in matters relating to the individual. Objection 3. Further, between the individual and the general public stands the household community. Consequently, if in addition to general justice there is a particular justice corresponding to the individual, for the same reason there should be a domestic justice directing man to the common good of a household. And yet this is not the case. Therefore neither should there be a particular besides a legal justice. On the contrary, Chrysostom, in his commentary on Matthew 5:6, "Blessed are they that hunger and thirst after justice," says, "By justice he signifies either the general virtue, or the particular virtue which is opposed to covetousness." I answer that, as stated above in A. 6, legal justice is not essentially the same as every virtue, and besides legal justice, which directs man immediately to the common good, there is a need for other virtues to direct him immediately in matters relating to particular goods, and these virtues may be relative to himself or to another individual person. Accordingly, just as in addition to legal justice there is a need for particular virtues to direct man in relation to himself, such as temperance and fortitude, so too, besides legal justice, there is need for particular justice to direct man in his relations to other individuals. Reply Obj. 1: Legal justice does indeed direct man sufficiently in his relations towards others. As regards the common good, it does so immediately, but as to the good of the individual, it does so mediately. Wherefore there is need for particular justice to direct a man immediately to the good of another individual. Reply Obj. 2: The common good of the realm and the particular good of the individual differ not only in respect of the many and the few, but also under a formal aspect. For the aspect of the common good differs from the aspect of the individual good, even as the aspect of whole differs from that of part. Wherefore the Philosopher says (Polit. i, 1) that "they are wrong who maintain that the state and the home and the like differ only as many and few, and not specifically." Reply Obj. 3: The household community, according to the Philosopher (Polit. i, 2), differs in respect of a threefold fellowship, namely, of husband and wife, father and son, master and slave, in each of which one person is, as it were, part of the other. Wherefore between such persons there is not justice simply, but a species of justice, viz. domestic justice, as stated in Ethic. v, 6. Eighth Article: Whether particular justice has a special matter? Objection 1: It would seem that particular justice has no special matter. Because a gloss on Gen. 2:14, "The fourth river is Euphrates," says, "Euphrates signifies fruitful, nor is it stated through what country it flows, because justice pertains to all the parts of the soul." Now this would not be the case if justice had a special matter, since every special matter belongs to a special power. Therefore particular justice has no special matter. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says in his 83 Questions, question 61, that "the soul has four virtues whereby in this life it lives spiritually, viz. temperance, prudence, fortitude, and justice." And he says that "the fourth is justice, which pervades all the virtues." Therefore particular justice, which is one of the four cardinal virtues, has no special matter. Obj. 3: Further, justice directs man sufficiently in matters relating to others. Now a man can be directed to others in all matters relating to this life. Therefore the matter of justice is general and not special. On the contrary, the Philosopher reckons (Ethic. v, 2) particular justice to be specially about those things which belong to social life. I answer that, whatever can be rectified by reason is the matter of moral virtue, for this is defined in reference to right reason, according to the Philosopher in Ethic. ii, 6. Now the reason can rectify not only the internal passions of the soul, but also external actions, and also those external things of which man can make use. And yet it is in respect of external actions and external things by means of which men can communicate with one another, that the relation of one man to another is to be considered, whereas it is in respect of internal passions that we consider man's rectitude in himself. Consequently, since justice is directed to others, it is not about the entire matter of moral virtue, but only about external actions and things, under a certain special aspect of the object, in so far as one man is related to another through them. Reply Obj. 1: It is true that justice belongs essentially to one part of the soul, where it resides as in its subject, and this is the will which moves by its command all the other parts of the soul, and accordingly justice belongs to all the parts of the soul, not directly, but by a kind of diffusion. Reply Obj. 2: As stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 61, AA. 3 and 4, the cardinal virtues may be taken in two ways. First, as special virtues, each having a determinate matter. Secondly, as certain general modes of virtue. In this latter sense Augustine speaks in the passage quoted, for he says that "prudence is knowledge of what we should seek and avoid. Temperance is the curb on the lust for fleeting pleasures. Fortitude is strength of mind in bearing with passing trials. Justice is the love of God and our neighbor which pervades the other virtues, that is to say, is the common principle of the entire order between one man and another." Reply Obj. 3: A man's internal passions, which are a part of moral matter, are not in themselves directed to another man, which belongs to the specific nature of justice. Yet their effects, that is, external actions, are capable of being directed to another man. Consequently, it does not follow that the matter of justice is general. Ninth Article. Whether justice is about the passions? Objection 1: It would seem that justice is about the passions. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 3 that "moral virtue is about pleasure and pain." Now pleasure or delight and pain are passions, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 23, A. 4, Q. 31, A. 1, and Q. 35, A. 1, when we were treating of the passions. Therefore justice, being a moral virtue, is about the passions. Obj. 2: Further, justice is the means of rectifying a man's operations in relation to another man. Now such like operations cannot be rectified unless the passions be rectified, because it is owing to disorder of the passions that there is disorder in the aforesaid operations. Thus sexual lust leads to adultery, and overmuch love of money leads to theft. Therefore justice must needs be about the passions. Obj. 3: Further, even as particular justice is towards another person, so is legal justice. Now legal justice is about the passions, else it would not extend to all the virtues, some of which are evidently about the passions. Therefore justice is about the passions. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. v, 1 that justice is about operations. I answer that the true answer to this question may be gathered from a twofold source. First, from the subject of justice, that is, from the will, whose movements or acts are not passions, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Question 22, Article 3, as well as Question 59, Article 4. For it is only the sensitive appetite whose movements are called passions. Hence justice is not about the passions, as are temperance and fortitude, which are in the irascible and concupiscible parts. Secondly, on the part of the matter, because justice is about man's relations with another, and we are not directed immediately to another by the internal passions. Therefore justice is not about the passions. Reply to Obj. 1: Not every moral virtue is about pleasure and pain as its proper matter, since fortitude is about fear and daring. But every moral virtue is directed to pleasure and pain as to ends to be acquired, for, as the Philosopher says in Ethic. vii, 11, "Pleasure and pain are the principal end in respect of which we say that this is an evil, and that a good." And in this way, too, they belong to justice, since "a man is not just unless he rejoiced in just actions," according to Ethic. i, 8. Reply to Obj. 2: External operations are, as it were, between external things, which are their matter, and internal passions, which are their origin. Now it happens sometimes that there is a defect in one of these, without there being a defect in the other. Thus a man may steal another's property, not through the desire to have the thing, but through the will to hurt the man. Or vice versa, a man may covet another's property without wishing to steal it. Accordingly, the directing of operations, in so far as they tend towards external things, belongs to justice, but in so far as they arise from the passions, it belongs to the other moral virtues which are about the passions. Hence justice hinders theft of another's property, in so far as stealing is contrary to the equality that should be maintained in external things, while liberality hinders it as resulting from an immoderate desire for wealth. Since, however, external operations take their species not from the internal passions, but from external things as being their objects, it follows that external operations are essentially the matter of justice rather than of the other moral virtues. Reply to Obj. 3: The common good is the end of each individual member of a community, just as the good of the whole is the end of each part. On the other hand, the good of one individual is not the end of another individual. Wherefore legal justice, which is directed to the common good, is more capable of extending to the internal passions whereby man is disposed in some way or another in himself, than particular justice, which is directed to the good of another individual. Although legal justice extends chiefly to other virtues in the point of their external operations, in so far, to wit, as "the law commands us to perform the actions of a courageous person, the actions of a temperate person, and the actions of a gentle person," according to Ethic. v, 5. _10th Article. Whether the mean of justice is the real mean? Objection 1: It would seem that the mean of justice is not the real mean. For the generic nature remains entire in each species. Now moral virtue is defined in Ethic. ii, 6 to be "an elective habit which observes the mean fixed, in our regard, by reason." Therefore justice observes the rational, and not the real mean. Obj. 2: Further, in things that are good simply, there is neither excess nor defect, and consequently neither is there a mean, as is clearly the case with the virtues, according to Ethic. ii, 6. Now justice is about things that are good simply, as stated in Ethic. v. Therefore justice does not observe the real mean. Obj. 3: Further, the reason why the other virtues are said to observe the rational and not the real mean is because in their case the mean varies according to different persons, since what is too much for one is too little for another, according to Ethic. ii, 6. Now this is also the case in justice. For one who strikes a prince does not receive the same punishment as one who strikes a private individual. Therefore justice also observes not the real, but the rational mean. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 6 and in v, 4 that the mean of justice is to be taken according to arithmetical proportion, so that it is the real mean. I answer that, as stated above in Article 9, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, Question 59, Article 4, the other moral virtues are chiefly concerned with the passions, the regulation of which is gauged entirely by a comparison with the very man who is the subject of those passions, in so far as his anger and desire are vested with their various due circumstances. Hence the mean in such like virtues is measured not by the proportion of one thing to another, but merely by comparison with the virtuous man himself, so that with them the mean is only that which is fixed by reason in our regard. On the other hand, the matter of justice is external operation, in so far as an operation, or the thing used in that operation, is duly proportionate to another person, wherefore the mean of justice consists in a certain proportion of equality between the external thing and the external person. Now equality is the real mean between greater and less, as stated in Metaph. x. Wherefore justice observes the real mean. Reply to Obj. 1: This real mean is also the rational mean, wherefore justice satisfies the conditions of a moral virtue. Reply to Obj. 2: We may speak of a thing being good simply in two ways. First, a thing may be good in every way: thus the virtues are good, and there is neither mean nor extremes in things that are good simply in this sense. Secondly, a thing is said to be good simply through being good absolutely, that is, in its nature, although it may become evil through its being abused. such are riches and honors, and in the like it is possible to find excess, deficiency, and mean, as regards men who can use them well or ill, and it is in this sense that justice is about things that are good simply. Reply Obj. 3: The injury inflicted bears a different proportion to a prince from that which it bears to a private person, wherefore each injury requires to be equalized by vengeance in a different way, and this implies a real and not merely a rational diversity. 11th Article. Whether the act of justice is to render to each one his own? Objection 1. It would seem that the act of justice is not to render to each one his own. For Augustine (De Trin. xiv, 9) ascribes to justice the act of succoring the needy. Now in succoring the needy, we give them what is not theirs but ours. Therefore the act of justice does not consist in rendering to each one his own. Obj. 2: Further, Tully says (On Duties i, 7) that "beneficence, which we may call kindness or liberality, belongs to justice." Now it pertains to liberality to give to another of one's own, not of what is his. Therefore the act of justice does not consist in rendering to each one his own. Obj. 3: Further, it belongs to justice not only to distribute things duly, but also to repress injurious actions, such as murder, adultery, and so forth. But the rendering to each one of what is his seems to belong solely to the distribution of things. Therefore the act of justice is not sufficiently described by saying that it consists in rendering to each one his own. On the contrary, Ambrose says (On the Duties of the Clergy, 124): "It is justice that renders to each one what is his, and claims not another's property. It disregards its own profit in order to preserve the common equity." I answer that, as stated above (AA. 8 and 10), the matter of justice is an external operation in so far as either it or the thing we use by it is made proportionate to some other person to whom we are related by justice. Now each man's own is that which is due to him according to the equality of proportion. Therefore the proper act of justice is nothing else than to render to each one his own. Reply Obj. 1: Since justice is a cardinal virtue, other secondary virtues, such as mercy, liberality, and the like, are connected with it, as we shall state further on (Q. 80, A. 1). Wherefore to succor the needy, which belongs to mercy or pity, and to be liberally beneficent, which pertains to liberality, are by a kind of reduction ascribed to justice as to their principal virtue. This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply Obj. 3: As the Philosopher states (Ethic. v, 4), in matters of justice the name of profit is extended to whatever is excessive, and whatever is deficient is called loss. The reason for this is that justice is first of all and more commonly exercised in voluntary interchanges of things, such as buying and selling, wherein those expressions are properly employed. And yet they are transferred to all other matters of justice. The same applies to the rendering to each one of what is his own. 12th Article. Whether justice stands foremost among all moral virtues? Objection 1. It would seem that justice does not stand foremost among all the moral virtues. Because it belongs to justice to render to each one what is his, whereas it belongs to liberality to give of one's own, and this is more virtuous. Therefore liberality is a greater virtue than justice. Objection 2. Further, nothing is adorned by a less excellent thing than itself. Now magnanimity is the ornament both of justice and of all the virtues, according to Ethic. 4:3. Therefore magnanimity is more excellent than justice. Objection 3. Further, virtue is about that which is difficult and good, as stated in Ethic. 2:3. But fortitude is about more difficult things than justice is, since it is about dangers of death, according to Ethic. 3:6. Therefore fortitude is more excellent than justice. On the contrary, Tully says On Duties 1:7, "Justice is the most resplendent of the virtues, and gives its name to a good man." I answer that, if we speak of legal justice, it is evident that it stands foremost among all the moral virtues, forasmuch as the common good transcends the individual good of one person. In this sense the Philosopher declares in Ethic. 5:1 that "the most excellent of the virtues would seem to be justice, and more glorious than either the evening or the morning star." But even if we speak of particular justice, it excels the other moral virtues for two reasons. The first reason may be taken from the subject, because justice is in the more excellent part of the soul, viz. the rational appetite or will, whereas the other moral virtues are in the sensitive appetite, whereunto appertain the passions which are the matter of the other moral virtues. The second reason is taken from the object, because the other virtues are commendable in respect of the sole good of the virtuous person himself, whereas justice is praiseworthy in respect of the virtuous person being well disposed towards another, so that justice is somewhat the good of another person, as stated in Ethic. 5:1. Hence the Philosopher says (Rhet. 1:9), "The greatest virtues must needs be those which are most profitable to other persons, because virtue is a faculty of doing good to others. For this reason the greatest honors are accorded the brave and the just, since bravery is useful to others in warfare, and justice is useful to others both in warfare and in time of peace." Reply Obj. 1: Although the liberal man gives of his own, yet he does so in so far as he takes into consideration the good of his own virtue, while the just man gives to another what is his, through consideration of the common good. Moreover, justice is observed towards all, whereas liberality cannot extend to all. Again, liberality which gives of a man's own is based on justice, whereby one renders to each man what is his. Reply Obj. 2: When magnanimity is added to justice, it increases the latter's goodness, and yet without justice it would not even be a virtue. Reply Obj. 3: Although fortitude is about the most difficult things, it is not about the best, for it is only useful in warfare, whereas justice is useful both in war and in peace, as stated above. End of question 58. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 59 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 59. Of injustice, in 4 articles. We must now consider injustice, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether injustice is a special vice. Second, whether it is proper to the unjust man to do unjust deeds. Third, whether one can suffer injustice willingly. Fourth, whether injustice is a mortal sin according to its genus. First article. Whether injustice is a special vice. Objection 1. It would seem that injustice is not a special vice. For it is written in 1 John 3:4, "All sin is iniquity." Now iniquity would seem to be the same as injustice, because justice is a kind of equality, so that injustice is apparently the same as inequality or iniquity. Therefore, injustice is not a special sin. Objection 2. Further, no special sin is contrary to all the virtues. But injustice is contrary to all the virtues. For as regards adultery, it is opposed to chastity. As regards murder, it is opposed to meekness, and in like manner as regards the other sins. Therefore, injustice is not a special sin. Objection 3. Further, injustice is opposed to justice, which is in the will. But every sin is in the will, as Augustine declares in On the Two Souls against the Manichees, 10. Therefore, injustice is not a special sin. On the contrary, injustice is contrary to justice. But justice is a special virtue. Therefore, injustice is a special vice. I answer that injustice is twofold. First, there is illegal injustice, which is opposed to legal justice, and this is essentially a special vice, insofar as it regards a special object, namely the common good which it contemns. And yet it is a general vice as regards the intention, since contempt of the common good may lead to all kinds of sin. Thus too all vices, as being repugnant to the common good, have the character of injustice, as though they arose from injustice, in accord with what has been said above about justice in question 58, articles 5 and 6. Secondly, we speak of injustice in reference to an inequality between one person and another, when one man wishes to have more goods, riches for example, or honors, and less evils, such as toil and losses, and thus injustice has a special matter and is a particular vice opposed to particular justice. Reply to Objection 1. Even as legal justice is referred to human common good, so divine justice is referred to the divine good, to which all sin is repugnant, and in this sense all sin is said to be iniquity. Reply to Objection 2. Even particular justice is indirectly opposed to all the virtues, in so far to wit, as even external acts pertain both to justice and to the other moral virtues, although in different ways, as stated above in question 58, article 9, second reply. Reply to Objection 3. The will, like the reason, extends to all moral matters, that is, passions, and those external operations that relate to another person. On the other hand, justice perfects the will solely in the point of its extending to operations that relate to another, and the same applies to injustice. Second article: whether a man is called unjust through doing an unjust thing. Objection 1. It would seem that a man is called unjust through doing an unjust thing. For habits are specified by their objects, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 54, Article 2. Now the proper object of justice is the just, and the proper object of injustice is the unjust. Therefore, a man should be called just through doing a just thing, and unjust through doing an unjust thing. Objection 2. Further, the Philosopher declares in Ethics 5:9 that they hold a false opinion who maintain that it is in a man's power to do suddenly an unjust thing, and that a just man is no less capable of doing what is unjust than an unjust man. But this opinion would not be false unless it were proper to the unjust man to do what is unjust. Therefore, a man is to be deemed unjust from the fact that he does an unjust thing. Objection 3. Further, every virtue bears the same relation to its proper act, and the same applies to the contrary vices. But whoever does what is intemperate is said to be intemperate. Therefore, whoever does an unjust thing is said to be unjust. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 5:6 that a man may do an unjust thing without being unjust. I answer that, even as the object of justice is something equal in external things, so too the object of injustice is something unequal, through more or less being assigned to some person than is due to him. To this object, the habit of injustice is compared by means of its proper act, which is called an injustice. Accordingly, it may happen in two ways that a man who does an unjust thing is not unjust. First, on account of a lack of correspondence between the operation and its proper object. For the operation takes its species and name from its direct and not from its indirect object. And in things directed to an end, the direct is that which is intended, and the indirect is what is beside the intention. Hence, if a man do that which is unjust, without intending to do an unjust thing, for instance, if he do it through ignorance, being unaware that it is unjust, properly speaking, he does an unjust thing not directly but only indirectly, and as it were, doing materially that which is unjust. Hence such an operation is not called an injustice. Secondly, this may happen on account of a lack of proportion between the operation and the habit. For an injustice may sometimes arise from a passion, for instance, anger or desire, and sometimes from choice, for instance, when the injustice itself is the direct object of one's complacency. In the latter case, properly speaking, it arises from a habit, because whenever a man has a habit, whatever befits that habit is, of itself, pleasant to him. Accordingly, to do what is unjust intentionally and by choice is proper to the unjust man, in which sense the unjust man is one who has the habit of injustice. But a man may do what is unjust unintentionally or through passion, without having the habit of injustice. Reply to Obj. 1. A habit is specified by its object in its direct and formal acceptation, not in its material and indirect acceptation. Reply Obj. 2: It is not easy for any man to do an unjust thing from choice, as though it were pleasing for its own sake and not for the sake of something else. This is proper to one who has the habit, as the Philosopher declares (Ethic. v, 9). Reply Obj. 3: The object of temperance is not something established externally, as is the object of justice. The object of temperance, that is, the temperate thing, depends entirely on proportion to the man himself. Consequently, what is accidental and unintentional cannot be said to be temperate either materially or formally. In like manner, neither can it be called intemperate. And in this respect there is dissimilarity between justice and the other moral virtues. But as regards the proportion between operation and habit, there is similarity in all respects. Third article: Whether we can suffer injustice willingly. Objection 1: It would seem that one can suffer injustice willingly. For injustice is inequality, as stated above in Article 2. Now a man, by injuring himself, departs from equality, even as by injuring another. Therefore a man can do an injustice to himself, even as to another. But whoever does himself an injustice does so involuntarily. Therefore a man can voluntarily suffer injustice, especially if it be inflicted by himself. Obj. 2: Further, no man is punished by the civil law except for having committed some injustice. Now suicides were formerly punished according to the law of the state by being deprived of an honorable burial, as the Philosopher declares in Ethic. v, 11. Therefore a man can do himself an injustice, and consequently it may happen that a man suffers injustice voluntarily. Obj. 3: Further, no man does an injustice save to one who suffers that injustice. But it may happen that a man does an injustice to one who wishes it, for instance, if he sell him a thing for more than it is worth. Therefore a man may happen to suffer an injustice voluntarily. On the contrary, to suffer an injustice and to do an injustice are contraries. Now no man does an injustice against his will. Therefore, on the other hand, no man suffers an injustice except against his will. I answer that, action, by its very nature, proceeds from an agent, whereas passion, as such, is from another. Wherefore the same thing in the same respect cannot be both agent and patient, as stated in Phys. iii, 1 and Phys. 8, 5. Now the proper principle of action in man is the will, wherefore man does properly and essentially what he does voluntarily, and on the other hand a man suffers properly what he suffers against his will, since in so far as he is willing, he is a principle in himself, and so, considered thus, he is active rather than passive. Accordingly, we must conclude that properly and strictly speaking, no man can do an injustice except voluntarily, nor suffer an injustice save involuntarily, but that accidentally and materially, so to speak, it is possible for that which is unjust in itself either to be done involuntarily, as when a man does anything unintentionally, or to be suffered voluntarily, as when a man voluntarily gives to another more than he owes him. Reply Obj. 1: When one man gives voluntarily to another that which he does not owe him, he causes neither injustice nor inequality. For a man's ownership depends on his will, so there is no disproportion if he forfeit something of his own free will, either by his own or by another's action. Reply Obj. 2. An individual person may be considered in two ways. First, with regard to himself, and thus if he inflict an injury on himself, it may come under the head of some other kind of sin, intemperance, for instance, or imprudence, but not injustice. Because injustice, no less than justice, is always referred to another person. Secondly, this or that man may be considered as belonging to the state as a part thereof, or as belonging to God, as his creature and image. And thus a man who kills himself does an injury not indeed to himself, but to the state and to God. Wherefore he is punished in accordance with both divine and human law, even as the Apostle declares in respect of the fornicator, in 1 Corinthians 3:17: "If any man violate the temple of God, him shall God destroy." Reply Obj. 3. Suffering is the effect of external action. Now in the point of doing and suffering an injustice, the material element is that which is done externally, considered in itself, as stated above in A. 2. And the formal and essential element is on the part of the will of agent and patient, as stated above in A. 2. Accordingly, we must reply that injustice suffered by one man and injustice done by another man always accompany one another in the material sense. But if we speak in the formal sense, a man can do an injustice without the intention of doing an injustice, and yet the other man does not suffer an injustice, because he suffers voluntarily. And on the other hand, a man can suffer an injustice if he suffer an injustice against his will, while the man who does the injury unknowingly does an injustice, not formally, but only materially. Fourth Article. Whether whoever does an injustice sins mortally? Objection 1. It would seem that not everyone who does an injustice sins mortally. For venial sin is opposed to mortal sin. Now it is sometimes a venial sin to do an injury. For the Philosopher says in Ethic. 5:8, in reference to those who act unjustly: "Whatever they do not merely in ignorance, but through ignorance, is a venial matter." Therefore not everyone that does an injustice sins mortally. Obj. 2: Further, he who does an injustice in a small matter departs but slightly from the mean. Now this seems to be insignificant, and should be encountered among the least of evils, as the Philosopher declares in Ethic. 2:9. Therefore not everyone that does an injustice sins mortally. Obj. 3. Further, charity is the mother of all virtues, according to Peter Lombard in his Sentences 3d23. And it is through being contrary thereto that a sin is called mortal. But not all the sins contrary to the other virtues are mortal. Therefore neither is it always a mortal sin to do an injustice. On the contrary, whatever is contrary to the law of God is a mortal sin. Now whoever does an injustice does that which is contrary to the law of God, since it amounts either to theft, or to adultery, or to murder, or to something of the kind, as will be shown further on in question 64 and following. Therefore whoever does an injustice sins mortally. I answer that, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, question 12, Article 5, when we were treating of the distinction of sins, a mortal sin is one that is contrary to charity which gives life to the soul. Now every injury inflicted on another person is of itself contrary to charity, which moves us to will the good of another. And so, since injustice always consists in an injury inflicted on another person, it is evident that to do an injustice is a mortal sin according to its genus. Reply to Obj. 1. This saying of the Philosopher is to be understood as referring to ignorance of fact, which he calls ignorance of particular circumstances in Ethics 3:1, and which deserves pardon, and not to ignorance of the law, which does not excuse. And he who does an injustice through ignorance does no injustice except accidentally, as stated above in Article 2. Reply to Obj. 2. He who does an injustice in small matters falls short of the perfection of an unjust deed, insofar as what he does may be deemed not altogether contrary to the will of the person who suffers therefrom. For instance, if a man take an apple or some such thing from another man, in which case it is probable that the latter is not hurt or displeased. Reply to Obj. 3. The sins which are contrary to the other virtues are not always hurtful to another person, but imply a disorder affecting human passions. Hence there is no comparison. End of question 59. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 60 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 60. Of judgment, in 6 articles. In due sequence, we must consider judgment, under which head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether judgment is an act of justice. Second, whether it is lawful to judge. Third, whether judgment should be based on suspicions. Fourth, whether doubts should be interpreted favorably. Fifth, whether judgment should always be given according to the written law. Sixth, whether judgment is perverted by being usurped. First article, whether judgment is an act of justice. Objection 1. It would seem that judgment is not an act of justice. The Philosopher says in Ethics 1:3 that everyone judges well of what he knows, so that judgment would seem to belong to the cognitive faculty. Now the cognitive faculty is perfected by prudence. Therefore, judgment belongs to prudence rather than to justice, which is in the will, as stated above in question 58, Article 4. Objection 2. Further, the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 2:15, "The spiritual man judgeth all things." Now man is made spiritual chiefly by the virtue of charity, which is poured forth in our hearts by the Holy Ghost, who is given to us, in Romans 5:5. Therefore, judgment belongs to charity rather than to justice. Objection 3. Further, it belongs to every virtue to judge aright of its proper matter, because "the virtuous man is the rule and measure in everything," according to the Philosopher in Ethics 3:4. Therefore judgment does not belong to justice any more than to the other moral virtues. Obj. 4: Further, judgment would seem to belong only to judges. But the act of justice is to be found in every just man. Since then judges are not the only just men, it seems that judgment is not the proper act of justice. On the contrary, it is written (Psalm 93:15), "Until justice be turned into judgment." I answer that, Judgment properly denotes the act of a judge as such. Now a judge, iudex, is so called because he asserts the right, ius dicens. And right is the object of justice, as stated above in Q. 57, A. 1. Consequently, the original meaning of the word judgment is a statement or decision of the just or right. Now to decide rightly about virtuous deeds proceeds, properly speaking, from the virtuous habit. Thus a chaste person decides rightly about matters relating to chastity. Therefore judgment, which denotes a right decision about what is just, belongs properly to justice. For this reason the Philosopher says (Ethic. v, 4) that "men have recourse to a judge as to one who is the personification of justice." Reply Obj. 1: The word judgment, from its original meaning of a right decision, is about what is just, as has been extended to signify a right decision in any matter, whether speculative or practical. Now a right judgment in any matter requires two things. The first is the virtue itself that pronounces judgment, and in this way judgment is an act of reason, because it belongs to the reason to pronounce or define. The other is the disposition of the one who judges, on which depends his aptness for judging aright. In this way, in matters of justice, judgment proceeds from justice, even as in matters of fortitude it proceeds from fortitude. Accordingly, judgment is an act of justice in so far as justice inclines one to judge aright, and of prudence in so far as prudence pronounces judgment. Wherefore synesis, which belongs to prudence, is said to "judge rightly," as stated above in Q. 51, A. 3. Reply Obj. 2: The spiritual man, by reason of the habit of charity, has an inclination to judge aright of all things according to the divine rules. And it is in conformity with these that he pronounces judgment through the gift of wisdom, even as the just man pronounces judgment through the virtue of prudence conformably with the ruling of the law. Reply Obj. 3: The other virtues regulate man in himself, whereas justice regulates man in his dealings with others, as shown above in Q. 58, A. 2. Now man is master in things concerning himself, but not in matters relating to others. Consequently, where the other virtues are in question, there is no need for judgment other than that of a virtuous man, taking judgment in its broader sense, as explained above in the first reply. But in matters of justice there is further need for the judgment of a superior, who is "able to reprove both, and to put his hand between both" (cf. Job 9:33). Hence judgment belongs more specifically to justice than to any other virtue. Reply Obj. 4: Justice is in the sovereign as a master virtue (cf. Q. 58, A. 6), commanding and prescribing what is just; while it is in the subjects as an executive and administrative virtue. Hence judgment, which denotes a decision of what is just, belongs to justice, considered as existing chiefly in one who has authority. Second article: whether it is lawful to judge. Objection 1. It would seem unlawful to judge. For nothing is punished except what is unlawful. Now those who judge are threatened with punishment, which those who judge not will escape, according to Matthew 7:1. Judge not, and ye shall not be judged. Therefore it is unlawful to judge. Objection 2. Further, it is written in Romans 14:4, "Who art thou that judgest another man's servant? To his own Lord he standeth or falleth." Now God is the Lord of all. Therefore to no man is it lawful to judge. Objection 3. Further, no man is sinless, according to 1 John 1:8. If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves. Now it is unlawful for a sinner to judge, according to Romans 2:1. Thou art inexcusable, O man, whosoever thou art that judgest, for wherein thou judgest another, thou condemnest thyself, for thou dost the same things which thou judgest. Therefore to no man is it lawful to judge. On the contrary, it is written in Deuteronomy 16:18, "Thou shalt appoint judges and magistrates in all thy gates, that they may judge the people with just judgment." I answer that, judgment is lawful in so far as it is an act of justice. Now it follows from what has been stated above in Article 1, first and third replies, that three conditions are requisite for a judgment to be an act of justice. First, that it proceed from the inclination of justice. Secondly, that it come from one who is in authority. Thirdly, that it be pronounced according to the right ruling of prudence. If any one of these be lacking, the judgment will be faulty and unlawful. First, when it is contrary to the rectitude of justice, then it is called perverted or unjust. Secondly, when a man judges about matters wherein he has no authority, and this is called judgment by usurpation. Thirdly, when the reason lacks certainty, as when a man, without any solid motive, forms a judgment on some doubtful or hidden matter, and then it is called judgment by suspicion or rash judgment. Reply to Obj. 1. In these words, our Lord forbids rash judgment, which is about the inward intention, or other uncertain things, as Augustine states in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount 2:18. Or else he forbids judgment about divine things, which we ought not to judge but simply believe, since they are above us, as Hilary declares in his commentary on Matthew 5. Or again, according to Chrysostom, he forbids the judgment which proceeds not from benevolence, but from bitterness of heart. Reply to Obj. 2. A judge is appointed as God's servant, wherefore it is written in Deuteronomy 1:16, "Judge that which is just," and further on in Deuteronomy 1:17, "because it is the judgment of God." Reply to Obj. 3. Those who stand guilty of grievous sins should not judge those who are guilty of the same or lesser sins, as Chrysostom says in his homily 24 on the words of Matthew 7:1, "Judge not." Above all does this hold when such sins are public, because there would be an occasion of scandal arising in the hearts of others. If, however, they are not public but hidden, and there be an urgent necessity for the judge to pronounce judgment, because it is his duty, he can reprove or judge with humility and fear. Hence Augustine says in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount 2:19, "If we find that we are guilty of the same sin as another man, we should groan together with him, and invite him to strive against it together with us. And yet it is not through acting thus that a man condemns himself so as to deserve to be condemned once again, but when, in condemning another, he shows himself to be equally deserving of condemnation on account of another or a like sin." Third article: Whether it is unlawful to form a judgment from suspicions. Objection 1: It would seem that it is not unlawful to form a judgment from suspicions. For suspicion is seemingly an uncertain opinion about an evil. Wherefore the Philosopher states in Ethic. vi, 3 that suspicion is about both the true and the false. Now it is impossible to have any but an uncertain opinion about contingent singulars. Since, then, human judgment is about human acts, which are about singular and contingent matters, it seems that no judgment would be lawful, if it were not lawful to judge from suspicions. Objection 2: Further, a man does his neighbor an injury by judging him unlawfully. But an evil suspicion consists in nothing more than a man's opinion, and consequently does not seem to pertain to the injury of another man. Therefore judgment based on suspicion is not unlawful. Obj. 3: Further, if it is unlawful, it must needs be reducible to an injustice, since judgment is an act of justice, as stated above in Article 1. Now an injustice is always a mortal sin according to its genus, as stated above in Q. 59, Article 4. Therefore a judgment based on suspicion would always be a mortal sin, if it were unlawful. But this is false, because we cannot avoid suspicions, according to a gloss of Augustine on 1 Corinthians 4:5, "Judge not before the time." Therefore a judgment based on suspicion would seem not to be unlawful. On the contrary, Chrysostom, in commenting on the words of Matthew 7:1, "Judge not," etc., says, "By this commandment our Lord does not forbid Christians to reprove others from kindly motives, but that Christian should despise Christian by boasting his own righteousness, by hating and condemning others for the most part on mere suspicion." I answer that, as Tully says (Rhetoric. ii), suspicion denotes evil thinking based on slight indications, and this is due to three causes. First, from a man being evil in himself, and from this very fact, as though conscious of his own wickedness, he is prone to think evil of others, according to Ecclesiastes 10:3. "The fool when he walketh in the way, whereas he himself is a fool, esteemeth all men fools." Secondly, this is due to a man being ill-disposed towards another. For when a man hates or despises another, or is angry with or envious of him, he is led by slight indications to think evil of him, because everyone easily believes what he desires. Thirdly, this is due to long experience, wherefore the Philosopher says (Rhetoric. 2:13) that "old people are very suspicious, for they have often experienced the faults of others." The first two causes of suspicion evidently connote perversity of the affections, while the third diminishes the nature of suspicion, inasmuch as experience leads to certainty which is contrary to the nature of suspicion. Consequently, suspicion denotes a certain amount of vice, and the further it goes, the more vicious it is. Now there are 3 degrees of suspicion. The first degree is when a man begins to doubt of another's goodness from slight indications. This is a venial and a light sin, for "it belongs to human temptation, without which no man can go through this life," according to a gloss on 1 Corinthians 4:5, "Judge not before the time." The second degree is when a man, from slight indications, esteems another man's wickedness as certain. This is a mortal sin, if it be about a grave matter, since it cannot be without contempt of one's neighbor. Hence the same gloss goes on to say, "If then we cannot avoid suspicions, because we are human, we must nevertheless restrain our judgment, and refrain from forming a definite and fixed opinion." The third degree is when a judge goes so far as to condemn a man on suspicion. This pertains directly to injustice, and consequently is a mortal sin. Reply to Obj. 1: Some kind of certainty is found in human acts, not indeed the certainty of a demonstration, but such as is befitting the matter in point, for instance, when a thing is proved by suitable witnesses. Reply to Obj. 2: From the very fact that a man thinks evil of another without sufficient cause, he despises him unduly, and therefore does him an injury. Reply to Obj. 3: Since justice and injustice are about external operations, as stated above (Q. 58, AA. 8, 10, 11; and Q. 59, A. 1, ad 3), the judgment of suspicion pertains directly to injustice when it is betrayed by external action, and then it is a mortal sin, as stated above. The internal judgment pertains to justice in so far as it is related to the external judgment, even as the internal to the external act, for instance, as desire is related to fornication, or anger to murder. Fourth article: Whether doubts should be interpreted for the best? Objection 1: It would seem that doubts should not be interpreted for the best. Because we should judge from what happens for the most part. But it happens for the most part that evil is done, since "the number of fools is infinite," according to Ecclesiastes 1:15. "For the imagination and thought of man's heart are prone to evil from his youth," according to Genesis 8:21. Therefore doubts should be interpreted for the worst rather than for the best. Obj. 2: Further, Augustine says (On Christian Doctrine i, 27) that "he leads a godly and just life who is sound in his estimate of things, and turns neither to this side nor to that." Now he who interprets a doubtful point for the best turns to one side. Therefore this should not be done. Obj. 3: Further, man should love his neighbor as himself. Now with regard to himself, a man should interpret doubtful matters for the worst, according to Job 9:28, "I feared all my works." Therefore it seems that doubtful matters affecting one's neighbor should be interpreted for the worst. On the contrary, a gloss on Rom. 14:3, "He that eateth not, let him not judge him that eateth," says, doubts should be interpreted in the best sense. I answer that, as stated above in Article 3, second reply, from the very fact that a man thinks ill of another without sufficient cause, he injures and despises him. Now no man ought to despise or in any way injure another man without urgent cause. And consequently, unless we have evident indications of a person's wickedness, we ought to deem him good, by interpreting for the best whatever is doubtful about him. Reply to Obj. 1: He who interprets doubtful matters for the best may happen to be deceived more often than not. Yet it is better to err frequently through thinking well of a wicked man, than to err less frequently through having an evil opinion of a good man, because in the latter case an injury is inflicted, but not in the former. Reply to Obj. 2: It is one thing to judge of things and another to judge of men. For when we judge of things, there is no question of the good or evil of the thing about which we are judging, since it will take no harm no matter what kind of judgment we form about it. But there is question of the good of the person who judges, if he judge truly, and of his evil if he judge falsely, because "the true is the good of the intellect, and the false is its evil," as stated in Ethic. vi, 2. Wherefore everyone should strive to make his judgment accord with things as they are. On the other hand, when we judge of men, the good and evil in our judgment is considered chiefly on the part of the person about whom judgment is being formed. For he is deemed worthy of honor from the very fact that he is judged to be good, and deserving of contempt if he is judged to be evil. For this reason we ought, in this kind of judgment, to aim at judging a man good, unless there is evident proof of the contrary. And though we may judge falsely, our judgment in thinking well of another pertains to our good feeling and not to the evil of the intellect, even as neither does it pertain to the intellect's perfection to know the truth of contingent singulars in themselves. Reply to Obj. 3: One may interpret something for the worst or for the best in two ways. First, by a kind of supposition, and thus when we have to apply a remedy to some evil, whether our own or another's, in order for the remedy to be applied with greater certainty of a cure, it is expedient to take the worst for granted, since if a remedy be efficacious against a worse evil, much more is it efficacious against a lesser evil. Secondly, we may interpret something for the best or for the worst by deciding or determining, and in this case when judging of things we should try to interpret each thing according as it is, and when judging of persons, to interpret things for the best, as stated above. Fifth article: Whether we should always judge according to the written law. Objection 1: It would seem that we ought not always to judge according to the written law. For we ought always to avoid judging unjustly. But written laws sometimes contain injustice, according to Isaiah 10:1: "Woe to them that make wicked laws, and when they write injustice." Therefore we ought not always to judge according to the written law. Obj. 2: Further, judgment has to be formed about individual happenings. But no written law can cover each and every individual happening, as the Philosopher declares in Ethic. v, 10. Therefore it seems that we are not always bound to judge according to the written law. Obj. 3: Further, a law is written in order that the lawgiver's intention may be made clear. But it happens sometimes that even if the lawgiver himself were present, he would judge otherwise. Therefore we ought not always to judge according to the written law. On the contrary, Augustine says On True Religion 31, "In these earthly laws, though men judge about them when they are making them, when once they are established and passed, the judges may judge no longer of them, but according to them." I answer that, as stated above in A. 1, judgment is nothing else but a decision or determination of what is just. Now a thing becomes just in two ways. First, by the very nature of the case, and this is called natural right. Secondly, by some agreement between men, and this is called positive right, as stated above (Q. 57, A. 2). Now laws are written for the purpose of manifesting both these rights, but in different ways. For the written law does indeed contain natural right, but it does not establish it, for the latter derives its force not from the law but from nature, whereas the written law both contains positive right and establishes it by giving it force of authority. Hence it is necessary to judge according to the written law, else judgment would fall short either of the natural or of the positive right. Reply Obj. 1: Just as the written law does not give force to the natural right, so neither can it diminish or annul its force, because neither can man's will change nature. Hence, if the written law contains anything contrary to the natural right, it is unjust and has no binding force. For positive right has no place except where it matters not, according to the natural right, whether a thing be done in one way or in another, as stated above (Q. 57, A. 2, Second Reply). Wherefore such documents are to be called not laws, but rather corruptions of law, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 95, A. 2. And consequently judgment should not be delivered according to them. Reply Obj. 2: Even as unjust laws by their very nature are, either always or for the most part, contrary to the natural right, so too laws that are rightly established fail in some cases, when if they were observed they would be contrary to the natural right. Wherefore in such cases judgment should be delivered not according to the letter of the law, but according to equity which the lawgiver has in view. Hence the Jurist says in the Digest 1:3, "By no reason of law, or favor of equity, is it allowable for us to interpret harshly and render burdensome those useful measures which have been enacted for the welfare of man." In such cases even the lawgiver himself would decide otherwise, and if he had foreseen the case, he might have provided for it by law. This suffices for the reply to the third objection. Sixth article: Whether judgment is rendered perverse by being usurped? Objection 1: It would seem that judgment is not rendered perverse by being usurped. For justice is rectitude in matters of action. Now truth is not impaired, no matter who tells it, but it may suffer from the person who ought to accept it. Therefore again, justice loses nothing, no matter who declares what is just, and this is what is meant by judgment. Obj. 2: Further, it belongs to judgment to punish sins. Now it is related to the praise of some that they punish sins without having authority over those whom they punish, such as Moses in slaying the Egyptian (Exodus 2:12), and Phinehas the son of Eleazar in slaying Zambri the son of Salu (Numbers 25:7-14), and "It was reputed to him unto justice," according to Psalm 105:31. Therefore usurpation of judgment pertains not to injustice. Obj. 3: Further, spiritual power is distinct from temporal. Now prelates, having spiritual power, sometimes interfere in matters concerning the secular power. Therefore usurped judgment is not unlawful. Obj. 4: Further, even as the judge requires authority in order to judge aright, so also does he need justice and knowledge, as shown above (A. 1, first and third replies, and in A. 2). But a judgment is not described as unjust, if he who judges lacks the habit of justice or the knowledge of the law. Neither, therefore, is it always unjust to judge by usurpation, that is, without authority. On the contrary, it is written (Rom. 14:4): "Who art thou that judgest another man's servant?" I answer that, since judgment should be pronounced according to the written law, as stated above (A. 5), he that pronounces judgment interprets, in a way, the letter of the law, by applying it to some particular case. Now since it belongs to the same authority to interpret and to make a law, just as a law cannot be made save by public authority, so neither can a judgment be pronounced except by public authority, which extends over those who are subject to the community. Wherefore, even as it would be unjust for one man to force another to observe a law that was not approved by public authority, so too is it unjust if a man compels another to submit to a judgment that is pronounced by other than the public authority. Reply Obj. 1: When the truth is declared, there is no obligation to accept it, and each one is free to receive it or not, as he wishes. On the other hand, judgment implies an obligation, wherefore it is unjust for anyone to be judged by one who has no public authority. Reply Obj. 2: Moses seems to have slain the Egyptian by authority received, as it were, by divine inspiration. This seems to follow from Acts 7:24, 25, where it is said that, "striking the Egyptian, he thought that his brethren understood that God by his hand would save Israel." Or it may be replied that Moses slew the Egyptian in order to defend the man who was unjustly attacked, without himself exceeding the limits of a blameless defense. Wherefore Ambrose says (On the Duties of the Clergy 136) that "whoever does not ward off a blow from a fellow man when he can, is as much in fault as the striker"; and he quotes the example of Moses. Again, we may reply with Augustine (Quaest. 2 on Exodus) that just as "the soil gives proof of its fertility by producing useless herbs before the useful seeds have grown, so this deed of Moses was sinful although it gave a sign of great fertility," in so far, to wit, as it was a sign of the power whereby he was to deliver his people. With regard to Phinehas, the reply is that he did this out of zeal for God by divine inspiration, or because, though not as yet high priest, he was nevertheless the high priest's son, and this judgment was his concern as of the other judges, to whom this was commanded. Cf. Exodus 22:20, Leviticus 20, Deuteronomy 13:17. Reply Obj. 3: The secular power is subject to the spiritual, even as the body is subject to the soul. Consequently, the judgment is not usurped if the spiritual authority interferes in those temporal matters that are subject to the spiritual authority, or which have been committed to the spiritual by the temporal authority. Reply Obj. 4: the habits of knowledge and justice are perfections of the individual, and consequently their absence does not make a judgment to be usurped, as in the absence of public authority which gives a judgment its coercive force. End of question 60. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 61 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 61 of the Parts of Justice in 4 articles. We must now consider the parts of justice. 1. The subjective parts, which are the species of justice, that is, distributive and commutative justice. 2. The quasi-integral parts. 3. The quasi-potential parts, that is, the virtues connected with justice. The first consideration will be twofold. 1. The parts of justice. 2. Their opposite vices. And since restitution would seem to be an act of commutative justice, we must consider 1. The distinction between commutative and distributive justice. 2. Restitution. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether there are 2 species of justice, notably distributive and commutative. Second, whether in either case the mean is taken in the same way. Third, whether their matter is uniform or manifold. Fourth, whether in any of these species the just is the same as counterpassion. First article. Whether 2 species of justice are suitably assigned, notably commutative and distributive. Objection 1. It would seem that the 2 species of justice are unsuitably assigned, notably distributive and commutative. That which is hurtful to the many cannot be a species of justice, since justice is directed to the common good. Now it is hurtful to the common good of the many if the goods of the community are distributed among many, because the goods of the community would be exhausted, and because the morals of men would be corrupted. For Tully says, On Duties, "He who receives becomes worse, and the more ready to expect that he will receive again." Therefore, distribution does not belong to any species of justice. Objection 2. Further, the act of justice is to render to each one what is his own, as is stated above in question 58, Article 2. But when things are distributed, a man does not receive what is his, but becomes possessed of something which belonged to the community. Therefore, this does not pertain to justice. Objection 3. Further, justice is not only in the sovereign, but also in the subject, as stated above in question 58, Article 6. But it belongs exclusively to the sovereign to distribute. Therefore, distribution does not always belong to justice. Objection 4. Further, distributive justice regards common goods, according to Ethics 5:4. Now matters regarding the community pertain to legal justice. Therefore, distributive justice is a part, not of particular, but of legal justice. Objection 5: Further, unity or multitude does not change the species of a virtue. Now commutative justice consists in rendering something to one person, while distributive justice consists in giving something to many. Therefore they are not different species of justice. On the contrary, the Philosopher assigns two parts of justice and says in Ethic. v, 2 that one directs distributions, the other commutations. I answer that, as stated above in Question 58, Articles 7 and 8, particular justice is directed to the private individual, who is compared to the community as a part to the whole. Now a twofold order may be considered in relation to a part. In the first place, there is the order of one part to another, to which corresponds the order of one private individual to another. This order is directed by commutative justice, which is concerned about the mutual dealings between two persons. In the second place, there is the order of the whole towards the parts, to which corresponds the order of that which belongs to the community in relation to each singular person. This order is directed by distributive justice, which distributes common goods proportionately. Hence there are two species of justice, distributive and commutative. Reply to Obj. 1: Just as a private individual is praised for moderation in his bounty, and blamed for excess therein, so too ought moderation to be observed in the distribution of common goods, wherein distributive justice directs. Reply to Obj. 2: Even as part and whole are somewhat the same, so too that which pertains to the whole pertains somewhat to the part also, so that when the goods of the community are distributed among a number of individuals, each one receives that which, in a way, is his own. Reply to Obj. 3: The act of distributing the goods of the community belongs to none but those who exercise authority over those goods. And yet distributive justice is also in the subjects to whom those goods are distributed, insofar as they are contented by a just distribution. Moreover, distribution of common goods is sometimes made not to the state but to the members of a family, and such distribution can be made by authority of a private individual. Reply to Obj. 4: Movement takes its species from the term whereunto. Hence it belongs to legal justice to direct the common good those matters which concern private individuals, whereas on the contrary it belongs to particular justice to direct the common good to particular individuals by way of distribution. Reply to Obj. 5: Distributive and commutative justice differ not only in respect of unity and multitude, but also in respect of different kinds of due. Because common property is due to an individual in one way, and his personal property in another way. Second article: Whether the mean is to be observed in the same way in distributive as in commutative justice. Objection 1: It would seem that the mean in distributive justice is to be observed in the same way as in commutative justice. For each of these is a kind of particular justice, as stated above in Article 1. Now the mean is taken in the same way in all the parts of temperance or fortitude. Therefore the mean should also be observed in the same way in both distributive and commutative justice. Obj. 2: Further, the form of a moral virtue consists in observing the mean, which is determined in accordance with reason. Since then one virtue has one form, it seems that the mean for both should be the same. Obj. 3: Further, in order to observe the mean in distributive justice, we have to consider the various deserts of persons. Now a person's deserts are considered also in commutative justice, for instance, in punishments. Thus a man who strikes a prince is punished more than one who strikes a private individual. Therefore the mean is observed in the same way in both kinds of justice. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics v, 3, 4 that the mean in distributive justice is observed according to geometrical proportion, whereas in commutative justice it follows arithmetical proportion. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, in distributive justice something is given to a private individual insofar as what belongs to the whole is due to the part, and in a quantity that is proportionate to the importance of the position of that part in respect of the whole. Consequently, in distributive justice, a person receives all the more of the common goods according as he holds a more prominent position in the community. This prominence in an aristocratic community is gauged according to virtue, in an oligarchy according to wealth, in a democracy according to liberty, and in various ways according to various forms of community. Hence, in distributive justice, the mean is observed not according to equality between thing and thing, but according to the proportion between things and persons, in such a way that even as one person surpasses another, so that which is given to one person surpasses that which is allotted to another. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethics v, 3, 4 that the mean in the latter case follows geometrical proportion, wherein equality depends not on quantity but on proportion. For example, we say that 6 is to 4 as 3 is to 2, because in either case the proportion equals 1.5, since the greater number is the sum of the lesser plus its half. Whereas the equality of excess is not one of quantity, because 6 exceeds 4 by 2, while 3 exceeds 2 by 1. On the other hand, in commutations, something is paid to an individual on account of something of his that has been received, as may be seen chiefly in selling and buying, where the notion of commutation is found primarily. Hence it is necessary to equalize thing with thing, so that one person should pay back to the other just so much as he has become richer out of that which belonged to the other. The result of this will be equality according to the arithmetical mean, which is gauged according to equal excess in quantity. Thus 5 is the mean between 6 and 4, since it exceeds the latter and is exceeded by the former by 1. Accordingly, if, at the start, both persons have 5, and one of them receives 1 out of the other's belongings, the one that is the receiver will have 6, the other will be left with 4, and so there will be justice if both be brought back to the mean, one being taken from him that has 6, and given to him that has 4, for then both will have 5, which is the mean. Reply to Obj. 1. In the other moral virtues, the rational, not the real mean, is to be followed. But justice follows the real mean. Wherefore the mean, in justice, depends on the diversity of things. Reply to Obj. 2. Equality is the general form of justice, wherein distributive and commutative justice agree. But in one we find equality of geometrical proportion, whereas in the other we find equality of arithmetical proportion. Reply to Obj. 3. In actions and passions, a person's station affects the quantity of a thing. For it is a greater injury to strike a prince than a private person. Hence in distributive justice a person's station is considered in itself, whereas in commutative justice it is considered in so far as it causes a diversity of things. Third article: whether there is a different matter for both kinds of justice. Objection 1. It would seem that there is not a different matter for both kinds of justice. Diversity of matter causes diversity of virtue, as in the case of fortitude and temperance. Therefore, if distributive and commutative justice have different matters, it would seem that they are not comprised under the same virtue, notably justice. Objection 2. Further, the distribution that has to do with distributive justice is one of wealth or of honors, or of whatever can be distributed among the members of the community in Ethics 5:2, which very things are the subject matter of commutations between one person and another, and this belongs to commutative justice. Therefore, the matters of distributive and commutative justice are not distinct. Objection 3. Further, if the matter of distributive justice differs from that of commutative justice, for the reason that they differ specifically, where there is no specific difference, there ought to be no diversity of matter. Now the Philosopher, in Ethics 5:2, reckons commutative justice as one species, and yet this has many kinds of matter. Therefore, the matter of these species of justice is, seemingly, not of many kinds. On the contrary, it is stated in Ethics 5:2 that one kind of justice directs distributions, and another commutations. I answer that, as stated above in question 55, articles 8 and 10, justice is about certain external operations, namely distribution and commutation. These consist in the use of certain externals, whether things, persons, or even works. Of things, as when one man takes from, or restores to another that which is his. Of persons, as when a man does an injury to the very person of another, for instance by striking or insulting him, or even by showing respect for him. And of works, as when a man justly exacts a work of another, or does a work for him. Accordingly, if we take for the matter of each kind of justice the things themselves of which the operations are the use, the matter of distributive and commutative justice is the same, since things can be distributed out of the common property to individuals, and be the subject of commutation between one person and another. And again, there is a certain distribution and payment of laborious works. If, however, we take for the matter of both kinds of justice the principal actions themselves, whereby we make use of persons, things, and works, there is then a difference of matter between them. For distributive justice directs distributions, while commutative justice directs commutations that can take place between two persons. Of these, some are involuntary, some voluntary. They are involuntary when anyone uses another man's chattel, person, or work against his will, and this may be done secretly by fraud, or openly by violence. In either case, the offense may be committed against the other man's chattel or person, or against a person connected with him. If the offense is against his chattel, and this be taken secretly, it is called theft. If openly, it is called robbery. If it be against another man's person, it may affect either the very substance of his person or his dignity. If it be against the substance of his person, a man is injured secretly if he is treacherously slain, struck, or poisoned, and openly if he is publicly slain, imprisoned, struck, or maimed. If it be against his personal dignity, a man is injured secretly by false witness, detractions, and so forth, whereby he is deprived of his good name, and openly by being accused in a court of law or by public insult. If it be against a personal connection, a man is injured in the person of his wife, secretly, for the most part, by adultery; in the person of his slave, if the latter be induced to leave his master, which things can also be done openly. The same applies to other personal connections, and whatever injury may be committed against the principal may be committed against them also. Adultery, however, and inducing a slave to leave his master are properly injuries against the person. Yet the latter, since a slave is his master's chattel, is referred to theft. Voluntary commutations are when a man voluntarily transfers his chattel to another person. And if he transfer it simply so that the recipient incurs no debt, as in the case of gifts, it is an act not of justice but of liberality. A voluntary transfer belongs to justice in so far as it includes the notion of debt, and this may occur in many ways. First, when one man simply transfers his thing to another in exchange for another thing, as happens in selling and buying. Secondly, when a man transfers his thing to another, that the latter may have the use of it with the obligation of returning it to its owner. If he grant the use of a thing gratuitously, it is called usufruct in things that bear fruit, and simply borrowing on loan in things that bear no fruit, such as money, pottery, etc. But if not even the use is granted gratis, it is called letting or hiring. Thirdly, a man transfers his thing with the intention of recovering it, not for the purpose of its use, but that it may be kept safe, as in a deposit, or under some obligation, as when a man pledges his property, or when one man stands security for another. In all these actions, whether voluntary or involuntary, the mean is taken in the same way according to the equality of repayment. Hence all these actions belong to the one same species of justice, namely commutative justice, and this suffices for the replies to the objections. Fourth article: whether the just is absolutely the same as retaliation. Objection 1. It would seem that the just is absolutely the same as retaliation. For the judgment of God is absolutely just. Now the judgment of God is such that a man has to suffer in proportion with his deeds, according to Matthew 7:2. With what measure you judge, you shall be judged, and with what measure you mete, it shall be measured to you again. Therefore, the just is absolutely the same as retaliation. Objection 2: Further, in either kind of justice, something is given to someone according to a kind of equality. In distributive justice, this equality regards personal dignity, which would seem to depend chiefly on what a person has done for the good of the community; while in commutative justice, it regards the thing in which a person has suffered loss. Now in respect of either equality, there is retaliation in respect of the deed committed. Therefore it would seem that the just is absolutely the same as retaliation. Obj. 3: Further, the chief argument against retaliation is based on the difference between the voluntary and the involuntary. For he who does an injury involuntarily is less severely punished. Now voluntary and involuntary, taken in relation to ourselves, do not diversify the mean of justice, since this is the real mean, and does not depend on us. Therefore it would seem that the just is absolutely the same as retaliation. On the contrary, the Philosopher proves in Ethic. v, 5 that the just is not always the same as retaliation. I answer that, retaliation, contra passum, denotes equal passion repaid for previous action, and the expression applies most properly to injurious passions and actions, whereby a man harms the person of his neighbor, for instance, if a man strike, that he be struck back. This kind of just is laid down in the law. Cf. Exodus 21, 23, and 24. He shall render life for life, eye for eye, etc. And since also to take away what belongs to another is to do an unjust thing, it follows that, secondly, retaliation consists in this also, that whosoever causes loss to another should suffer loss in his belongings. This just loss is also found in the law. Cf. Exodus 22:1. If any man steal an ox or a sheep, and kill or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for 1 ox, and 4 sheep for 1 sheep. Thirdly, retaliation is transferred to voluntary commutations, where action and passion are on both sides, although voluntariness detracts from the nature of passion, as stated above, in Q. 59, A. 3. In all these cases, however, repayment must be made on a basis of equality, according to the requirements of commutative justice, namely that the meed of passion be equal to the action. Now there would not always be equality if passion were in the same species as the action. Because, in the first place, when a person injures the person of one who is greater, the action surpasses any passion of the same species that he might undergo, wherefore he that strikes a prince is not only struck back, but is much more severely punished. In like manner, when a man despoils another of his property against the latter's will, the action surpasses the passion if he be merely deprived of that thing, because the man who caused another's loss himself would lose nothing, so he is punished by making restitution several times over, because not only did he injure a private individual, but also the common weal, the security of whose protection he has infringed. Nor again would there be equality of passion in voluntary commutations, were one always to exchange one's chattel for another man's, because it might happen that the other man's chattel is much greater than our own, so that it becomes necessary to equalize passion and action in commutations according to a certain proportionate commiseration, for which purpose money was invented. Hence, retaliation is in accordance with commutative justice, but there is no place for it in distributive justice, because in distributive justice we do not consider the equality between thing and thing, or between passion and action, whence the expression contra passum, but according to proportion between things and persons, as stated above in Article 2. Reply to Obj. 1. This form of the divine judgment is in accordance with the conditions of commutative justice, insofar as rewards are apportioned to merits, and punishments to sins. Reply to Obj. 2. When a man who has served the community is paid for his services, this is to be referred to commutative, not distributive justice. Because distributive justice considers the equality not between the thing received and the thing done, but between the thing received by one person and the thing received by another, according to the respective conditions of those persons. Reply to Obj. 3. When the injurious action is voluntary, the injury is aggravated, and consequently is considered as a greater thing. Hence it requires a greater punishment in repayment by reason of a difference, not on our part, but on the part of the thing. End of question 61. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 62 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 62 of Restitution, in 8 articles. We must now consider restitution, under which head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, of what is it an act? Second, whether it is always of necessity for salvation to restore what one has taken away. Third, whether it is necessary to restore more than has been taken away. Fourth, whether it is necessary to restore what one has not taken away. Fifth, whether it is necessary to make restitution to the person from whom something has been taken away. Sixth, whether the person who has taken something away is bound to restore it. Seventh, whether any other person is bound to restitution. Eighth, whether one is bound to restore at once. First article. Whether restitution is an act of commutative justice. Objection 1. It would seem that restitution is not an act of commutative justice. For justice regards the notion of what is due. Now one may restore, even as one may give, that which is not due. Therefore, restitution is not the act of any part of justice. Objection 2. Further, that which is passed away and is no more cannot be restored. Now justice and injustice are about certain actions and passions, which are unenduring and transitory. Therefore, restitution would not seem to be the act of a part of justice. Objection 3. Further, restitution is repayment of something taken away. Now something may be taken away from a man not only in commutation, but also in distribution, as when, in distributing, one gives a man less than his due. Therefore, restitution is not more an act of commutative than of distributive justice. On the contrary, restitution is opposed to taking away. Now it is an act of commutative injustice to take away what belongs to another. Therefore, to restore it is an act of that justice which directs commutations. I answer that to restore is seemingly the same as to reinstate a person in the possession or dominion of his thing, so that in restitution we consider the equality of justice attending the payment of one thing for another, and this belongs to commutative justice. Hence restitution is an act of commutative justice occasioned by one person having what belongs to another, either with his consent, for instance on loan or deposit, or against his will, as in robbery or theft. Reply to Obj. 1. That which is not due to another is not his properly speaking, although it may have been his at some time. Wherefore it is a mere gift rather than a restitution, when anyone renders to another what is not due to him. It is, however, somewhat like a restitution, since the thing itself is materially the same. Yet it is not the same in respect of the formal aspect of justice, which considers that thing as belonging to this particular man, and so it is not restitution properly so called. Reply to Obj. 2. Insofar as the word restitution denotes something done over again, it implies identity of object. Hence it would seem originally to have applied chiefly to external things, which can pass from one person to another, since they remain the same both substantially and in respect of the right of dominion. But even as the term commutation has passed from such like things to those actions and passions which confer reverence or injury, harm or profit on another person, so too the term restitution is applied to things which, though they be transitory in reality, yet remain in their effect. Whether this touch his body, as when the body is hurt by being struck, or his reputation, as when a man remains defamed or dishonored by injurious words. Reply to Obj. 3. Compensation is made by the distributor to the man to whom less was given than his due, by comparison of thing with thing, when the latter receives so much the more according as he received less than his due, and consequently it pertains to commutative justice. Second article: whether restitution of what has been taken away is necessary for salvation. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not necessary to restore what has been taken away. For that which is impossible is not necessary for salvation. But sometimes it is impossible to restore what has been taken away, as when a man has taken limb or life. Therefore, it does not seem necessary for salvation to restore what one has taken from another. Objection 2. Further, the commission of a sin is not necessary for salvation, for then a man would be in a dilemma. But sometimes it is impossible without sin to restore what has been taken away, as when one has taken away another's good name by telling the truth. Therefore, it is not necessary for salvation to restore what one has taken from another. Objection 3. Further, what is done cannot be undone. Now sometimes a man loses his personal honor by being unjustly insulted. Therefore, that which has been taken from him cannot be restored to him, so that it is not necessary for salvation to restore what one has taken. Objection 4. Further, to prevent a person from obtaining a good thing is seemingly the same as to take it away from him, since "to lack little is almost the same as to lack nothing at all," as the Philosopher says in Phys. ii, 5. Now when anyone prevents a man from obtaining a benefice or the like, seemingly he is not bound to restore the benefice, since this would be sometimes impossible. Therefore, it is not necessary for salvation to restore what one has taken. On the contrary, Augustine says in his letter 143, "Unless a man restore what he has purloined, his sin is not forgiven." I answer that restitution, as stated above in Article 1, is an act of commutative justice, and this demands a certain equality. Wherefore restitution denotes the return of the thing unjustly taken, since it is by giving it back that equality is re-established. If, however, it be taken away justly, there will be equality, and so there will be no need for restitution, for justice consists in equality. Since, therefore, the safeguarding of justice is necessary for salvation, it follows that it is necessary for salvation to restore what has been taken unjustly. Reply to Obj. 1. When it is impossible to repay the equivalent, it suffices to repay what one can, as in the case of honor due to God and our parents, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. 8:14. Wherefore, when that which has been taken cannot be restored in equivalent, compensation should be made as far as possible. For instance, if one man has deprived another of a limb, he must make compensation either in money or in honor, the condition of either party being duly considered according to the judgment of a good man. Reply to Obj. 2. There are three ways in which one may take away another's good name. First, by saying what is true, and this justly, as when a man reveals another's sin while observing the right order of so doing, and then he is not bound to restitution. Secondly, by saying what is untrue and unjustly, and then he is bound to restore that man's good name by confessing that he told an untruth. Thirdly, by saying what is true but unjustly, as when a man reveals another's sin contrarily to the right order of so doing, and then he is bound to restore his good name as far as he can, and yet without telling an untruth. For instance, by saying that he spoke ill, or that he defamed him unjustly. Or if he be unable to restore his good name, he must compensate him otherwise, the same as in other cases as stated above in the first reply. Reply to Obj. 3. The action of the man who has defamed another cannot be undone, but it is possible by showing him deference to undo its effect, notably the lowering of the other man's personal dignity in the opinion of other men. Reply to Obj. 4. There are several ways of preventing a man from obtaining a benefice. First, justly. For instance, if having in view the honor of God or the good of the Church, one procures its being conferred on a more worthy subject, and then there is no obligation whatever to make restitution or compensation. Secondly, unjustly, if the intention is to injure the person whom one hinders through hatred, revenge, or the like. In this case, if before the benefice has been definitively assigned to anyone, one prevents its being conferred on a worthy subject by counseling that it not be conferred on him, one is bound to make some compensation after taking account of the circumstances of persons and things according to the judgment of a prudent person. But one is not bound in equivalent, because that man had not obtained the benefice and might have been prevented in many ways from obtaining it. If, on the other hand, the benefice had already been assigned to a certain person, and someone for some undue cause procures its revocation, it is the same as though he had deprived a man of what he already possessed, and consequently he would be bound to compensation in equivalent, in proportion, however, to his means. Third article. Whether it suffices to restore the exact amount taken. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not sufficient to restore the exact amount taken. For it is written in Exodus 22:1, "If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for 1 ox, and 4 sheep for 1 sheep." Now everyone is bound to keep the commandments of the divine law. Therefore, a thief is bound to restore 4 or 5-fold. Objection 2. Further, "What things soever were written for our learning." Romans 15:4. Now Zacchaeus said to our Lord in Luke 19:8, "If I have wronged any man of anything, I restore him fourfold." Therefore, a man is bound to restore several times over the amount he has taken unjustly. Objection 3. Further, no one can be unjustly deprived of what he is not bound to give. Now a judge justly deprives a thief of more than the amount of his theft, under the head of damages. Therefore, a man is bound to pay it, and consequently it is not sufficient to restore the exact amount. On the contrary, restitution re-establishes equality where an unjust taking has caused inequality. Now equality is restored by repaying the exact amount taken. Therefore there is no obligation to restore more than the exact amount taken. I answer that, when a man takes another's thing unjustly, two things must be considered. One is the inequality on the part of the thing, which inequality is sometimes void of injustice, as is the case in loans. The other is the sin of injustice, which is consistent with equality on the part of the thing, as when a person intends to use violence but fails. As regards the first, the remedy is applied by making restitution, since thereby equality is re-established, and for this it is enough that a man restore just so much as he has belonging to another. But as regards the sin, the remedy is applied by punishment, the infliction of which belongs to the judge. And so, until a man is condemned by the judge, he is not bound to restore more than he took, but when once he is condemned, he is bound to pay the penalty. Hence it is clear how to answer the first objection, because this law fixes the punishment to be inflicted by the judge. Nor is this commandment to be kept now, because since the coming of Christ no man is bound to keep the judicial precepts, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 104, Article 3. Nevertheless, the same might be determined by human law, and then the same answer would apply. Reply to objection 2. Zacchaeus said this being willing to do more than he was bound to do. Hence he had said already, "Behold, the half of my goods I give to the poor." Reply to objection 3. By condemning the man justly, the judge can exact more by way of damages, and yet this was not due before the sentence. Fourth article. Whether a man is bound to restore what he has not taken. Objection 1. It would seem that a man is bound to restore what he has not taken. For he that has inflicted a loss on a man is bound to remove that loss. Now it happens sometimes that the loss sustained is greater than the thing taken. For instance, if you dig up a man's seeds, you inflict on the sower a loss equal to the coming harvest, and thus you would seem to be bound to make restitution accordingly. Therefore, a man is bound to restore what he has not taken. Objection 2. Further, he who retains his creditor's money beyond the stated time would seem to occasion his loss of all his possible profits from that money, and yet he does not really take them. Therefore, it seems that a man is bound to restore what he did not take. Objection 3. Further, human justice is derived from divine justice. Now a man is bound to restore to God more than he has received from him, according to Matthew 25:26. "Thou knewest that I reap where I sow not, and gather where I have not strewed." Therefore it is just that one should restore to a man also something that one has not taken. On the contrary, restitution belongs to justice, because it re-establishes equality. But if one were to restore what one did not take, there would not be equality. Therefore, it is not just to make such a restitution. I answer that, whoever brings a loss upon another person, seemingly takes from him the amount of the loss, since, according to the Philosopher (Ethic. v, 4), loss is so called from a man having less than his due. Therefore a man is bound to make restitution according to the loss he has brought upon another. Now a man suffers a loss in two ways. First, by being deprived of what he actually has, and a loss of this kind is always to be made good by repayment in equivalent. For instance, if a man damnifies another by destroying his house, he is bound to pay him the value of the house. Secondly, a man may damnify another by preventing him from obtaining what he was on the way to obtain. A loss of this kind need not be made good in equivalent, because to have a thing virtually is less than to have it actually, and to be on the way to obtain a thing is to have it merely virtually or potentially. And so were he to be indemnified by receiving the thing actually, he would be paid not the exact value taken from him, but more, and this is not necessary for salvation, as stated above. However, he is bound to make some compensation, according to the condition of persons and things. From this, we see how to answer the first and second objections, because the sower of the seed in the field has the harvest, not actually but only virtually. In like manner, he that has money has the profit, not yet actually but only virtually, and both may be hindered in many ways. Reply to Obj. 3. God requires nothing from us but what He Himself has sown in us. Hence this saying is to be understood as expressing either the shameful thought of the lazy servant, who deemed that he had received nothing from the other, or the fact that God expects from us the fruit of His gifts, which fruit is from Him and from us, although the gifts themselves are from God without us. Fifth article. Whether restitution must always be made to the person from whom a thing has been taken. Objection 1. It would seem that restitution need not always be made to the person from whom a thing has been taken. For it is not lawful to injure anyone. Now, it would sometimes be injurious to the man himself, or to others, were one to restore to him what has been taken from him. If, for instance, one were to return a madman his sword. Therefore, restitution need not always be made to the person from whom a thing has been taken. Objection 2. Further, if a man has given a thing unlawfully, he does not deserve to recover it. Now sometimes a man gives unlawfully that which another accepts unlawfully, as in the case of the giver and receiver who are guilty of simony. Therefore, it is not always necessary to make restitution to the person from whom one has taken something. Objection 3. Further, no man is bound to do what is impossible. Now it is sometimes impossible to make restitution to the person from whom a thing has been taken, either because he is dead, or because he is too far away, or because he is unknown to us. Therefore, restitution need not always be made to the person from whom a thing has been taken. Objection 4. Further, we owe more compensation to one from whom we have received a greater favor. Now we have received greater favors from others, our parents for instance, than from a lender or depositor. Therefore, sometimes we ought to succor some other person rather than make restitution to one from whom we have taken something. Objection 5. Further, it is useless to restore a thing which reverts to the restorer by being restored. Now, if a prelate has unjustly taken something from the church and makes restitution to the church, it reverts into his hands, since he is the guardian of the church's property. Therefore, he ought not to restore to the church from whom he has taken, and so restitution should not always be made to the person from whom something has been taken away. On the contrary, it is written in Romans 13:7, "Render to all men their dues, tribute to whom tribute is due, custom to whom custom." I answer that, restitution re-establishes the equality of commutative justice, which equality consists in the equalizing of thing to thing, as stated above in Article 2, as well as in Question 58, Article 10. Now this equalizing of things is impossible unless he that has less than his due receive what is lacking to him, and for this to be done, restitution must be made to the person from whom a thing has been taken. Reply to Obj. 1. When the thing to be restored appears to be grievously injurious to the person to whom it is to be restored, or to some other, it should not be restored to him there and then, because restitution is directed to the good of the person to whom it is made, since all possessions come under the head of the useful. Yet he who retains another's property must not appropriate it, but must either reserve it, that he may restore it at a fitting time, or hand it over to another to keep it more securely. Reply to Obj. 2. A person may give a thing unlawfully in two ways. First, through the giving itself being illicit and against the law, as is the case when a man gives a thing through simony. Such a man deserves to lose what he gave, wherefore restitution should not be made to him. And since the receiver acted against the law in receiving, he must not retain the price, but must use it for some pious object. Secondly, a man gives unlawfully through giving for an unlawful purpose, albeit the giving itself is not unlawful, as when a woman receives payment for fornication, wherefore she may keep what she has received. If, however, she has extorted overmuch by fraud or deceit, she would be bound to restitution. Reply to Obj. 3. If the person to whom restitution is due is unknown altogether, restitution must be made as far as possible, for instance by giving an alms for his spiritual welfare, whether he be dead or living, but not without previously making a careful inquiry about his person. If the person to whom restitution is due be dead, restitution should be made to his heir, who is looked upon as one with him. If he be very far away, what is due to him should be sent to him, especially if it be of great value and can be easily sent. Else it should be deposited in a safe place to be kept for him, and the owner should be advised of the fact. Reply to Obj. 4. A man is bound, out of his property, to succor his parents, or those from whom he has received greater benefits, but he ought not to compensate a benefactor out of what belongs to others, and he would be doing this if he were to compensate one with what is due to another. Exception must be made in cases of extreme need, for then he could and should even take what belongs to another in order to succor a parent. Reply to Obj. 5. There are three ways in which a prelate can rob the church of her property. First, by laying hands on church property which is committed not to him but to another. For instance, if a bishop appropriates the property of the chapter. In such a case, it is clear that he is bound to restitution by handing it over to those who are its lawful owners. Secondly, by transferring to another person, for instance, a relative or a friend, church property committed to himself, in which case he must make restitution to the church, and have it under his own care, so as to hand it over to his successor. Thirdly, a prelate may lay hands on church property merely in intention, when, to wit, he begins to have a mind to hold it as his own and not in the name of the church, in which case he must make restitution by renouncing his intention. Sixth Article. Whether he that has taken a thing is always bound to restitution? Objection 1. It would seem that he who has taken a thing is not always bound to restore it. Restitution reestablishes the equality of justice, by taking away from him that has more, and giving to him that has less. Now it happens sometimes that he who has taken that which belongs to another no longer has it, through its having passed into another's hands. Therefore it should be restored not by the person that took it, but by the one that has it. Obj. 2: Further, no man is bound to reveal his own crime. But by making restitution, a man would sometimes reveal his crime, as in the case of theft. Therefore he that has taken a thing is not always bound to restitution. Obj. 3: Further, the same thing should not be restored several times. Now sometimes several persons take a thing at the same time, and one of them restores it in its entirety. Therefore he that takes a thing is not always bound to restitution. On the contrary, he that has sinned is bound to satisfaction. Now restitution belongs to satisfaction. Therefore he that has taken a thing is bound to restore it. I answer that, with regard to a man who has taken another's property, two points must be considered: the thing taken and the taking. By reason of the thing taken, he is bound to restore it as long as he has it in his possession, since the thing that he has in addition to what is his should be taken away from him and given to him who lacks it according to the form of commutative justice. On the other hand, the taking of the thing that is another man's property may be threefold. For sometimes it is injurious, that is, against the will of the owner, as in theft and robbery, in which case the thief is bound to restitution not only by reason of the thing, but also by reason of the injurious action, even though the thing is no longer in his possession. For just as a man who strikes another, though he gain nothing thereby, is bound to compensate the injured person, so too he that is guilty of theft or robbery is bound to make compensation for the loss incurred, although he be no better off. And in addition, he must be punished for the injustice committed. Secondly, a man takes another's property for his own profit, but without committing an injury, that is, with the consent of the owner, as in the case of a loan. And then the taker is bound to restitution, not only by reason of the thing, but also by reason of the taking, even if he has lost the thing. For he is bound to compensate the person who has done him a favor, and he would not be doing so if the latter were to lose thereby. Thirdly, a man takes another's property without injury to the latter or profit to himself, as in the case of a deposit. Wherefore he that takes a thing thus incurs no obligation on account of the taking. In fact, by taking he grants a favor. But he is bound to restitution on account of the thing taken. Consequently, if this thing be taken from him without any fault on his part, he is not bound to restitution, although he would be if he were to lose the thing through a grievous fault on his part. Reply to Obj. 1: The chief end of restitution is, not that he who has more than his due may cease to have it, but that he who has less than his due may be compensated. Wherefore there is no place for restitution in those things which one man may receive from another without loss to the latter, as when a person takes a light from another's candle. Consequently, although he that has taken something from another may have ceased to have what he took, through having transferred it to another, yet since that other is deprived of what is his, both are bound to restitution: he that took the thing, on account of the injurious taking, and he that has it, on account of the thing. Reply to Obj. 2: Although a man is not bound to reveal his crime to other men, yet he is bound to reveal it to God in confession, and so he may make restitution of another's property through the priest to whom he confesses. Reply Obj. 3: Since restitution is chiefly directed to the compensation for the loss incurred by the person from whom a thing has been taken unjustly, it stands to reason that when he has received sufficient compensation from one, the others are not bound to any further restitution in his regard. Rather ought they to refund the person who has made restitution, who, nevertheless, may excuse them from so doing. Seventh article: whether restitution is binding on those who have not taken. Objection 1: It would seem that restitution is not binding on those who have not taken. For restitution is a punishment of the taker. Now, none should be punished except the one who sinned. Therefore, none are bound to restitution save the one who has taken. Objection 2: Further, justice does not bind one to increase another's property. Now, if restitution were binding not only on the man who takes a thing, but also on all those who cooperate with him in any way whatever, the person from whom the thing was taken would be the gainer, both because he would receive restitution many times over, and because sometimes a person cooperates towards a thing being taken away from someone without its being taken away in effect. Therefore, the others are not bound to restitution. Objection 3: Further, no man is bound to expose himself to danger in order to safeguard another's property. Now sometimes a man would expose himself to the danger of death were he to betray a thief or withstand him. Therefore, one is not bound to restitution through not betraying or withstanding a thief. On the contrary, it is written in Romans 1:32, "They who do such things are worthy of death, and not only they that do them, but also they that consent to them that do them." Therefore, in like manner, they that consent are bound to restitution. I answer that, as stated above (A. 6), a person is bound to restitution not only on account of someone else's property which he has taken, but also on account of the injurious taking. Hence whoever is cause of an unjust taking is bound to restitution. This happens in two ways: directly and indirectly. Directly, when a man induces another to take, and this in three ways. First, on the part of the taking, by moving a man to take, either by express command, counsel, or consent, or by praising a man for his courage in thieving. Secondly, on the part of the taker, by giving him shelter or any other kind of assistance. Thirdly, on the part of the thing taken, by taking part in the theft or robbery as a fellow evildoer. Indirectly, when a man does not prevent another from evil-doing, provided he be able and bound to prevent him, either by omitting the command or counsel which would hinder him from thieving or robbing, or by omitting to do what would have hindered him, or by sheltering him after the deed. All these are expressed as follows: by command, by counsel, by consent, by flattery, by receiving, by participation, by silence, by not preventing, by not denouncing. It must be observed, however, that in 5 of these cases the cooperator is always bound to restitution. First, in the case of command, because he that commands is the chief mover, wherefore he is bound to restitution principally. Secondly, in the case of consent, namely of one without whose consent the robbery cannot take place. Thirdly, in the case of receiving, when, to wit, a man is a receiver of thieves and gives them assistance, Fourthly, in the case of participation, when a man takes part in the theft and in the booty. Fifthly, he who does not prevent the theft, whereas he is bound to do so: for instance, persons in authority who are bound to safeguard justice on earth are bound to restitution if by their neglect thieves prosper, because their salary is given to them in payment of their preserving justice here below. In the other cases mentioned above, a man is not always bound to restitution, because counsel and flattery are not always the efficacious cause of robbery. Hence the counselor or flatterer is bound to restitution only when it may be judged with probability that the unjust taking resulted from such causes. Reply to Obj. 1: Not only is he bound to restitution who commits the sin, but also he who is in any way cause of the sin, whether by counseling, or by commanding, or in any other way whatever. Reply to Obj. 2: He is bound chiefly to restitution who is the principal in the deed: first of all, the commander; secondly, the executor; and in due sequence the others. Yet so that, if one of them make restitution, another is not bound to make restitution to the same person. Yet those who are principals in the deed, and who took possession of the thing, are bound to compensate those who have already made restitution. When a man commands an unjust taking that does not follow, no restitution has to be made, since its end is chiefly to restore the property of the person who has been unjustly injured. Reply to Obj. 3: He that fails to denounce a thief, or does not withstand or reprehend him, is not always bound to restitution, but only when he is obliged in virtue of his office to do so, as in the case of earthly princes, who do not incur any great danger thereby, for they are invested with public authority in order that they may maintain justice. Eighth Article. Whether a man is bound to immediate restitution, or may he put it off? Objection 1: It would seem that a man is not bound to immediate restitution, and can lawfully delay to restore. For affirmative precepts do not bind for always. Now the necessity of making restitution is binding through an affirmative precept. Therefore man is not bound to immediate restitution. Obj. 2: Further, no man is bound to do what is impossible. But it is sometimes impossible to make restitution at once. Therefore no man is bound to immediate restitution. Obj. 3: Further, restitution is an act of virtue, notably of justice. Now time is one of the circumstances requisite for virtuous acts. Since then the other circumstances are not determinate for acts of virtue, but are determinable according to the dictate of prudence, it seems that neither in restitution is there any fixed time, so that a man be bound to restore at once. On the contrary, all matters of restitution seem to come under one head. Now a man who hires the services of a wage earner must not delay compensation, as appears from Leviticus 19:13. The wages of him that hath been hired by thee shall not abide with thee until the morning. Therefore neither is it lawful, in other cases of restitution, to delay, and restitution should be made at once. I answer that, even as it is a sin against justice to take another's property, so also is it to withhold it, since to withhold the property of another against the owner's will is to deprive him of the use of what belongs to him, and to do him an injury. Now it is clear that it is wrong to remain in sin even for a short time, and one is bound to renounce one's sin at once, according to Ecclesiasticus 21:2. Flee from sin as from the face of a serpent. Consequently, one is bound to immediate restitution, if possible, or to ask for a respite from the person who is empowered to grant the use of the thing. Reply to Obj. 1. Although the precept about the making of restitution is affirmative in form, it implies a negative precept forbidding us to withhold another's property. Reply to Obj. 2. When one is unable to restore at once, this very inability excuses one from immediate restitution, even as a person is altogether excused from making restitution if he is altogether unable to make it. He is, however, bound either himself or through another to ask the person to whom he owes compensation to grant him a remission or a respite. Reply to Obj. 3. Whenever the omission of a circumstance is contrary to virtue, that circumstance must be looked upon as determinate, and we are bound to observe it. And since delay of restitution involves a sin of unjust detention, which is opposed to just detention, it stands to reason that the time is determinate in the point of restitution being immediate. End of question 62. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 63 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 63 of Respect of Persons, in 4 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to the aforesaid parts of justice. First, we shall consider respect of persons, which is opposed to distributive justice. Secondly, we shall consider the vices opposed to commutative justice. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether respect of persons is a sin. Second, whether it takes place in the dispensation of spiritualities. Third, whether it takes place in showing honor. Fourth, whether it takes place in judicial sentences. First article: whether respect of persons is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that respect of persons is not a sin. For the word person includes a reference to personal dignity. Confer pars prima, question 29, article 3, second reply. Now it belongs to distributive justice to consider personal dignity. Therefore, respect of persons is not a sin. Objection 2. Further, in human affairs, persons are of more importance than things, since things are for the benefit of persons and not conversely. But respect of things is not a sin, much less therefore is respect of persons. Objection 3. Further, no injustice or sin can be in God. Yet God seems to respect persons, since of 2 men circumstanced alike, he sometimes uppraises one by grace, and leaves the other in sin, according to Matthew 24:40. 2 shall be in a bed, one shall be taken, and one shall be left. Therefore, respect of persons is not a sin. On the contrary, nothing but sin is forbidden in the divine law. Now respect of persons is forbidden in Deuteronomy 1:17. Neither shall you respect any man's person. Therefore, respect of persons is a sin. I answer that respect of persons is opposed to distributive justice, for the equality of distributive justice consists in allotting various things to various persons in proportion to their personal dignity. Accordingly, if one considers that personal property, by reason of which the thing allotted to a particular person is due to him, this is respect not of the person but of the cause. Hence a gloss on Ephesians 6:9, "There is no respect of persons with God," says that a just judge regards causes, not persons. For instance, if you promote a man to a professorship on account of his having sufficient knowledge, you consider the due cause, not the person. But if, in conferring something on someone, you consider in him not the fact that what you give him is proportionate or due to him, but the fact that he is this particular man, for example, Peter or Martin, then there is respect of the person, since you give him something not for some cause that renders him worthy of it, but simply because he is this person. And any circumstance that does not amount to a reason why this man be worthy of this gift is to be referred to his person. For instance, if a man promote someone to prelacy or professorship because he is rich, or because he is a relative of his, it is respect of persons. It may happen, however, that a circumstance of person makes a man worthy as regards one thing, but not as regards another. Thus, consanguinity makes a man worthy to be appointed heir to an estate, but not to be chosen for a position of ecclesiastical authority. Wherefore, consideration of the same circumstance of person will amount to respect of persons in one matter and not in another. It follows, accordingly, that respect of persons is opposed to distributive justice, in that it fails to observe due proportion. Now nothing but sin is opposed to virtue, and therefore respect of persons is a sin. Reply to Obj. 1. In distributive justice, we consider those circumstances of a person which result in dignity or right, whereas in respect of persons we consider circumstances that do not so result. Reply to Obj. 2. Persons are rendered proportionate to and worthy of things which are distributed among them by reason of certain things pertaining to circumstances of person, wherefore such conditions ought to be considered as the proper cause. But when we consider the persons themselves, that which is not a cause is considered as though it were, and so it is clear that although persons are more worthy, absolutely speaking, yet they are not more worthy in this regard. Reply to Obj. 3. There is a twofold giving. One belongs to justice, and occurs when we give a man his due. In such like givings, respect of persons takes place. The other giving belongs to liberality, when one gives gratis that which is not a man's due. Such is the bestowal of the gifts of grace, whereby sinners are chosen by God. In such a giving there is no place for respect of persons, because anyone may, without injustice, give of his own as much as he will, and to whom he will, according to Matthew 20:14, 15. Is it not lawful for me to do what I will? Take what is thine, and go thy way. Second article, whether respect of persons takes place in the dispensation of spiritual goods. Objection 1. It would seem that respect of persons does not take place in the dispensation of spiritual goods. For it would seem to savor of respect of persons if a man confers ecclesiastical dignity or benefice on account of consanguinity, since consanguinity is not a cause whereby a man is rendered worthy of an ecclesiastical benefice. Yet this is apparently not a sin, for ecclesiastical prelates are wont to do so. Therefore, the sin of respect of persons does not take place in the conferring of spiritual goods. Obj. 2: Further, to give preference to a rich man rather than to a poor man seems to pertain to respect of persons, according to James 2:2, 3. Nevertheless, dispensations to marry within forbidden degrees are more readily granted to the rich and powerful than to others. Therefore, the sin of respect of persons seems not to take place in the dispensation of spiritual goods. Obj. 3: Further, according to jurists, it suffices to choose a good man, and it is not requisite that one choose the better man. But it would seem to savor of respect of persons to choose one who is less good for a higher position. Therefore, respect of persons is not a sin in spiritual matters. Obj. 4: Further, according to the law of the Church, in the chapter Cum Delectus, the person to be chosen should be a member of the flock. Now this would seem to imply respect of persons, since sometimes more competent persons would be found elsewhere. Therefore, respect of persons is not a sin in spiritual matters. On the contrary, it is written in James 2:1, "Have not the faith of our Lord Jesus Christ with respect of persons." On these words a gloss of Augustine says: "Who is there that would tolerate the promotion of a rich man to a position of honor in the Church, to the exclusion of a poor man more learned and holier?" Augustine, Letter 167 to Jerome. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, respect of persons is a sin, in so far as it is contrary to justice. Now the graver the matter in which justice is transgressed, the more grievous the sin, so that, spiritual things being of greater import than temporal, respect of persons is a more grievous sin in dispensing spiritualities than in dispensing temporalities. And since it is respect of persons when something is allotted to a person out of proportion to his deserts, it must be observed that a person's worthiness may be considered in two ways. First, simply and absolutely, and in this way the man who abounds the more in the spiritual gifts of grace is the more worthy. Secondly, in relation to the common good. For it happens at times that the less holy and less learned man may conduce more to the common good, on account of worldly authority or activity or something of the kind. And since the dispensation of spiritualities is directed chiefly to the common good, according to 1 Corinthians 12:7, "The manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man unto profit," it follows that, in the dispensation of spiritualities, the simply less good are sometimes preferred to the better, without respect of persons, just as God sometimes bestows gratuitous graces on the less worthy. Reply Obj. 1: We must make a distinction with regard to a prelate's kinsfolk. For sometimes they are less worthy, both absolutely speaking, and in relation to the common good. And then, if they are preferred to the more worthy, there is a sin of respect of persons in the dispensation of spiritual goods, whereof the ecclesiastical superior is not the owner, with power to give them away as he will, but the dispenser, according to 1 Corinthians 4:1, "Let a man so account of us as of the ministers of Christ, and the dispensers of the mysteries of God." Sometimes, however, the prelate's kinsfolk are as worthy as others, and then, without respect of persons, he can lawfully give preference to his kindred, since there is at least this advantage, that he can trust the more in their being of one mind with him in conducting the business of the Church. Yet he would have to forego so doing for fear of scandal, if anyone might take an example from him, and give the goods of the Church to their kindred without regard to their deserts. Reply Obj. 2: Dispensations for contracting marriage came into use for the purpose of strengthening treaties of peace, and this is more necessary for the common good in relation to persons of standing, so that there is no respect of persons in granting dispensations more readily to such persons. Reply Obj. 3: In order that an election be not rebutted in a court of law, it suffices to elect a good man, nor is it necessary to elect the better man, because otherwise every election might have a flaw. But as regards the conscience of an elector, it is necessary to elect one who is better, either absolutely speaking, or in relation to the common good. For if it is possible to have one who is more competent for a post, and yet another be preferred, it is necessary to have some cause for this. If this cause have something to do with the matter in point, he who is elected will, in this respect, be more competent. And if that which is taken for cause have nothing to do with the matter, it will clearly be respect of persons. Reply Obj. 4: The man who is taken from among the members of a particular church is generally speaking more useful as regards the common good, since he loves more the church wherein he was brought up. For this reason it was commanded (Deuteronomy 17:15): "Thou mayest not make a man of another nation king, who is not thy brother." Third article. Whether respect of persons takes place in showing honor and respect? Objection 1: It would seem that respect of persons does not take place in showing honor and respect. For honor is apparently nothing else than reverence shown to a person in recognition of his virtue, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. I, 5. Now prelates and princes should be honored, although they be wicked, even as our parents, of whom it is written in Exodus 20:12, "Honor thy father and thy mother." Again, masters, though they be wicked, should be honored by their servants, according to 1 Timothy 6:1, "Whoever are servants under the yoke, let them count their masters worthy of all honor." Therefore it seems that it is not a sin to respect persons in showing honor. Obj. 2: Further, it is commanded in Leviticus 19:32, "Rise up before the hoary head, and honor the person of the aged man." But this seems to savor of respect of persons, since sometimes old men are not virtuous, according to Daniel 13:5, "Iniquity came out from the ancients of the people." Therefore it is not a sin to respect persons in showing honor. Obj. 3: Further, on the words of James 2:1, "Have not the faith with respect of persons," a gloss of Augustine in his letter 167 to Jerome says: "If the saying of James, 'If there shall come into your assembly a man having a golden ring,' etc., refer to our daily meetings, who sins not here, if however he sin at all?" Yet it is respect of persons to honor the rich for their riches, for Gregory says in a homily (Hom. 28 on the Gospel): "Our pride is blunted, since in men we honor not the nature wherein they are made to God's image, but wealth; so that, wealth not being a due cause of honor, this will savor of respect of persons. Therefore it is not a sin to respect persons in showing honor. On the contrary, a gloss on James 2:1 says, "Whoever honors the rich for their riches sins. And in like manner, if a man be honored for other causes that do not render him worthy of honor." Now this savors of respect of persons. Therefore it is a sin to respect persons in showing honor. I answer that, to honor a person is to recognize him as having virtue, wherefore virtue alone is the due cause of a person being honored. Now it is to be observed that a person may be honored not only for his own virtue, but also for another's. Thus princes and prelates, although they be wicked, are honored as standing in God's place, and as representing the community over which they are placed, according to Proverbs 26:8. "As he that casteth a stone into the heap of Mercury, so is he that giveth honor to a fool." For since the Gentiles ascribed the keeping of accounts to Mercury, the heap of Mercury signifies the casting up of an account, when a merchant sometimes substitutes a pebble (lapulus or calculus, whence the English word calculate) for 100 marks. So too is a fool honored if he stand in God's place or represent the whole community. And in the same way parents and masters should be honored on account of their having a share of the dignity of God, who is the Father and Lord of all. The aged should be honored, because old age is a sign of virtue, though this sign fail at times. Wherefore, according to Wisdom 4:8, 9, "Venerable old age is not that of long time, nor counted by the number of years, but the understanding of a man is gray hairs, and a spotless life is old age." The rich ought to be honored by reason of their occupying a higher position in the community, but if they be honored merely for their wealth, it will be the sin of respect of persons. Hence the replies to the objections are clear. Fourth article. Whether the sin of respect of persons takes place in judicial sentences. Objection 1. It would seem that the sin of respect of persons does not take place in judicial sentences. For respect of persons is opposed to distributive justice, as stated above in Article 1, whereas judicial sentences seem to pertain chiefly to commutative justice. Therefore, respect of persons does not take place in judicial sentences. Objection 2. Further, penalties are inflicted according to a sentence. Now, it is not a sin to respect persons in pronouncing penalties, since a heavier punishment is inflicted on one who injures the person of a prince than on one who injures the person of others. Therefore, respect of persons does not take place in judicial sentences. Objection 3. Further, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 4:10, "In judging be merciful to the fatherless." But this seems to imply respect of the person of the needy. Therefore, in judicial sentences, respect of persons is not a sin. On the contrary, it is written in Proverbs 18:5, "It is not good to accept the person in judgment." I answer that, as stated above in Question 60, Article 1, judgment is an act of justice, inasmuch as the judge restores to the equality of justice those things which may cause an opposite inequality. Now respect of persons involves a certain inequality, in so far as something is allotted to a person out of that proportion to him in which the equality of justice consists. Wherefore it is evident that judgment is rendered corrupt by respect of persons. Reply to Objection 1. A judgment may be looked at in two ways. First, in view of the thing judged, and in this way judgment is common to commutative and distributive justice, because it may be decided by judgment how some common good is to be distributed among many, and how one person is to restore to another what he has taken from him. Secondly, it may be considered in view of the form of judgment, inasmuch as, even in the commutative justice, the judge takes from the one and gives to another, and this belongs to distributive justice. In this way, respective persons may take place in any judgment. Reply to Obj. 2. When a person is more severely punished on account of a crime committed against a greater person, there is no respect of persons, because the very difference of persons causes, in that case, a diversity of things, as stated above, in Q. 58, Art. 10, third reply, and in Q. 61, Art. 2, third reply. Reply to Obj. 3. In pronouncing judgment, one ought to succor the needy as far as possible, yet without prejudice to justice, else the saying of Exodus 23:3 would apply: "Neither shalt thou favor a poor man in judgment." End of question 63. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 64 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 64. Of murder. In 8 articles. In due sequence, we must consider the vices opposed to commutative justice. We must consider 1. Those sins that are committed in relation to involuntary commutations. 2. Those that are committed with regard to voluntary commutations. Sins are committed in relation to involuntary commutations by doing an injury to one's neighbor against his will. And this can be done in 2 ways, namely, by deed or by word. By deed, when one's neighbor is injured either in his own person or in a person connected with him or in his possessions. We must therefore consider these points in due order, and in the first place we shall consider murder whereby a man inflicts the greatest injury on his neighbor. Under this head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether it is a sin to kill dumb animals or even plants. Second, whether it is lawful to kill a sinner. Third, whether this is lawful to a private individual or to a public person only. Fourth, whether this is lawful to a cleric. Fifth, whether it is lawful to kill oneself. Sixth, whether it is lawful to kill a just man. Seventh, whether it is lawful to kill a man in self-defense. Eighth, whether accidental homicide is a mortal sin. First article. Whether it is unlawful to kill any living thing. Objection 1. It would seem unlawful to kill any living thing. For the Apostle says in Romans 13:2, "They that resist the ordinance of God purchase to themselves damnation." Now divine providence has ordained that all living things should be preserved, according to Psalm 146, verses 8 and 9. "Who maketh grass to grow on the mountains, who giveth to beasts their food." Therefore it seems unlawful to take the life of any living thing. Objection 2: Further, murder is a sin because it deprives a man of life. Now life is common to all animals and plants. Hence, for the same reason, it is apparently a sin to slay dumb animals and plants. Objection 3: Further, in the divine law a special punishment is not appointed save for a sin. Now a special punishment had to be inflicted, according to the divine law, on one who killed another man's ox or sheep. Cf. Exodus 22:1. Therefore, the slaying of dumb animals is a sin. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei i, 20): "When we hear it said, 'Thou shalt not kill,' we do not take it as referring to trees, for they have no sense, nor to irrational animals, because they have no fellowship with us. Hence it follows that the words, 'Thou shalt not kill,' refer to the killing of a man." I answer that, there is no sin in using a thing for the purpose for which it is. Now the order of things is such that the imperfect are for the perfect, even as in the process of generation nature proceeds from imperfection to perfection. Hence it is that just as in the generation of a man there is first a living thing, then an animal, and lastly a man, so too things, like the plants, which merely have life, are all alike for animals, and all animals are for man. Wherefore it is not unlawful if man use plants for the good of animals, and animals for the good of man, as the Philosopher states in Polit. i, 3. Now the most necessary use would seem to consist in the fact that animals use plants, and men use animals for food, and this cannot be done unless these be deprived of life. Wherefore it is lawful both to take life from plants for the use of animals, and from animals for the use of men. In fact, this is in keeping with the commandment of God Himself, for it is written (Genesis 1:29, 30): "Behold, I have given you every herb and all the trees, to be your meat, and to all beasts of the earth." And again (Genesis 9:3): "Everything that moveth and liveth shall be meat to you." Reply Obj. 1: According to the divine ordinance, the life of animals and plants is preserved not for themselves but for man. Hence, as Augustine says (De Civ. Dei i, 20), "By a most just ordinance of the Creator, both their life and their death are subject to our use." Reply Obj. 2: Dumb animals and plants are devoid of the life of reason whereby to set themselves in motion. They are moved, as it were, by another, by a kind of natural impulse, a sign of which is that they are naturally enslaved and accommodated to the uses of others. Reply Obj. 3: He that kills another's ox sins, not through killing the ox, but through injuring another man in his property. Wherefore this is not a species of the sin of murder, but of the sin of theft or robbery. Second article: Whether it is lawful to kill sinners? Objection 1: It would seem unlawful to kill men who have sinned. For our Lord, in the parable found in Matthew 13, forbade the uprooting of the cockle which denotes wicked men, according to a gloss. Now whatever is forbidden by God is a sin. Therefore it is a sin to kill a sinner. Objection 2: Further, human justice is conformed to divine justice. Now according to divine justice, sinners are kept back for repentance, according to Ezekiel 33:11. I desire not the death of the wicked, but that the wicked turn from his way and live. Therefore it seems altogether unjust to kill sinners. Obj. 3: Further, it is not lawful for any good end whatever to do that which is evil in itself, according to Augustine (Against Lying) 7, and the Philosopher (Ethic. ii, 6). Now to kill a man is evil in itself, since we are bound to have charity towards all men, and "we wish our friends to live and to exist," according to Ethic. ix, 4. Therefore it is nowise lawful to kill a man who has sinned. On the contrary, it is written (Exodus 22:18): "Wizards thou shalt not suffer to live"; and Psalm 100:8: "In the morning I put to death all the wicked of the land." I answer that, as stated above (A. 1), it is lawful to kill dumb animals, in so far as they are naturally directed to man's use, as the imperfect is directed to the perfect. Now every part is directed to the whole, as imperfect to perfect, wherefore every part is natural for the sake of the whole. For this reason we observe that if the health of the whole body demands the excision of a member, through its being decayed or infectious to the other members, it will be both praiseworthy and advantageous to have it cut away. Now every individual person is compared to the whole community, as part to whole. Therefore, if a man be dangerous and infectious to the community, on account of some sin, it is praiseworthy and advantageous that he be killed in order to safeguard the common good, since "a little leaven corrupteth the whole lump," according to 1 Corinthians 5:6. Reply Obj. 1: Our Lord commanded them to forbear from uprooting the cockle, in order to spare the wheat, that is, the good. This occurs when the wicked cannot be slain without the good being killed with them, either because the wicked lie hidden among the good, or because they have many followers, so that they cannot be killed without danger to the good, as Augustine says (Against Parmenius 3:2). Wherefore our Lord teaches that we should rather allow the wicked to live, and that vengeance is to be delayed until the last judgment, rather than that the good be put to death together with the wicked. When, however, the good incur no danger, but rather are protected and saved by the slaying of the wicked, then the latter may be lawfully put to death. Reply Obj. 2: According to the order of His wisdom, God sometimes slays sinners forthwith in order to deliver the good, whereas sometimes He allows them time to repent, according as He knows what is expedient for His elect. This also does human justice imitate according to its powers, for it puts to death those who are dangerous to others, while it allows time for repentance to those who sin without grievously harming others. Reply Obj. 3: By sinning man departs from the order of reason, and consequently falls away from the dignity of his manhood, in so far as he is naturally free and exists for himself, and he falls into the slavish state of the beasts, by being disposed of according as he is useful to others. This is expressed in Psalm 48:21. "Man, when he was in honor, did not understand. he hath been compared to senseless beasts, and made like to them. And in Proverbs 11:29, the fool shall serve the wise. Hence, although it be evil in itself to kill a man so long as he preserve his dignity, yet it may be good to kill a man who has sinned, even as it is to kill a beast. For a bad man is worse than a beast, and is more harmful, as the Philosopher states in Polit. 1:1, as well as in Ethic. 7:6. Third article. Whether it is lawful for a private individual to kill a man who has sinned? Objection 1. It would seem lawful for a private individual to kill a man who has sinned. For nothing unlawful is commanded in the divine law. Yet, on account of the sin of the molten calf, Moses commanded in Exodus 32:27, "Let every man kill his brother and friend and neighbor." Therefore it is lawful for private individuals to kill a sinner. Obj. 2: Further, as stated above (A. 2, ad 3), man, on account of sin, is compared to the beasts. Now it is lawful for any private individual to kill a wild beast, especially if it be harmful. Therefore, for the same reason, it is lawful for any private individual to kill a man who has sinned. Obj. 3: Further, a man, though a private individual, deserves praise for doing what is useful for the common good. Now the slaying of evildoers is useful for the common good, as stated above in A. 2. Therefore it is deserving of praise, even if private individuals kill evildoers. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei I), "A man who, without exercising public authority, kills an evildoer, shall be judged guilty of murder, and all the more, since he has dared to usurp a power which God has not given him." I answer that, as stated above in A. 2, it is lawful to kill an evildoer in so far as it is directed to the welfare of the whole community, so that it belongs to him alone who has charge of the community's welfare. Thus it belongs to a physician to cut off a decayed limb, when he has been entrusted with the care of the health of the whole body. Now the care of the common good is entrusted to persons of rank having public authority. Wherefore they alone, and not private individuals, can lawfully put evildoers to death. Reply Obj. 1. The person by whose authority a thing is done really does the thing, as Dionysius declares (Div. Hier. iii). Hence, according to Augustine (De Civ. Dei i, 21), "he slays not who owes his service to one who commands him, even as a sword is merely the instrument to him that wields it." Wherefore those who, at the Lord's command, slew their neighbors and friends, would seem not to have done this themselves, but rather he by whose authority they acted thus: just as a soldier slays the foe by the authority of his sovereign, and the executioner slays the robber by the authority of the judge. Reply Obj. 2. A beast is by nature distinct from man, wherefore in the case of a wild beast there is no need for an authority to kill it; whereas in the case of domestic animals, such authority is required, not for their sake, but on account of the owner's loss. On the other hand, a man who has sinned is not by nature distinct from good men. Hence a public authority is requisite in order to condemn him to death for the common good. Reply Obj. 3. It is lawful for any private individual to do anything for the common good, provided it harm nobody. But if it be harmful to some other, it cannot be done, except by virtue of the judgment of the person to whom it pertains to decide what is to be taken from the parts for the welfare of the whole. Fourth article. Whether it is lawful for clerics to kill evildoers? Objection 1. It would seem lawful for clerics to kill evildoers. For clerics, especially, should fulfill the precept of the Apostle in 1 Corinthians 4:16. Be ye followers of me, as I also am of Christ. Whereby we are called upon to imitate God and His saints. Now the very God whom we worship puts evildoers to death, according to Psalm 135:10, "Who smote Egypt with their firstborn." Again, Moses made the Levites slay 23,000 men on account of the worship of the calf, as is stated in Exodus 32. The priest Phinehas slew the Israelite who went into the woman of Madian, in Numbers 25. Samuel killed Agag, king of Amalek, in 1 Kings 15. Elias slew the priests of Baal, in 3 Kings 18. Mattathias killed the man who went up to the altar to sacrifice, in 1 Maccabees 2. And, in the New Testament, Peter killed Ananias and Sapphira, in Acts 5. Therefore, it seems that even clerics may kill evildoers. Objection 2. Further, spiritual power is greater than the secular, and is more united to God. Now the secular power, as God's minister, lawfully puts evildoers to death, according to Romans 13:4. Much more therefore may clerics, who are God's ministers, have spiritual power to put evildoers to death. Objection 3. Further, whosoever lawfully accepts an office may lawfully exercise the functions of that office. Now it belongs to the princely office to slay evildoers, as stated above in Article 3. Therefore, those clerics who are earthly princes may lawfully slay malefactors. On the contrary, it is written in 1 Timothy 3:2, 3, "It behoveth a bishop to be without crime, not given to wine, no striker." I answer that, it is unlawful for clerics to kill, for two reasons. First, because they are chosen for the ministry of the altar, whereon is represented the passion of Christ slain, who, when He was struck, did not strike, according to 1 Peter 2:23. Therefore it becomes not clerics to strike or kill. For ministers should imitate their master, according to Ecclesiasticus 10:2. As the judge of the people is himself, so also are his ministers. The other reason is because clerics are entrusted with the ministry of the new law, wherein no punishment of death or of bodily maiming is appointed. Wherefore they should abstain from such things in order that they may be fitting ministers of the New Testament. Reply Obj. 1. God works in all things without exception whatever is right, yet in each one according to its mode. Wherefore everyone should imitate God in that which is specially becoming to him. Hence, though God slays evildoers even corporally, it does not follow that all should imitate Him in this. As regards Peter, he did not put Ananias and Sapphira to death by his own authority or with his own hand, but published their death sentence pronounced by God. The priests or Levites of the Old Testament were the ministers of the Old Law, which appointed corporal penalties, so that it was fitting for them to slay with their own hands. Reply Obj. 2: The ministry of clerics is concerned with better things than corporal slayings, namely with things pertaining to spiritual welfare, and so it is not fitting for them to meddle with minor matters. Reply Obj. 3: Ecclesiastical prelates accept the office of earthly princes, not that they may inflict capital punishment themselves, but that this may be carried into effect by others in virtue of their authority. Fifth article: Whether it is lawful to kill oneself? Objection 1: It would seem lawful for a man to kill himself. For murder is a sin in so far as it is contrary to justice. But no man can do an injustice to himself, as proved in Ethics 5:11. Therefore no man sins by killing himself. Objection 2: Further, it is lawful for one who exercises public authority to kill evildoers. Now he who exercises public authority is sometimes an evildoer. Therefore he may lawfully kill himself. Objection 3: Further, it is lawful for a man to suffer spontaneously a lesser danger, that he may avoid a greater. Thus it is lawful for a man to cut off a decayed limb even from himself, that he may save his whole body. Now sometimes a man, by killing himself, avoids a greater evil, for example, an unhappy life or the shame of sin. Therefore a man may kill himself. Objection 4: Further, Samson killed himself, as related in Judges 16, and yet he is numbered among the saints in Hebrews 11. Therefore it is lawful for a man to kill himself. Objection 5: Further, it is related in 2 Maccabees 14:42 that a certain Rhizias killed himself, "choosing to die nobly, rather than to fall into the hands of the wicked, and to suffer abuses unbecoming his noble birth." Now nothing that is done nobly and bravely is unlawful. Therefore suicide is not unlawful. On the contrary, Augustine says (De Civ. Dei i, 20): "Hence it follows that the words 'Thou shalt not kill' refer to the killing of a man, not another man. Therefore not even thyself. For he who kills himself kills nothing else than a man." I answer that, it is altogether unlawful to kill oneself, for three reasons. First, because everything naturally loves itself, the result being that everything naturally keeps itself in being, and resists corruptions so far as it can. Wherefore suicide is contrary to the inclination of nature, and to charity, whereby every man should love himself. Hence suicide is always a mortal sin, as being contrary to the natural law and to charity. Secondly, because every part, as such, belongs to the whole. Now every man is part of the community, and so, as such, he belongs to the community. Hence by killing himself he injures the community, as the Philosopher declares in Ethics 5:11. Thirdly, because life is God's gift to man, and is subject to his power, who kills and makes to live. Hence whoever takes his own life sins against God, even as he who kills another's slave sins against that slave's master, and is he who usurps to himself judgment of a matter not entrusted to him. For it belongs to God alone to pronounce sentence of death and life, according to Deuteronomy 32:39. I will kill, and I will make to live. Reply to Obj. 1: Murder is a sin, not only because it is contrary to justice, but also because it is opposed to charity which a man should have towards himself. In this respect, suicide is a sin in relation to oneself. In relation to the community and to God, it is sinful, by reason also of its opposition to justice. Reply to Obj. 2: One who exercises public authority may lawfully put to death an evildoer, since he can pass judgment on him. But no man is judge of himself. Wherefore it is not lawful for one who exercises public authority to put himself to death for any sin whatever, although he may lawfully commit himself to the judgment of others. Reply to Obj. 3: Man is made master of himself through his free will. Wherefore he can lawfully dispose of himself as to those matters which pertain to this life which is ruled by man's free will. But the passage from this life to another and happier one is subject not to man's free will, but to the power of God. Hence it is not lawful for man to take his own life that he may pass to a happier life, nor that he may escape any unhappiness whatsoever of the present life, because the ultimate and most fearsome evil of this life is death, as the Philosopher states in Ethic. iii, 6. Therefore, to bring death upon oneself in order to escape the other afflictions of this life, is to adopt a greater evil in order to avoid a lesser. In like manner, it is unlawful to take one's own life on account of one's having committed a sin, both because by so doing one does oneself a very great injury by depriving oneself of the time needful for repentance, and because it is not lawful to slay an evildoer except by the sentence of the public authority. Again, it is unlawful for a woman to kill herself lest she be violated, because she ought not to commit on herself the very great sin of suicide to avoid the lesser sin of another. For she commits no sin in being violated by force, provided she does not consent, since "without consent of the mind there is no stain on the body," as the Blessed Lucy declared. Now it is evident that fornication and adultery are less grievous sins than taking a man's life, especially one's own life, since the latter is most grievous, because one injures oneself to whom one owes the greatest love. Moreover, it is most dangerous, since no time is left wherein to expiate it by repentance. Again, it is not lawful for anyone to take his own life for fear he should consent to sin, because "evil must not be done that good may come," according to Rom. 3:8. Or that evil may be avoided, especially if the evil be of small account and an uncertain event, for it is uncertain whether one will at some future time consent to sin, since God is able to deliver man from sin under any temptation whatever. Reply to Obj. 4: As Augustine says (De Civ. Dei i, 21), "Not even Samson is to be excused that he crushed himself together with his enemies under the ruins of the house, except the Holy Ghost, who had wrought many wonders through him, had secretly commanded him to do this." He assigns the same reason in the case of certain holy women, who at the time of persecution took their own lives and who are commemorated by the Church. Reply to Obj. 5. It belongs to fortitude that a man does not shrink from being slain by another for the sake of the good of virtue, that he may avoid sin. But that a man take his own life in order to avoid penal evils has indeed an appearance of fortitude, for which reason some, among whom was Rasius, have killed themselves thinking to act from fortitude. Yet it is not true fortitude, but rather a weakness of soul unable to bear penal evils, as the Philosopher (Ethic. iii, 7) and Augustine (De Civ. Dei 22 and 23) declare. Sixth Article. Whether it is lawful to kill the innocent? Objection 1. It would seem that in some cases it is lawful to kill the innocent. The fear of God is never manifested by sin, since on the contrary, "the fear of the Lord driveth out sin," according to Ecclesiasticus 1:27. Now Abraham was commanded in that he feared the Lord, since he was willing to slay his innocent son. Therefore one may, without sin, kill an innocent person. Obj. 2: Further, among those sins that are committed against one's neighbor, the more grievous seems to be those whereby a more grievous injury is inflicted on the person sinned against. Now to be killed is a greater injury to a sinful man than to an innocent person, because the latter by death passes forthwith from the unhappiness of this life to the glory of heaven. Since then it is lawful in certain cases to kill a sinful man, much more is it lawful to slay an innocent or a righteous person. Obj. 3: Further, what is done in keeping with the order of justice is not a sin. But sometimes a man is forced, according to the order of justice, to slay an innocent person, for instance, when a judge, who is bound to judge according to the evidence, condemns to death a man whom he knows to be innocent, but who is convicted by false witnesses; and again the executioner, who, in obedience to the judge, puts to death the man who has been unjustly sentenced. On the contrary, it is written (Exodus 23:7): "The innocent and just person thou shalt not put to death." I answer that, an individual man may be considered in two ways: first, in himself; secondly, in relation to something else. If we consider a man in himself, it is unlawful to kill any man, since in every man, though he be sinful, we ought to love the nature which God has made, and which is destroyed by slaying him. Nevertheless, as stated above (A. 2), the slaying of a sinner becomes lawful in relation to the common good, which is corrupted by sin. On the other hand, the life of righteous men preserves and forwards the common good, since they are the chief part of the community. Therefore it is in no way lawful to slay the innocent. Reply to Obj. 1: God is Lord of death and life, for by His decree both the sinful and the righteous die. Hence he who at God's command kills an innocent man does not sin, as neither does God whose behest he executes. Indeed, his obedience to God's commands is a proof that he fears Him. Reply to Obj. 2: In weighing the gravity of a sin, we must consider the essential rather than the accidental. Wherefore he who kills a just man sins more grievously than he who slays a sinful man. First, because he injures one whom he should love more, and so acts more in opposition to charity. Secondly, because he inflicts an injury on a man who is less deserving of one, and so acts more in opposition to justice. Thirdly, because he deprives the community of a greater good. Fourthly, because he despises God more, according to Luke 10:16. "He that despiseth you, despiseth me." On the other hand, it is accidental to the slaying that the just man whose life is taken be received by God into glory. Reply Obj. 3: If the judge knows that a man who has been convicted by false witnesses is innocent, he must, like Daniel, examine the witnesses with great care, so as to find a motive for acquitting the innocent. But if he cannot do this, he should remit him for judgment by a higher tribunal. If even this is impossible, he does not sin if he pronounce sentence in accordance with the evidence, for it is not he that puts the innocent man to death, but they who stated him to be guilty. He that carries out the sentence of the judge who has condemned an innocent man, if the sentence contains an inexcusable error, he should not obey, else there would be an excuse for the executions of the martyrs. If, however, it contain no manifest injustice, he does not sin by carrying out the sentence, because he has no right to discuss the judgment of his superior. Nor is it he who slays the innocent man, but the judge whose minister he is. Seventh Article. Whether it is lawful to kill a man in self-defense? Objection 1. It would seem that nobody may lawfully kill a man in self-defense. For Augustine says to Publicola in his letter 47, "I do not agree with the opinion that one may kill a man, lest one be killed by him, unless one be a soldier, exercise a public office, so that one does it not for oneself but for others, having the power to do so, provided it be in keeping with one's person. Now he who kills a man in self-defense, kills him lest he be killed by him. Therefore this would seem to be unlawful." Objection 2: Further, he says (De Lib. Arb. 5), "How are they free from sin in sight of divine providence, who are guilty of taking a man's life for the sake of these contemptible things?" Now among contemptible things he reckons "those which men may forfeit unwillingly," as appears from the context (De Lib. 5), and the chief of these is the life of the body. Therefore it is unlawful for any man to take another's life for the sake of the life of his own body. Objection 3: Further, Pope Nicholas says in the Decretals, "Concerning the clerics about whom you have consulted us, those, namely, who have killed a pagan in self-defense, as to whether, after making amends by repenting, they may return to their former state, or rise to a higher degree, know that in no case is it lawful for them to kill any man under any circumstances whatever." Now clerics and laymen are alike bound to observe the moral precepts. Therefore neither is it lawful for laymen to kill anyone in self-defense. Objection 4: Further, murder is a more grievous sin than fornication or adultery. Now nobody may lawfully commit simple fornication or adultery, or any other mortal sin, in order to save his own life, since the spiritual life is to be preferred to the life of the body. Therefore no man may lawfully take another's life in self-defense in order to save his own life. Objection 5: Further, if the tree be evil, so is the fruit, according to Matthew 7:17. Now self-defense itself seems to be unlawful, according to Romans 12:19. "Not defending yourselves, my dearly beloved." Therefore its result, which is the slaying of a man, is also unlawful. On the contrary, it is written in Exodus 22:2: "If a thief be found breaking into a house, or undermining it, and be wounded so as to die, he that slew him shall not be guilty of blood." Now it is much more lawful to defend one's life than one's house. Therefore neither is a man guilty of murder if he kill another in defense of his own life. I answer that, nothing hinders one act from having two effects, only one of which is intended, while the other is beside the intention. Now moral acts take their species according to what is intended, and not according to what is beside the intention, since this is accidental, as explained above (Q. 43, A. 3), as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 12, A. 1. Accordingly, the act of self-defense may have two effects: one is the saving of one's life, the other is the slaying of the aggressor. Therefore this act, since one's intention is to save one's own life, is not unlawful, seeing that it is natural to everything to keep itself in being, as far as possible. And yet, though proceeding from a good intention, an act may be rendered unlawful if it be out of proportion to the end. Wherefore if a man, in self-defense, uses more than necessary violence, it will be unlawful; whereas if he repel force with moderation, his defense will be lawful, because, according to the jurists, "it is lawful to repel force by force, provided one does not exceed the limits of a blameless defense." Nor is it necessary for salvation that a man omit the act of moderate self-defense in order to avoid killing the other man, since one is bound to take more care of one's own life than of another's. But as it is unlawful to take a man's life, except for the public authority acting for the common good, as stated above in A. 3, it is not lawful for a man to intend killing a man in self-defense, except for such as have public authority, who while intending to kill a man in self-defense refer this to the public good, as in the case of a soldier fighting against the foe, and in the minister of the judge struggling with robbers, although even these sin if they be moved by private animosity. Reply Obj. 1: The words quoted from Augustine refer to the case when one man intends to kill another to save himself from death. The passage quoted in the second objection is to be understood in the same sense. Hence he says pointedly, "for the sake of these things," whereby he indicates the intention. This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply Obj. 3: Irregularity results from the act, though sinless, of taking a man's life, as appears in the case of a judge who justly condemns a man to death. For this reason a cleric, though he kill a man in self-defense, is irregular, albeit he intends not to kill him, but to defend himself. Reply Obj. 4: The act of fornication or adultery is not necessarily directed to the preservation of one's own life, as is the act whence sometimes results the taking of a man's life. Reply Obj. 5. The defense forbidden in this passage is that which comes from revengeful spite. Hence a gloss says, "not defending yourselves," that is, not striking your enemy back. Eighth article. Whether one is guilty of murder through killing someone by chance? Objection 1. It would seem that one is guilty of murder through killing someone by chance. For we read in Genesis 4, verses 23 and 24, that Lamech slew a man in mistake for a wild beast, and that he was accounted guilty of murder. Therefore, one incurs the guilt of murder through killing a man by chance. Objection 2. Further, it is written in Exodus 21, verse 22, "If one strike a woman with child, and she miscarry, indeed, if her death ensue thereupon, he shall render life for life." Yet this may happen without any intention of causing her death. Therefore, one is guilty of murder through killing someone by chance. Objection 3. Further, the Decretals contain several canons prescribing penalties for unintentional homicide. Now penalty is not due, save for guilt. Therefore, he who kills a man by chance incurs the guilt of murder. On the contrary, Augustine says to Publicola in his letter 47, "When we do a thing for a good and lawful purpose, if thereby we unintentionally cause harm to anyone, it should by no means be imputed to us." Now it sometimes happens by chance that a person is killed as a result of something done for a good purpose. Therefore, the person who did it is not accounted guilty. I answer that, according to the Philosopher (Phys. ii, 6), chance is a cause that acts beside one's intention. Hence chance happenings, strictly speaking, are neither intended nor voluntary. And since every sin is voluntary, according to Augustine (De Vera Relig. 14), it follows that chance happenings, as such, are not sins. Nevertheless, it happens that what is not actually and directly voluntary and intended is voluntary and intended accidentally, according as that which removes an obstacle is called an accidental cause. Wherefore he who does not remove something whence homicide results, whereas he ought to remove it, is in a sense guilty of voluntary homicide. This happens in two ways. First, when a man causes another's death through occupying himself with unlawful things which he ought to avoid. Secondly, when he does not take sufficient care. Hence, according to jurists, if a man pursue a lawful occupation and take due care, the result being that a person loses his life, he is not guilty of that person's death. Whereas if he be occupied with something unlawful, or even with something lawful but with undue care, he does not escape being guilty of murder, if his action results in someone's death. Reply to Obj. 1. Lamech did not take sufficient care to avoid taking a man's life, and so he was not excused from being guilty of homicide. Reply to Obj. 2. He that strikes a woman with child does something unlawful. Wherefore, if there results the death either of the woman or of the animated fetus, he will not be excused from homicide, especially seeing that death is the natural result of such a blow. Reply to Obj. 3. According to the canons, a penalty is inflicted on those who cause death unintentionally through doing something unlawful, or failing to take sufficient care. End of question 64. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 65 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 65. Of other injuries committed on the person, in 4 articles. We must now consider other sinful injuries committed on the person. Under this head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, the mutilation of members. Second, blows. Third, imprisonment. Fourth, whether the sins that consist in inflicting such like injuries are aggravated through being perpetrated on persons connected with others. First article. Whether in some cases it may be lawful to maim anyone. Objection 1. It would seem that in no case can it be lawful to maim anyone. For Damascene says, in On the True Faith 4:20, that sin consists in departing from what is according to nature, towards that which is contrary to nature. Now, according to nature, it is appointed by God that a man's body should be entire in its members, and it is contrary to nature that it should be deprived of a member. Therefore, it seems that it is always a sin to maim a person. Objection 2. Further, as the whole soul is to the whole body, so are the parts of the soul to the parts of the body, according to De Anima ii, 1. But it is unlawful to deprive a man of his soul by killing him, except by public authority. Therefore, neither is it lawful to maim anyone, except perhaps by public authority. Objection 3. Further, the welfare of the soul is to be preferred to the welfare of the body. Now, it is not lawful for a man to maim himself for the sake of the soul's welfare, since the Council of Nicaea punished those who castrated themselves that they might preserve chastity. Therefore, it is not lawful for any other reason to maim a person. On the contrary, it is written in Exodus 21:24, "Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot." I answer that, since a member is part of the whole human body, it is for the sake of the whole, as the imperfect for the perfect. Hence a member of the human body is to be disposed of according as it is expedient for the body. Now a member of the human body is of itself useful to the good of the whole body, yet accidentally it may happen to be hurtful, as when a decayed member is a source of corruption to the whole body. Accordingly, so long as a member is healthy and retains its natural disposition, it cannot be cut off without injury to the whole body. But as the whole of man is directed as to his end to the whole of the community of which he is a part, as stated above in Q. 61, A. 1, as well as in Q. 64, AA. 2 and 5, it may happen that although the removal of a member may be detrimental to the whole body, it may nevertheless be directed to the good of the community, in so far as it is applied to a person as a punishment for the purpose of restraining sin. Hence, just as by public authority a person is lawfully deprived of life altogether on account of certain more heinous sins, so is he deprived of a member on account of certain lesser sins. But this is not lawful for a private individual, even with the consent of the owner of the member, because this would involve an injury to the community, to whom the man and all his parts belong. If, however, the member be decayed, and therefore a source of corruption to the whole body, then it is lawful, with the consent of the owner of the member, to cut away the member for the welfare of the whole body, since each one is entrusted with the care of his own welfare. The same applies if it be done with the consent of the person whose business it is to care for the welfare of the person who has a decayed member. Otherwise it is altogether unlawful to maim anyone. Reply to Obj. 1: Nothing prevents that which is contrary to a particular nature from being in harmony with universal nature. Thus death and corruption, in the physical order, are contrary to the particular nature of the thing corrupted, although they are in keeping with universal nature. In like manner, to maim anyone, though contrary to the particular nature of the body of the person maimed, is nevertheless in keeping with natural reason in relation to the common good. Reply to Obj. 2: The life of the entire man is not directed to something belonging to man. On the contrary, whatever belongs to man is directed to his life. Hence in no case does it pertain to a person to take anyone's life, except to the public authority to whom is entrusted the procuring of the common good. But the removal of a member can be directed to the good of one man, and consequently in certain cases can pertain to him. Reply to Obj. 3: A member should not be removed for the sake of the bodily health of the whole, unless otherwise nothing can be done to further the good of the whole. Now it is always possible to further one's spiritual welfare otherwise than by cutting off a member, because sin is always subject to the will, and consequently in no case is it allowable to maim oneself, even to avoid any sin whatever. Hence Chrysostom, in his exposition on Matthew 19:12, in his homily 42 on the Gospel of Matthew, "There are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven," says, "not by maiming themselves, but by destroying evil thoughts, for a man is accursed who maims himself, since they are murderers who do such things." And further on he says, "Nor is lust tamed thereby; on the contrary it becomes more importunate, for the seed springs in us from other sources, and chiefly from an incontinent purpose and a careless mind, and temptation is curbed not so much by cutting off a member as by curbing one's thoughts." Second article: Whether it is lawful for parents to strike their children, or masters their slaves? Objection 1: It would seem unlawful for parents to strike their children, or masters their slaves. For the Apostle says in Eph. 6:4, "You fathers, "Provoke not your children to anger." And further on, in Ephesians 9:6, "And you, masters, do the same thing to your slaves, forbearing threatenings." Now some are provoked to anger by blows, and become more troublesome when threatened. Therefore neither should parents strike their children, nor masters their slaves. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says (Ethic. x, 9) that "a father's words are admonitory and not coercive." Now blows are a kind of coercion. Therefore it is unlawful for parents to strike their children. Obj. 3: Further, everyone is allowed to impart correction, for this belongs to the spiritual almsdeeds, as stated above (Q. 32, A. 2). If therefore it is lawful for parents to strike their children for the sake of correction, for the same reason it will be lawful for any person to strike anyone, which is clearly false. Therefore the same conclusion follows. On the contrary, it is written (Proverbs 13:24): "He that spareth the rod hateth his son"; and further on (Proverbs 23:13): "Withhold not correction from a child: for if thou strike him with the rod, he shall not die. Thou shalt beat him with the rod, and deliver his soul from hell." Again it is written (Ecclesiasticus 33:28): "Torture and fetters are for a malicious slave." I answer that, Harm is done a body by striking it. Yet not so when it is maimed, since maiming destroys the body's integrity, while a blow merely affects the sense with pain, wherefore it causes much less harm than cutting off a member. Now it is unlawful to do a person a harm, except by way of punishment in the cause of justice. Again, no man justly punishes another, except one who is subject to his jurisdiction. Therefore it is not lawful for a man to strike another, unless he have some power over the one whom he strikes. And since the child is subject to the power of the parent, and the slave to the power of his master, a parent can lawfully strike his child, and a master his slave, that instruction may be enforced by correction. Reply Obj. 1: Since anger is a desire for vengeance, it is aroused chiefly when a man deems himself unjustly injured, as the Philosopher states (Rhet. ii). Hence when parents are forbidden to provoke their children to anger, they are not prohibited from striking their children for the purpose of correction, but from inflicting blows on them without moderation. The command that masters should forbear from threatening their slaves may be understood in two ways. First, that they should be slow to threaten, and this pertains to the moderation of correction. Secondly, that they should not always carry out their threats, that is, that they should sometimes, by a merciful forgiveness, temper the judgment whereby they threatened punishment. Reply Obj. 2: The greater power should exercise the greater coercion. Now just as a city is a perfect community, so the governor of a city has perfect coercive power, wherefore he can inflict irreparable punishments such as death and mutilation. On the other hand, the father and the master who preside over the family household, which is an imperfect community, have imperfect coercive power, which is exercised by inflicting lesser punishments, for instance by blows, which do not inflict irreparable harm. Reply Obj. 3: It is lawful for anyone to impart correction to a willing subject, but to impart it to an unwilling subject belongs to those only who have charge over him. To this pertains chastisement by blows. Third article: Whether it is lawful to imprison a man? Objection 1: It would seem unlawful to imprison a man. An act which deals with undue matter is evil in its genus, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 18, A. 2. Now man, having a free will, is undue matter for imprisonment, which is inconsistent with free will. Therefore it is unlawful to imprison a man. Objection 2: Further, human justice should be ruled by divine justice. Now according to Ecclesiasticus 15:14, God left man in the hand of his own counsel. Therefore it seems that a man ought not to be coerced by chains or prisons. Objection 3: Further, no man should be forcibly prevented except from doing an evil deed. And any man can lawfully prevent another from doing this. If therefore it were lawful to imprison a man, in order to restrain him from evil deeds, it would be lawful for anyone to put a man in prison. And this is clearly false. Therefore the same conclusion follows. On the contrary, we read in Leviticus 24 that a man was imprisoned for the sin of blasphemy. I answer that, in the goods of the body, three things may be considered in due order. First, the substantial integrity of the body, and this is injured by death or maiming. Secondly, pleasure or rest of the senses, and to this striking or anything causing a sense of pain is opposed. Thirdly, the movement or use of the members, and this is hindered by binding or imprisoning or any kind of detention. Therefore it is unlawful to imprison or in any way detain a man, unless it be done according to the order of justice, either in punishment or as a measure of precaution against some evil. Reply Obj. 1: A man who abuses the power entrusted to him deserves to lose it, and therefore when a man by sinning abuses the free use of his members, he becomes a fitting matter for imprisonment. Reply Obj. 2: According to the order of His wisdom, God sometimes restrains a sinner from accomplishing a sin, according to Job 5:12, "Who bringeth to naught the designs of the malignant, so that their hand cannot accomplish what they had begun, while sometimes He allows them to do what they will." In like manner, according to human justice, men are imprisoned, not for every sin, but for certain ones. Reply Obj. 3: It is lawful for anyone to restrain a man for a time from doing some unlawful deed there and then, as when a man prevents another from throwing himself over a precipice, or from striking another. But to him alone who has the right of disposing in general of the actions and of the life of another does it belong primarily to imprison or fetter, because by so doing he hinders him from doing not only an evil, but also good deeds. Fourth article. Whether the sin is aggravated by the fact that the aforesaid injuries are perpetrated on those who are connected with others. Objection 1. It would seem that the sin is not aggravated by the fact that the aforesaid injuries are perpetrated on those who are connected with others. Such like injuries take their sinful character from inflicting an injury on another against his will. Now the evil inflicted on a man's own person is more against his will than that which is inflicted on a person connected with him. Therefore, an injury inflicted on a person connected with another is less grievous. Objection 2. Further, Holy Writ reproves those especially who do injuries to orphans and widows. Hence it is written (Ecclesiasticus 35:17): "He will not despise the prayers of the fatherless, nor the widow when she poureth out her complaint." Now the widow and the orphan are not connected with other persons. Therefore the sin is not aggravated through an injury being inflicted on one who is connected with others. Obj. 3. Further, the person who is connected has a will of his own, just as the principal person has, so that something may be voluntary for him and yet against the will of the principal person, as in the case of adultery, which pleases the woman but not the husband. Now these injuries are sinful in so far as they consist in an involuntary commutation. Therefore such like injuries are of a less sinful nature. On the contrary, it is written (Deuteronomy 28:32), as though indicating an aggravating circumstance: "Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given to another people, thy eyes looking on." I answer that, other things being equal, an injury is a more grievous sin according as it affects more persons: and hence it is that it is a more grievous sin to strike or injure a person in authority than a private individual, because it conduces to the injury of the whole community, as stated above in Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 73, A. 9. Now when an injury is inflicted on one who is connected in any way with another, that injury affects two persons, so that, other things being equal, the sin is aggravated by this very fact. It may happen, however, that in view of certain circumstances, a sin committed against one who is not connected with any other person is more grievous, on account of either the dignity of the person or the greatness of the injury. Reply Obj. 1: An injury inflicted on a person connected with others is less harmful to the persons with whom he is connected than if it were perpetrated immediately on them, and from this point of view it is a less grievous sin. But all that belongs to the injury of the person with whom he is connected is added to the sin of which a man is guilty through injuring the other one in himself. Reply Obj. 2: Injuries done to widows and orphans are more insisted upon, both through being more opposed to mercy, and because the same injury done to such persons is more grievous to them, since they have no one to turn to for relief. Reply Obj. 3: The fact that the wife voluntarily consents to the adultery lessens the sin and injury so far as the woman is concerned, for it would be more grievous if the adulterer oppressed her by violence. But this does not remove the injury as affecting her husband, since "the wife hath not power of her own body, but the husband, according to 1 Corinthians 7:4. The same applies to similar cases. Of adultery, however, as it is opposed not only to justice but also to chastity, we shall speak in the treatise on temperance, in question 154, Article 8. End of question 65. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 66 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The virtue of justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 66 of theft and robbery, in 9 articles. We must now consider the sins opposed to justice, whereby a man injures his neighbor in his belongings, namely, theft and robbery. Under this head there are 9 points of inquiry. First, whether it is natural to man to possess external things. Second, whether it is lawful for a man to possess something as his own. Third, whether theft is the secret taking of another's property. Fourth, whether robbery is a species of sin distinct from theft. Fifth, whether every theft is a sin. Sixth, whether theft is a mortal sin. Seventh, whether it is lawful to thieve in a case of necessity. Eighth, whether every robbery is a mortal sin. Ninth, whether robbery is a more grievous sin than theft. First article: whether it is natural for man to possess external things. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not natural for man to possess external things. For no man should ascribe to himself that which is God's. Now the dominion over all creatures is proper to God, according to Psalm 23 verse 1. The earth is the Lord's, etc. Therefore, it is not natural for man to possess external things. Objection 2. Further, Basil, in expounding the words of the rich man, in Luke 12:18, "I will gather all things that are grown to me, and my goods," says, "Tell me, which are thine? Where did you take them from, and bring them into being?" Now whatever man possesses naturally, he can fittingly call his own. Therefore, man does not naturally possess external things. Obj. 3. Further, according to Ambrose (On the Trinity) 1, dominion denotes power. But man has no power over external things, since he can work no change in their nature. Therefore, the possession of external things is not natural to man. On the contrary, it is written (Psalm 8, verse 8), "Thou hast subjected all things under his feet." I answer that, external things can be considered in 2 ways. First, as regards their nature, and this is not subject to the power of man, but only to the power of God, whose mere will all things obey. Secondly, as regards their use, and in this way man has a natural dominion over external things, because, by his reason and will, he is able to use them for his own profit, as they were made on his account. For the imperfect is always for the sake of the perfect, as stated above in Q. 64, A. 1. It is by this argument that the Philosopher proves (Polit. i, 3) that the possession of external things is natural to man. Moreover, this natural dominion of man over other creatures, which is competent to man in respect of his reason, wherein God's image resides, is shown forth in man's creation (cf. Gen. 1:26) by the words, "Let us make man in our own image and likeness, and let him have dominion over the fishes of the sea," etc. Reply Obj. 1: God has sovereign dominion over all things, and He, according to His providence, directed certain things to the sustenance of man's body. For this reason man has a natural dominion over things, as regards the power to make use of them. Reply Obj. 2: The rich man is reproved for deeming external things to belong to him principally, as though he had not received them from another, namely from God. Reply Obj. 3: This argument considers the dominion over external things as regards their nature. Such a dominion belongs to God alone, as stated above. _______________________ SECOND ARTICLE [I II, Q. 100, Art. 2] Whether It Is Lawful for a Man to Possess a Thing As His Own? Objection 1: It would seem unlawful for a man to possess a thing as his own. For whatever is contrary to the natural law is unlawful. Now according to the natural law, all things are common property, and the possession of property is contrary to this community of goods. Therefore it is unlawful for any man to appropriate any external thing to himself. Obj. 2: Further, Basil, in expounding the words of the rich man quoted above (A. 1, ad 2), says: "The rich who deem as their own property the common goods they have seized upon, are like to those who by going beforehand to the play prevent others from coming, and appropriate to themselves what is intended for common use." Now it would be unlawful to prevent others from obtaining possession of common goods. Therefore it is unlawful to appropriate to oneself what belongs to the community. Obj. 3: Further, Ambrose says, and his words are quoted in the Decretals, "Let no man call his own that which is common property." And by common he means external things, as is clear from the context. Therefore it seems unlawful for a man to appropriate an external thing to himself. On the contrary, Augustine says (On Heresies, 40): "The Apostolici are those who with extreme arrogance have given themselves that name, because they do not admit into their communion persons who are married or possess anything of their own, such as both monks and clerics who in considerable number are to be found in the Catholic Church." Now the reason why these people are heretics was because, severing themselves from the Church, they think that those who enjoy the use of the above things, which they themselves lack, have no hope of salvation. Therefore it is erroneous to maintain that it is unlawful for man to possess property. I answer that, two things are competent to man in respect of exterior things. One is the power to procure and dispense them, and in this regard it is lawful for man to possess property. Moreover, this is necessary to human life for three reasons. First, because every man is more careful to procure what is for himself alone than that which is common to many or to all, since each one would shirk the labor and leave to another that which concerns the community, as happens where there is a great number of servants. Secondly, because human affairs are conducted in more orderly fashion if each man is charged with taking care of some particular thing himself, whereas there would be confusion if everyone had to look after any one thing indeterminately. Thirdly, because a more peaceful state is ensured to man if each one is contented with his own. Hence it is to be observed that quarrels arise more frequently where there is no division of the things possessed. The second thing that is competent to man with regard to external things is their use. In this respect, man ought to possess external things not as his own, but as common, so that, to wit, he is ready to communicate them to others in their need. Hence the Apostle says in 1 Timothy 6:17, 18, "Charge the rich of this world to give easily, to communicate it to others," etc. Reply to Obj. 1: Community of goods is ascribed to the natural law, not that the natural law dictates that all things should be possessed in common, and that nothing should be possessed as one's own, but because the division of possessions is not according to the natural law, but rather arose from human agreement, which belongs to positive law, as stated above in Q. 57, Articles 2 and 3. Hence the ownership of possessions is not contrary to the natural law, but an addition thereto devised by human reason. Reply to Obj. 2: A man would not act unlawfully if by going beforehand to the play he prepared the way for others. But he acts unlawfully if by so doing he hinders others from going. In like manner, a rich man does not act unlawfully if he anticipates someone in taking possession of something which at first was common property, and gives others a share. But he sins if he excludes others indiscriminately from using it. Hence Basil says in his homily on Luke 12:18, "Why are you rich, while another is poor, unless it be that you may have the merit of a good stewardship, and he the reward of patience?" Reply to Obj. 3: When Ambrose says, "Let no man call his own that which is common," he is speaking of ownership as regards use, wherefore he adds, "He who spends too much is a robber." Third article: Whether the essence of theft consists in taking another's thing secretly? Objection 1: It would seem that it is not essential to theft to take another thing secretly. For that which diminishes a sin does not, apparently, belong to the essence of a sin. Now to sin secretly tends to diminish a sin, just as, on the contrary, it is written as indicating and aggravating circumstances of the sin of some, according to Isaiah 3:9, "They have proclaimed abroad their sin, as Sodom, and they have not hid it." Therefore it is not essential to theft that it should consist in taking another's thing secretly. Obj. 2: Further, Ambrose says, and his words are embodied in the Decretals, "It is no less a crime to take from him that has, than to refuse to succor the needy when you can and are well off." Therefore, just as theft consists in taking another's thing, so does it consist in keeping it back. Obj. 3: Further, a man may take by stealth from another, even that which is his own, for instance, a thing that he has deposited with another, or that has been taken away from him unjustly. Therefore it is not essential to theft that it should consist in taking another's thing secretly. On the contrary, Isidore says in his Etymologies x, "Fur, thief, is derived from furvus, and from fuscus, dark, because he takes advantage of the night." I answer that, three things combine together to constitute theft. The first belongs to theft as being contrary to justice, which gives to each one that which is his, so that it belongs to theft to take possession of what is another's. The second thing belongs to theft as distinct from those sins which are committed against the person, such as murder and adultery, and in this respect it belongs to theft to be about a thing possessed. For if a man takes what is another's not as a possession but as a part, for instance, if he amputates a limb, or as a person connected with him, for instance, if he carry off his daughter or his wife, it is not strictly speaking a case of theft. The third difference is that which completes the nature of theft, and consists in a thing being taken secretly, and in this respect it belongs properly to theft that it consists in taking another's thing secretly. Reply to Obj. 1: Secrecy is sometimes a cause of sin, as when a man employs secrecy in order to commit a sin, for instance, in fraud and guile. In this way it does not diminish sin, but constitutes a species of sin, and thus it is in theft. In another way, secrecy is merely a circumstance of sin, and thus it diminishes sin, both because it is a sign of shame and because it removes scandal. Reply to Obj. 2: To keep back what is due to another inflicts the same kind of injury as taking a thing unjustly. Wherefore an unjust detention is included in an unjust taking. Reply to Obj. 3: Nothing prevents that which belongs to one person simply from belonging to another in some respect. Thus a deposit belongs simply to the depositor, but with regard to its custody it is the depositary's, and the thing stolen is the thief's, not simply, but as regards its custody. Fourth article: Whether theft and robbery are sins of different species. Objection 1: It would seem that theft and robbery are not sins of different species. For theft and robbery differ as secret and manifest, because theft is taking something secretly, while robbery is to take something violently and openly. Now in the other kinds of sins, the secret and the manifest do not differ specifically. Therefore theft and robbery are not different species of sin. Objection 2: Further, moral actions take their species from the end, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 1, A. 3, as well as in Q. 18, A. 6. Now theft and robbery are directed to the same end, notably the possession of another's property. Therefore they do not differ specifically. Obj. 3: Further, just as a thing is taken by force for the sake of possession, so is a woman taken by force for pleasure. Wherefore Isidore says in Etymologies x that "he who commits a rape is called a corrupter, and the victim of the rape is said to be corrupted." Now it is a case of rape whether the woman be carried off publicly or secretly. Therefore the thing appropriated is said to be taken by force, whether it be done secretly or publicly. Therefore theft and robbery do not differ. On the contrary, the Philosopher (Ethic. v, 2) distinguishes theft from robbery, and states that theft is done in secret, but that robbery is done openly. I answer that, theft and robbery are vices contrary to justice, inasmuch as one man does another an injustice. Now, no man suffers an injustice willingly, as stated in Ethic. v, 9. Wherefore theft and robbery derive their sinful nature through the taking being involuntary on the part of the person from whom something is taken. Now the involuntary is twofold, namely, through violence and through ignorance, as stated in Ethic. 3:1. Therefore the sinful aspect of robbery differs from that of theft, and consequently they differ specifically. Reply to Obj. 1: In the other kinds of sin, the sinful nature is not derived from something involuntary, as in the sins opposed to justice, and so where there is a different kind of involuntary, there is a different species of sin. Reply to Obj. 2: The remote end of robbery and theft is the same. But this is not enough for identity of species, because there is a difference of proximate ends, since the robber wishes to take a thing by his own power, but the thief by cunning. Reply to Obj. 3: The robbery of a woman cannot be secret on the part of the woman who is taken, wherefore even if it be secret as regards the others from whom she is taken, the nature of robbery remains on the part of the woman to whom violence is done. Fifth article: Whether theft is always a sin? Objection 1: It would seem that theft is not always a sin. For no sin is commanded by God, since it is written (Ecclesiasticus 15:21): "He hath commanded no man to do wickedly." Yet we find that God commanded theft, for it is written (Exodus 12:35, 36): "And the children of Israel did as the Lord had commanded Moses, and they stripped the Egyptians." Therefore theft is not always a sin. Objection 2: Further, if a man finds a thing that is not his and takes it, he seems to commit a theft, for he takes another's property. Yet this seems lawful according to natural equity, as the jurists hold. Therefore it seems that theft is not always a sin. Obj. 3: Further, he that takes what is his own does not seem to sin, because he does not act against justice, since he does not destroy its equality. Yet a man commits a theft, even if he secretly take his own property that is detained by or in the safekeeping of another. Therefore it seems that theft is not always a sin. On the contrary, it is written (Exodus 20:15): "Thou shalt not steal." I answer that, if anyone consider what is meant by theft, he will find that it is sinful on two counts. First, because of its opposition to justice, which gives to each one what is his, so that for this reason theft is contrary to justice, through being a taking of what belongs to another. Secondly, because of the guile or fraud committed by the thief, by laying hands on another's property secretly and cunningly. Wherefore it is evident that every theft is a sin. Reply Obj. 1: It is no theft for a man to take another's property either secretly or openly by order of a judge who has commanded him to do so, because it becomes his due by the very fact that it is adjudicated to him by the sentence of the court. And still less was it a theft for the Israelites to take away the spoils of the Egyptians at the command of the Lord, who ordered this to be done on account of the ill treatment accorded to them by the Egyptians without any cause. Wherefore it is written significantly in Wisdom 10:19, "The just took the spoils of the wicked." Reply Obj. 2: With regard to treasure trove, a distinction must be made. For some there are that were never in anyone's possession, for instance, precious stones and jewels found on the seashore, and such the finder is allowed to keep. The same applies to treasure hidden underground long since and belonging to no man, except that, according to civil law, the finder is bound to give half to the owner of the land, if the treasure trove be in the land of another person. Hence in the parable of the Gospel, Matthew 13:44, it is said of the finder of the treasure hidden in a field that he bought the field, as though he purposed thus to acquire the right of possessing the whole treasure. On the other hand, the treasure trove may be nearly in someone's possession, and then if anyone take it with the intention, not of keeping it, but of returning it to the owner who does not look upon such things as unappropriated, he is not guilty of theft. In like manner, if the thing found appears to be unappropriated, and if the finder believes it to be so, although he keep it, he does not commit a theft. In any other case, the sin of theft is committed. Wherefore Augustine says in a homily, "If thou hast found a thing, and not returned it, thou hast stolen it." Reply Obj. 3: He who by stealth takes his own property, which is deposited with another man, burdens the depositary, who is bound either to restitution or to prove himself innocent. Hence he is clearly guilty of sin, and is bound to ease the depositary of his burden. On the other hand, he who by stealth takes his own property, if this be unjustly detained by another, he sins indeed, yet not because he burdens the retainer, and so he is not bound to restitution or compensation. But he sins against general justice by disregarding the order of justice and usurping judgment concerning his own property. Hence he must make satisfaction to God, and endeavor to allay whatever scandal he may have given his neighbor by acting this way. Sixth article. Whether theft is a mortal sin? Objection 1. It would seem that theft is not a mortal sin. For it is written in Proverbs 6:30, "The fault is not so great when a man hath stolen." But every mortal sin is a great fault. Therefore theft is not a mortal sin. Objection 2: Further, mortal sin deserves to be punished with death. But in the law theft is punished, not by death, but by indemnity, according to Exodus 22:1. "If any man steal an ox or a sheep, he shall restore 2 oxen for 1 ox, and 4 sheep for 1 sheep." Therefore theft is not a mortal sin. Objection 3: Further, theft can be committed in small even as in great things. But it seems unreasonable for a man to be punished with eternal death for the theft of a small thing, such as a needle or a quill. Therefore theft is not a mortal sin. On the contrary, no man is condemned by the divine judgment save for a mortal sin. Yet a man is condemned for theft, according to Zechariah 5:3. "This is the curse that goeth forth over the face of the earth. For every thief shall be judged as is there written." Therefore theft is a mortal sin. I answer that, as stated above in Q. 59, A. 4, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, Q. 72, A. 5, a mortal sin is one that is contrary to charity as the spiritual life of the soul. Now charity consists principally in the love of God, and secondarily in the love of our neighbor, which is shown in our wishing and doing him well. But theft is a means of doing harm to our neighbor in his belongings, and if men were to rob one another habitually, human society would be undone. Therefore theft, as being opposed to charity, is a mortal sin. Reply Obj. 1: The statement that theft is not a great fault is in view of two cases. First, when a person is led to thieve through necessity. This necessity diminishes or entirely removes sin, as we shall show further on in A. 7. Hence the text continues, "For he stealeth to fill his hungry soul." Secondly, theft is stated not to be a great fault in comparison with the guilt of adultery, which is punished with death. Hence the text goes on to say of the thief that "if he be taken, he shall restore sevenfold, but he that is an adulterer shall destroy his own soul." Reply Obj. 2: The punishments of this life are medicinal rather than retributive. For retribution is reserved to the divine judgment which is pronounced against sinners, according to truth (Rom. 2:2). Wherefore, according to the judgment of the present life, the death punishment is inflicted, not for every mortal sin, but only for such as inflict an irreparable harm, or again for such as contain some horrible deformity. Hence, according to the present judgment, the pain of death is not inflicted for theft, which does not inflict an irreparable harm, except when it is aggravated by some grave circumstance, as in the case of sacrilege, which is the theft of a sacred thing, or of peculation, which is theft of common property, as Augustine states, and of kidnapping, which is a stealing of man, for which the pain of death is inflicted, according to Exodus 21:16. Reply Obj. 3: Reason accounts as nothing that which is little, so a man does not consider himself injured in very little matters, and the person who takes such things can presume that this is not against the will of the owner. And if a person take such like very little things, he may be proportionately excused from mortal sin. Yet if his intention is to rob and injure his neighbor, there may be a mortal sin even in these very little things, even as there may be through consent in a mere thought. Seventh Article. Whether it is lawful to steal through stress of need? Objection 1: It would seem unlawful to steal through stress of need. For penance is not imposed except on one who has sinned. Now it is stated, "If anyone, through stress of hunger or nakedness, steal food, clothing, or beast, he shall do penance for 3 weeks." Therefore it is not lawful to steal through stress of need. Obj. 2: Further, the Philosopher says in Ethic. ii, 6 that there are some actions whose very name implies wickedness, and among these he reckons theft. Now that which is wicked in itself may not be done for a good end. Therefore a man cannot lawfully steal in order to remedy a need. Obj. 3: Further, a man should love his neighbor as himself. Now, according to Augustine (Against Lying vii), it is unlawful to steal in order to succor one's neighbor by giving him an alms. Therefore neither is it lawful to steal in order to remedy one's needs. On the contrary, in cases of need, all things are common property, so that there would seem to be no sin in taking another's property, for need has made it common. I answer that, things which are of human right cannot derogate from natural right or divine right. Now, according to the natural order established by divine providence, inferior things are ordained for the purpose of succoring man's needs by their means. Wherefore the division and appropriation of things which are based on human law do not preclude the fact that man's needs have to be remedied by means of these very things. Hence, whatever certain people have in superabundance is due, by natural law, to the purpose of succoring the poor. For this reason Ambrose says, and his words are embodied in the Decretals, "It is the hungry man's bread that you withhold, the naked man's cloak that you store away. The money that you bury in the earth is the price of the poor man's ransom and freedom." Since, however, there are many who are in need, while it is impossible for all to be succored by means of the same thing, each one is entrusted with the stewardship of his own things, so that out of them he may come to the aid of those who are in need. Nevertheless, if the need be so manifest and urgent that it is evident that the present need must be remedied by whatever means be at hand, for instance when a person is in some imminent danger, and there is no other possible remedy, then it is lawful for a man to succor his own need by means of another's property, by taking it either openly or secretly. Nor is this, properly speaking, theft or robbery. Reply Obj. 1: This decretal considers cases where there is no urgent need. Reply Obj. 2: It is not theft, properly speaking, to take secretly and use another's property in a case of extreme need, because that which he takes for the support of his life becomes his own property by reason of that need. Reply Obj. 3: In a case of a like need, a man may also take secretly another's property in order to succor his neighbor in need. Eighth Article. Whether robbery may be committed without sin? Objection 1: It would seem that robbery may be committed without sin. For spoils are taken by violence, and this seems to belong to the essence of robbery, according to what has been said in Article 4. Now, it is lawful to take spoils from the enemy, for Ambrose says, "When the conqueror has taken possession of the spoils, military discipline demands that all should be reserved for the sovereign, in order, to wit, that he may distribute them. Therefore, in certain cases, robbery is lawful." Objection 2: Further, it is lawful to take from a man what is not his. Now the things which unbelievers have are not theirs, for Augustine says, "You falsely call things your own, for you do not possess them justly, and according to the laws of earthly kings you are commanded to forfeit them. Therefore it seems that one may lawfully rob unbelievers. Obj. 3: Further, earthly princes violently extort many things from their subjects, and this seems to savor of robbery. Now, it would seem a grievous matter to say that they sin in acting thus, for in that case nearly every prince would be damned. Therefore, in some cases, robbery is lawful. On the contrary, whatever is taken lawfully may be offered to God in sacrifice and oblation. Now, this cannot be done with the proceeds of robbery, according to Isaiah 61:8. I am the Lord that love judgment, and hate robbery in a holocaust. Therefore, it is not lawful to take anything by robbery. I answer that, robbery implies a certain violence and coercion employed in taking unjustly from a man that which is his. Now, in human society, no man can exercise coercion except through public authority, and consequently, if a private individual, not having public authority, takes another's property by violence, he acts unlawfully and commits a robbery, as burglars do. As regards princes, the public power is entrusted to them that they may be the guardians of justice. Hence it is unlawful for them to use violence or coercion save within the bounds of justice, either by fighting against the enemy or against the citizens, by punishing evildoers. And whatever is taken by violence of this kind is not the spoils of robbery, since it is not contrary to justice. On the other hand, to take other people's property violently and against justice, in the exercise of public authority, is to act unlawfully and to be guilty of robbery, and whoever does so is bound to restitution. Reply to Obj. 1: A distinction must be made in the matter of spoils. For if they who take spoils from the enemy are waging a just war, such things as they seize in the war become their own property. This is no robbery, so that they are not bound to restitution. Nevertheless, even they who are engaged in a just war may sin in taking spoils through cupidity arising from an evil intention, if, to wit, they fight chiefly not for justice but for spoil. For Augustine says in a homily that it is sin to fight for booty. If, however, those who take the spoil are waging an unjust war, they are guilty of robbery and are bound to restitution. Reply to Obj. 2: Unbelievers possess their goods unjustly in so far as they are ordered by the laws of earthly princes to forfeit those goods. Hence these may be taken violently from them, not by private but by public authority. Reply to Obj. 3: It is no robbery if princes exact from their subjects that which is due to them for the safeguarding of the common good, even if they use violence in so doing. But if they extort something unduly by means of violence, it is robbery, even as burglary is. Hence Augustine says (De Civ. Dei iv, 4): "If justice be disregarded, what is a king but a mighty robber? Since what is a robber but a little king?" And it is written (Ezekiel 22:27): "Her princes in the midst of her are like wolves ravening the prey." Wherefore they are bound to restitution, just as robbers are, and by so much do they sin more grievously than robbers, as their actions are fraught with greater and more universal danger to public justice, whose wardens they are. Ninth Article. Whether theft is a more grievous sin than robbery? Objection 1. It would seem that theft is a more grievous sin than robbery. For theft adds fraud and guile to the taking of another's property, and these things are not found in robbery. Now fraud and guile are sinful in themselves, as stated above in Q. 55, Articles 4 and 5. Therefore, theft is a more grievous sin than robbery. Objection 2. Further, shame is fear about a wicked deed, as stated in Ethics 4:9. Now men are more ashamed of theft than of robbery. Therefore, theft is more wicked than robbery. Objection 3. Further, the more persons a sin injures, the more grievous it would seem to be. Now the great and the lowly may be injured by theft, whereas only the weak can be injured by robbery, since it is possible to use violence towards them. Therefore, the sin of theft seems to be more grievous than the sin of robbery. On the contrary, according to the laws, robbery is more severely punished than theft. I answer that, robbery and theft are sinful, as stated above in Articles 4 and 6, on account of the involuntariness on the part of the person from whom something is taken. Yet so that in theft the involuntariness is due to ignorance, whereas in robbery it is due to violence. Now a thing is more involuntary through violence than through ignorance, because violence is more directly opposed to the will than ignorance. Therefore, robbery is a more grievous sin than theft. There is also another reason, since robbery not only inflicts a loss on a person in his things, but also conduces to the ignominy and injury of his person, and this is of graver import than fraud or guile which belong to theft. Hence the reply to the first objection is evident. Reply to Obj. 2. Men who adhere to sensible things think more of external strength, which is evidenced in robbery, than of internal virtue, which is forfeit through sin. Wherefore they are less ashamed of robbery than of theft. Reply to Obj. 3. Although more persons may be injured by theft than by robbery, yet more grievous injuries may be inflicted by robbery than by theft. For which reason also robbery is more odious. End of question 66. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC.